Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. We bring you hundreds of novel audiobooks covering every genre and every kind of story you can imagine. Action? We've got it. Adventure? Absolutely. Horror? Of course. Whether it's the legendary Uchiha massacre or outrageous tales like stealing Naruto's and Sasuke's women, you'll find it here. From epic series like One Piece, Bleach, Fairy Tail, and Hunter x Hunter, to countless other adventures, our library has it all. Love novels but don't have time to read? No worries, just plug in your earbuds, sit back, and let the story take over. Good listening, and happy hearing, Zhang Yi said. Shanshan. Dong Shanshan smiled. Here. Zhang Yi said, the host this time shall be you, and the style. Zhang Yi had a great presence. Wherever he stood, everyone would listen and wait for their instructions. But suddenly, Zhang Yi froze midway as he was talking. He looked at everyone in embarrassment and said, "Hey, I don't think I'm the executive director this time." Dong Shanshan was amused. You finally realized? Zhang Yi smiled sheepishly. Hi, I was too used to it. I'm sorry about that, brother Hu. You're the executive director, so I think it's better for you to delegate. I will just keep to my planning and not involve myself in other things. But Hoof said, your delegation was pretty good. This show is yours and the experience you have in organizing a large-scale variety show is more than mine. You're still the most suitable candidate for the executive director position as well as the host. I mentioned it to Shanshan already. Zhang Yi waved his hands and said, I'll forego the position of executive director since I'm involved in some trouble. It's probably a bigger mess than you guys think it is, so it's better not to have my name linked to the show's executive director role. Whether our show can successfully be allowed to broadcast is still a big question mark, so it's better to have it this way. I'll just handle the planning and earn a commission through the copyright. If there are any other matters that I can help with, I will definitely do so. However, I must definitely not take the role of executive director. Everyone kept on persuading him. But Zhang Yi did not agree and still rejected them. First, he did not wish to cause any trouble for his old friends. Second, he had something more important that he needed to do. Before long, the news was released. Some of it was purposely publicized by Beijing television, while some was unintended. Afterwards, news of Zhang Yi's return to Beijing television quickly gained wings. Someone saw Zhang Yi outside Beijing TV. What? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yi's going back to Beijing TV. For real? What do you mean for real? The news has already talked about it. Go and have a look for yourself. Zhang Yi's new show lands on Beijing TV. Sources say it will be a singing variety show. Title yet to be decided, but production cost set for 100 million. Zhang Yi to be executive producer of new show, but not executive director. Beijing TV's new show to be fully produced by Zhang Yi. Dong Shanshan confirmed as show host. Ha ha ha. After so many days, Teacher Zhang's new show is finally coming. Do you remember is going to stop broadcasting? Teacher Shanshan's influence is really great. Even Zhang Yi has come to produce a show for her. Why don't I get to have such an awesome ex-classmate? Support. I'm anticipating this to death. Why isn't Zhang Yi going to be the host? I heard that it's because he's been banned from the industry. They won't allow him to be on screen. Just what kind of a singing show will it be? Please explain. But singing shows are already overdone. What is there to look forward to? Could it be the second season of The Voice? That can't be, otherwise Zhang Yi himself would be the host, right? An entirely new show? As long as it's made by Zhang Yi, I must watch it. Start broadcasting already. I can't wait any longer. Yeah, the days without Zhang Yi in the variety show industry have been way too boring. It was bustling online. A lot of people were making a racket and looking forward in anticipation. King of Masked Singers was on fire even before the broadcast. No, to be accurate, the audience did not even know what the show was about or what it was going to be titled, but the show was already on fire before the broadcast. Why? There was no reason why. It was simply because this was Zhang Yi's new show, that's all. 980 Stop pretending to be an oil worker, you. Chapter 980. Stop pretending to be an oil worker, you. A few days later. At home. Zhang Yi received a call from Qin Guang. Zanger, King of Masked Singers has invited me. I know. I was the one who recommended you. The show's content has been explained to me by the production team. It sounds really good. It's making my pulse race a bit. But I have some big concerns that are holding me back from joining. You can sing so well. What do you have to worry about? Don't you know how many people are in the music industry? Those newcomers are all better than the last at singing. Their vocals are so good, so how can I not be worried? They can even sing better than you. If we're all going to be masked, then that might just be the case. Since we can't depend on our popularity and our looks, we'll purely be pitting our singing skills. Besides, the choice of song plays a very important role too. Hi, but you don't know about singing, so I can't really explain it to you. Forget it. I think I need to mull this over. If I can't participate, I'm fine with being on the panel of guest judges. The production team has also given me the choice if I don't choose to participate in the actual competition. Sure. Give it some consideration then. Let me ask you this. Will the show succeed? This show is produced by me. What you think? Alright, I understand. At Beijing Television. The last episode of Do You Remember finished broadcasting. The actual recording was completed a week ago, and the Do You Remember program team was officially renamed to the King of Masked Singers program team today. It still consisted of the original team as its base, but over a dozen other employees were transferred from other departments to join them as well. The King of Masked Singers program team officially began production work. In the office space, each person was working without rest. Hoof was making a call. A woman was on the other end of the line. Teacher Lee, I am Beijing Television's Hoof. Yes, hello, Director Hu. Regarding what we discussed 2 days ago, have you made a decision yet? I'm still thinking. I'm not ready to make a decision yet. If it's about the appearance fee, we can still increase it some more. Don't misunderstand. It's not about the appearance fee. I think this show is really good and personally I would like to join. But I'm afraid that the pressure would be too great on me, which is why I have some hesitation. With your talent, you definitely won't have a problem on this stage. You're the first celebrity I called because I've always loved your songs. Thank you, Director Hu. Then, come join us. We'll definitely keep your identity a secret. Well, fine. Great. So it's decided? I'm going to have to go all out this time. He hung up. Hu laughed loudly. I got one. Dong Shenshan blinked. That woman? Right, it's that woman. Hoof and she were speaking in riddles. When a few of the rookies on the team heard this, their curiosity was piqued. But they didn't have the courage to ask who it was, although they knew that this woman was definitely someone extremely popular and a big shot from the expressions on Hoof's and Dong Shanshan's faces. Dafei suddenly exclaimed from where he was, Brother Hu, I reeled in one as well. Hoof hurriedly went over. Who? That actor, Dafei said mysteriously. But Hoof seemingly understood and kept saying, good, good, good. Dafei said, but it's only rumored that his singing is very good, as no one has actually heard him before. So I was a little worried and requested that he send us a demo. Hoof nodded and said, right, if it were a professional singer, that wouldn't be necessary. But for celebrities from other industries, it's better to play it safe by asking for a sample of their singing. Otherwise, if we spend money inviting them and it turns out that they can't sing well, it wouldn't be too appropriate to replace them at that time. It'd also be too late to do so. Dafei said, let's listen to it. Hoof beckoned to everybody. Come here, everyone. Let's listen to it together. The program team staff all came over. The audio clip, which was simply titled Demo, was played. Right at the start, a melodious male voice drifted out. I once loved a woman. Her smile, ever so innocent. One day. Everyone was astonished. That was really good singing. This is great. Is this an actor? Isn't this just like how a professional singer would sing? Who is this? Brother, please tell us. Yeah, you're making us so curious. Who is it? I can't identify him by his voice at all. Dafei simply smiled knowingly. That's classified. Hoof approved, it's confirmed. This teacher has made the grade. Dafei said, alright, I'll go and contact him immediately. Hoof reminded, remember to keep it a secret. Understood. Dafei promised. 1. 5. 8. The number of approved celebrities kept growing. This greatly exceeded the expectations of the program team staff. They had initially thought that it would require a great deal of persuasion and talk to convince those celebrities to join. But as it turned out, when they explained the show's internal workings to the celebrities, a lot of them became very interested upon hearing how the show worked. There was even a veteran singer who hadn't appeared much in public for over 10 years who agreed immediately when invited. The celebrities weren't dumb. For some shows that were destined to have very little viewership, they wouldn't join even if they were offered a lot of money for the appearance fee. But if they heard about a show they believed would get extremely popular throughout the country, even if the program team did not invite them, some of them would surely come looking for the program team instead. Even if the appearance fee was low, they would surely agree to join. And this King of Masked Singers by Zhang Yi was clearly such a show. Brother Hu, I have a demo here for you to listen to. Coming. How is it? This is good. This sounds really clean. Then should I contact them? Who is this? A celebrity who came up through the ranks of a talent show. Go ahead. Suddenly, Dafai fell silent while holding a stack of papers of the recommended participants. What's the matter, brother? A rookie named Hanchi asked. Dafai asked curiously, who recommended this person? Why is there only a contact number on it? There's no name? Hanchi was one of the few staff members of the program team who had access to this recommendation list. I don't know, it wasn't me. Turning to another colleague, she asked, Brother Sun, did you put them in? Sun looked over the list. It wasn't me. Hoof also came over to have a look. Give them a call and ask who it is. The people on this list are all celebrities and big shots. So Dafai handed the paper to Hanchi. I still have a lot to do here. You can handle it. Okay. Hanchi got very excited. The chance to have direct contact with a celebrity could count toward her qualifications. She immediately called the number. At home. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Yi's other phone started ringing. This was the new cell phone he had gotten from the Central TV annual staff party's lucky draw. Just a few days ago, he had slotted in a new SIM card he had just bought. Zhang Yi purposely disguised his voice and answered, Hello. Hello, teacher. How are you? On the other end, Hanchi spoke with caution. I'm good. I'm calling from the King of Masked Singers program team. Has anyone contacted you before this? Hanchi somehow felt that this voice was very strange. Yes. Someone has already done that? Yes. Apologies, but we don't seem to have a record of your name. May I know who you are, sir? Just an ordinary person. What's your surname, sir? It's confidential. How old are you this year, sir? Not old. What's your occupation, sir? I'm a worker. You're a worker? Yes. Then are you sure you were invited to participate on King of Masked Singers? Yes. If you're not a professional singer, we require that you send us a sample of your singing. Can you provide us with that, sir? You can just send it to our email. Sure. Thank you very much. You're welcome. The call ended just like that. Zhang Yi smiled to himself. He wasn't purposely trying to keep it from Hoof and Dong Shanshan, but had to do so because he needed to participate anonymously. A sample of his singing? Was this a screening? Then what song should he choose? Zhang Yi hesitated for a bit, then chose a song at random to record his sample. He did not have any professional equipment at home and did not know how to play any instruments either, so he chose to sing a cappella for the recording. At most, he might need to do some post-processing to it, but he could do that at home anyway. As this was just a sample clip, there wasn't really a need to do any major fixes to the recording. After clearing his throat, he began. This was the first time Zhang Yi seriously tried to record his singing, so he felt rather diffident. But when he opened his mouth to sing, even he was taken aback by his own voice. Back at Beijing television. The King of Masked Singers program team. Hanchi said in a speechless manner, who could have recommended him? Why did someone contact him? Did you find out who it was? Who flipped over? He wouldn't say. Hanchi said angrily. Dafai was surprised. Wouldn't say? Hanchi said, he didn't want to reveal anything at all. When I asked him what his profession was, he actually told me that he was a worker. PFFFFT. Zhaolu, who was drinking some water, did a spit take. A worker? Hoof didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The names on this list are all big shots. How can there be any ordinary workers on it? Was he just teasing you? Hanchi said angrily, that man was so awful. He spoke in a strange, gravelly voice, like he was afraid that someone would recognize him. It's like he thinks he really is some big shot or something. Hootie pondered this for a moment. If he really did try to disguise his voice while talking, then he might really be a big shot. Perhaps he might actually get recognized easily if he speaks in his natural voice? Hanchi was startled. Are you sure? Zhaolu was cramping up from laughing. Would a big shot call themselves a worker? This is clearly a prank on our little Han. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Hanchi started blushing and became even more angry. I asked him to send us a demo. I want to hear for myself just what kind of a worker he really is. A rookie suddenly said, Oh, an email just arrived? Is it this one? Hanchi quickly ran over and pointed at the screen while gnashing her teeth. Yes, it's him. Hoof laughed and said, Come, let's all have a listen. Dafai was getting very curious. I really want to find out who this could be. I want to listen to it too. Zhaolu scrambled over as well. Which big shot is so playful that he's willing to tease our rook? Hanchi's face was getting hot. Sister Lu, please don't ridicule me. Zhaolu said, Sure. Big sis will help you denounce him. Will that do? Yeah. Han Chi replied. Having encountered such a weird person. Everyone in the program team came over in delight upon hearing about this amusing incident. The rookie clicked on the email attachment and started playing the recording. There was no melody. There were no instrumentals. Everyone was surprised. Was it a cappella? However, when the singing started, everyone was shocked by the vocal weight and technique. As the tune played, Xiaolu got the goosebumps. Land as pretty as a picture. Our native land built on the backs of steeds. It was Belcando. But the voice was magnetic and sounded very young. What song was this? An oldie? But it couldn't be. Otherwise, why hadn't they heard of it before? Was it an original? Damn. Who was it? Which famous person of the music industry was this? The timbre of some singers' voices was recognizable right at the first word they sang. Although this man seemed to be purposely disguising his voice, those seasoned vocals could not be concealed. Everyone in the program team had already heard quite a few demos submitted by the celebrities and professional singers. But they had to admit that this unknown big shot singing that was playing right now was definitely one of the best they had heard today. The vocals. The technique. The control. All of them were at the professional level. A lot of them were drawn into the singing as they listened. Hoof exclaimed, "Who was this?" Davai shouted, "Damn." Xiaolu said, "This is a heavyweight contestant." Han Chi stood there dumbfounded, slack-jawed. She didn't expect this tight-lipped celebrity she was just on the phone with to actually sing this well. Following this, however, everyone was floored. The lyrics this man sang next made everyone feel like they were going to vomit blood. Land as pretty as a picture. Our native land built on the backs of steeds. How glorious it is to be an oil worker. Wear a hard hat and travel in the world. PFFT. 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 Everyone in the office burst out laughing. Snow from Danshan falls overhead. Facing the Gobi's desert storms. Greeting the rising sun on the banks of the Jialing River. Sending off the sunset at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Fearing nothing. And no one. Let it thunder and snow. I offer oil to my homeland. Wherever the oil is, that is where my home shall be. Han Chi's legs wobbled. Offering oil to the homeland? I'll offer your little sister's oil. Fluttering red flags welcome rosy clouds. Heroes with their horses of war along. How glorious it is to be an oil worker. Wear a hard hat and travel in the world. Erecting oil rigs in the vast grasslands. Bottom of clouds cover the wells. Underground crude oil meets the sky. My native land blooms with the gift of oil. Fearing nothing. And no one. Looking over the world with our great ambition. I offer oil to my homeland. With oil for my homeland, my heart blooms happily. The song ended. The demo finished playing. Everyone in the office was looking at each other. Suddenly, Hudi slapped his thigh and collapsed onto the table, belly laughing. Ha 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 ha. He was sprawled out on the table, unable to get up. Davai burst into laughter. Xiaolu was crying with laughter. Ayo. Only Han Chi looked embarrassed. She nearly burst into tears. Hoof couldn't help but pat Han Chi on the shoulder. It's been confirmed. You were the victim of a joke. Han Chi was angered to tears. Brother ha 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 ha. Hoof couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing too. A worker? You're a worker? Bull fucking shit. As a big shot celebrity and a professional singer with such good singing, why on earth are you pretending to be an oil worker? You even offer oil to the homeland? Why don't you dig some coal for your homeland instead? At this moment, everyone had determined the nature of this voice's owner. Just look at the other invited participants. Which one of them were not taking this competition seriously? Which of the interested participants of their show did not send in a serious sample of their singing that would exhibit their best points? But this guy? Not only did he not give his name, he even claimed that he was a worker. He even made up some song about offering oil to the homeland. Most importantly, he still fucking sang with such excellence. This was an old pro. This fellow was definitely a seasoned pro of the industry. But who could it be? Why couldn't they figure it out from his singing? Davai said, Brother Hu, what do we do about this person? Tears streaming down her face, Han Chi said, must we invite him? What reason is there to not invite someone who can sing with such skill? Hoof said with excitement, no matter who recommended him and whether or not he wants to reveal his identity, this man must definitely be invited onto the show. Han Chi groaned, ugh. Davai nodded. Alright, understood. Han Chi spoke hesitantly, Brother Davai made a decision and said with a snigger, Little Han, you'll be in charge of contacting this guy. We'll leave it to you to call him, notify him, and take care of his costume from now on. Han Chi said tearfully, Brother can you not? Ha ha ha, you can consider this to be part of your training. Davai said, Usually, someone who's such a hooligan has self-confidence, and is a very big shot in the industry. Getting few more connections will do you no harm. I'm doing this for your own good, little Han. Han-chi was skeptical. Seriously? Dafei said solemnly, of course. Han-chi made a noise in acknowledgement and moped, okay, alright. I'll do my best. Due to the special nature of the show, every participant on King of Masked Singers would need to have a dedicated assistant to take charge of their makeup, costumes, masks, communication, and other related tasks. But no matter how Han-chi thought about it, she felt like she had been deceived. Having been assigned to such an unreliable singer, she felt that her future was utterly bleak. But even she had to admit that this man's voice and singing were really amazing. Just who could it be? Was there even such a person in the music industry? 981 Mask, the Clown. Chapter 981, Mask, the Clown. During the weekend, the promotions for King of Masked Singers were already progressing as planned. News of heavyweight big shots joining the show, being called a new variety show that would subvert all other singing shows, and all sorts of topics related to the show were constantly generated as the netizens grew more and more hyped. Who's joined the show already? When does it begin broadcasting? Quickly begin recording the show. I can't wait any longer. Is Zhang Yi really not going to be the host? Will there be any A-list celebrities joining? Don't leave us hanging. King of Masked Singers. This title leaves everything to the imagination. They're really going to let established singers compete against each other on the same stage? To see who is better? Damn, that's so ruthless. Isn't Beijing TV taking things too far this time? Yeah, they might really have taken it a bit too far. But I'm still looking forward to it. That's right, I really want to watch it. Chen Guang vs Fan Wenli. A heavenly king vs a heavenly queen? Will such a situation really happen? I can't bear it just thinking about it. Hurry up and start broadcasting already. The most interesting thing is that everyone will be wearing a mask, so no one will know who the person behind it is. King of Masked Singers format and title gradually surfaced. Even before the show got broadcast, while it was still in the production stage, the popularity of this show was already greater than the numerous television variety shows that were currently broadcasting. There was more discussion about it than all the others combined. A situation like this was typically not seen in the industry. When many of the industry peers saw this, they could only shake their heads and smile bitterly, or stare in amazement at the happenings. Envy? They had nothing to be envious about. Because Zhang Yi's production was just too creative to begin with. Dragon Television. We should have invited him to join us if we knew it would be like this. Yeah, this show is truly going to be spectacular. Just from hearing of it, I know it will become famous. Did you think that Zhang Yi would be so easy to recruit? That's right. He only went over to help them produce the show because he has friends at Beijing TV and past ties with the station. Zhejiang Television. Zhang Yi is content to just work behind the scenes? Who knows? He couldn't possibly come up with such a good show and just give it up to Beijing TV so easily, can he? He can't host even if he wants to, since the higher-ups' attitude toward him is still uncertain. That air pollution documentary brought him a great deal of popularity and reputation, but it has also disrupted his career. Hi, if only we had gotten this show instead. King of Masked Singers. Only a daring person like Zhang Yi would come up with such a show. Heated discussions regarding this topic started appearing online. It was widely discussed within the industry as well. At home, Zhang Yi was practically doing nothing. He had already finished his detailed pre-production work for the show and was essentially not involved with the rest of the production. Yesterday, Hu had wanted to inform Zhang Yi about the identities of the masked singers who'd joined, but was turned down. Zhang Yi didn't even want to hear or know about them. This was because he did not want too much pressure and distractions for himself. If he knew who the other competitors were, he would probably start overthinking things, so it was better to know nothing at all. Later that morning, old Rao called. Little Zhang, come over and babysit the kid. Where are you going? To get a filling, TSK. Do you have a toothache? It's been hurting for 2 days now. Cut the crap and get over here on the double. I'm still busy with my work. You've been staying home every day with nothing to do. What are you busy with? Can't I watch a movie? Get my junior marital sister to take care of her instead. You talking about that hothead? For only 2 smashed window panes, she risked her life by jumping down from this high height. How can I be at ease letting her babysit my kid? True, she is a little hot-headed. Get over here. Fine, fine. I understand. You just go on ahead. After informing his parents, Zhang Yi headed straight to old Rao's place. When he arrived, Rao Aiman was already gone. For some reason, Yang Shu was at Rao Aiman's house as well. She was practicing her martial arts in the first-story living room by herself, going hoo-ha, enraptured in her training. When she saw Zhang Yi, Yangshu quickly cooled down with an ending stance. She took a deep breath and respectfully greeted, "Senior bro." Zhang Yi smiled wryly. "You don't have to be so polite. I've already said that you can just call me by my name." Yangshu nodded. "Okay, senior bro. Then can you lend me some money?" "Ah? Asking to borrow money again?" Zhang Yi said in exasperation. "I think it's better for you to be more polite." Yangshu said nothing. Zhang Yi asked, "You've run out of money again?" Yangshu made a noise of acknowledgement. "I haven't found a job yet." Annoyed, Zhang Yi said, "You can't just keep staying at home doing nothing. What do you wish to do? Tell me. I would like to spread the art of the Taiji fist so that it may flourish and bring glory to my ancestors." "How will you spread it?" "I don't know. I will listen to Senior Bro's teachings." "Why would you listen to me? This bro does not have such aspirations." However, Zhang Yi had only one junior marital sister, so he couldn't just ignore her. He pulled out all of the cash in his wallet, totaling over 3,000 RMB, and gave it to her. Yangshu didn't treat Zhang Yi as a stranger, but rather as family. She took it and pocketed it. "Thank you, senior bro." At this moment, Chen came down from upstairs. Zhang Yi looked up. "What were you doing upstairs?" Chen gave him a look. "Zhang Yi, help me do my homework." Zhang Yi sneered. "I refuse." When Yangshu heard this exchange, she said, "Senior bro, teach me Taiji fist." Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner, "We'll talk about that another time." Chen said, "Zhang Yi, do my homework for me." Yangshu said, "Senior bro, teach me some unarmed fighting techniques." The two of them kept it up one after the other, giving Zhang Yi a terrible headache. The phone suddenly rang. It was his other cell phone that was ringing. "Alright, that's enough. Be quiet." Zhang Yi said impatiently, "I need to answer this call before I can listen to the two of you again." "Do you think things are easy for me?" Zhang Yi walked a distance away from them before answering the call. It was the same woman's voice from a few days back on the other end of the line. Han Chi carefully said, "Hello, teacher. I'm Han Chi from the King of Masked Singers program team. You can just call me Little Han. From now on, I'm your main liaison with the program team. If you require anything, you can find me anytime." Zhang Yi pinched his throat and said, "Okay." Han Chi said, "Welcome aboard. Then. The rules of our show state that every participant must fashion a mask, so do you have any kind of designs in mind that you would like? And what about your stage name? We will construct a mask according to your specifications." Zhang Yi blinked a few times. "I need to think about it." Han Chi said, "Understood. You may call me anytime when you've thought of it." "Okay." After hanging up, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. A mask? A stage name? He had to make sure to get it right as it was incredibly important. What should he use? What should he be called? Zhang Yi couldn't think of one no matter how he tried, so he waved Yangshu and Chen over. "Here's a task for the two of you. Help me think of something. If you had to label me as something, what would your impression of me be?" Chen chuckled. "A dummy." Zhang Yi stared at her. "I'm gonna spank you." Chen looked at him. "But you really are a dummy." Zhang Yi harumphed. "Answer me properly and I'll help you do your homework." Chen immediately changed her tune and replied, "A hero." "Dummy? Hero? Isn't your turn about too damn fast? Why are you so fake?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and looked to Yangshu. "Junior sis." Yangshu thought for a long time before saying, "I think that you have a chivalrous spirit for the country and its people." These words from his junior martial sister had actually embarrassed Zhang Yi some. Chivalrous? He was not worthy of the description. In truth, Zhang Yi had never had a high appraisal of himself. He did not feel that he was a hero, nor did he have anything to do with the word chivalrous. He was just a celebrity who made people laugh, earned some money with a clear conscience along the way, stepped in whenever he saw injustice, and scolded people if he was forced into a corner by them. He would make trouble from one industry to another, so he was actually a disliked personality who offended and angered many people wherever he went. Then why not this? His stage name would be the Clown. If this world did not wish to let him say anything. If this world was unwilling to let him appear. If this world could not accommodate his pride. If that is the case, then I shall transform into the Clown. Donning my war robes, putting on my mask, changing my identity, I will turn everything upside down once more. 982 You want another song? Chapter 982, You want another song? On this day, Zhang Yi's mask and costume had arrived. It wasn't sent to his house because he didn't give his home address to the station. Otherwise, they might spot it and easily identify him as a result. The address he gave to the King of Masked Singers program team was his eldest younger sister's home address. The courier from Beijing television had already reached her place. His eldest younger sister's call came in. "Brother, your package has arrived." "Thanks. What's in it?" "It's a secret, her. You're acting so mysterious. Shall I send it over to your place?" "There's no need. I'll go there in a bit to collect it." By the afternoon, he had the package in his hands. When he reached home, Zhang Yi shut his bedroom door before opening the package. Then he took the items out one by one. There were actually quite a few, as all the gear from head to toe was placed inside. The mask, the clothes, the pants, the shoes, and a pair of gloves. Zhang Yi lifted the mask and placed it over his face to check if it fit. He looked in the mirror and was immediately quite satisfied with it. Zhang Yi had had a fair number of specifications for the mask, and gave Han Chi a list of design details to pass to the costume designer. This mask was not exactly made to look like the stereotypical clown with a red nose and sharp facial features. It had only one color. White, pure white. It did not have any special edges or fanciful stylings. It was the simplest and plainest, pure white mask, but did not look plain at all when put on. Instead, it represented a return to innocence and appeared elegant and refined. The clown, this was how other people saw him. White, this was how Zhang Yi saw himself. A clown wearing a white mask. This was the inspiration behind Zhang Yi's design. He also put on the costume. He was wrapped up from head to toe, and if he were to go outside now, absolutely no one would recognize him. Even he was unable to recognize himself, as all of the features and traits that distinguished him were covered up. Fantastic. This would do. He took off the costume and placed everything back into the package. Then a call came in. It was his other cell phone. "Hello, teacher. It's Han Chi." "Hello. Have you received the mask and costume yet?" "Yes. Does it fit?" "If not, I'll get the designer to alter it." "It fits great." "Great. So it's like this. Construction on the set has almost finished. We'll be doing some simple mic and sound tests tomorrow here in the studio. We would also like to have a look at all the participating teachers in their costumes. This is, after all, meant to be televised, so we need to do a check beforehand. There might also be an audition. The station has placed a lot of emphasis on the show this time and the execs are coming to inspect the production. If you're free, sir, could you please come and attend?" "What time?" "Tomorrow afternoon." "Okay. Then please call me when you arrive, sir. I'll be waiting for you." "Okay." An audition? This was not unexpected. Due to the special nature of this show, a lot of processes could not follow the standard operating procedures of previous shows. Especially for someone like him who would not even divulge his identity, how could he expect them to rest easy? He couldn't possibly assure them with just a recorded sample clip of his a cappella singing. They would have to at least listen to a live performance of his. While he was at it, he could familiarize himself with the stage and meet the program team staff. That was what it was all about. Let's do it then. He had been ready for a while now anyway. The next day, at 9 in the morning, King of Masked Singer's program team staff were in full anticipation mode. Those who knew which celebrities were coming all felt excited, while those who didn't know the identities of the contestants were all curious and looking forward to it. "Are they here yet?" "5 of them have already arrived." "Where'd you arrange for them to go?" "They've all been put into different waiting rooms so that they wouldn't bump into each other." "Good. Brother Hu, when do we start?" "We can start now. Make them come out one at a time." "Okay, I'll go and arrange it. Be alert, the station heads might be coming to have a look." "Understood." Everyone got down to business. They adjusted the audio as the band did their sound checks. After that, the first masked singer came on stage. He gave himself the stage name Sunflower in the Starlight, and in accordance, his mask was designed to look like a cute sunflower. Other than Huff and Dong Shanshan, basically no one else on the program team knew who this person was. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell curiously upon him. He did not bring his agent or assistant along today, because it could have inadvertently revealed his identity. He came alone and walked to the band that the program team had invited. After communicating a few simple words with them, he stood on stage. Although his face could not be seen through the mask, the moment he gripped the microphone, Teacher Sunflower in the Starlight's stage presence immediately changed. The moment he opened his mouth, his voice shocked the entire studio. This song was titled Hope, and was a very famous song in this world. The band members were under no pressure even though they did not have a prior discussion about the song with this masked teacher. They managed to sync up seamlessly to the meter and beat in no time at all. They were all professionals, so it was no sweat. Even though they were not familiar with the song, they could still easily play the accompaniment to the vocals. This was because they were the Miracle Wheels, a very famous band in the industry. Most television shows would find it very difficult to invite them onto their show, so it could be seen how much effort Beijing Television had put into the production of this show. Backstage. In a waiting room. Han Chi was waiting outside the room, restless and tense, unsure of what she was really feeling, though she mostly felt perturbed. Why is he not here yet? Where is he? She made another call. Hello, teacher. Have you arrived yet? A voice came from the phone. I have. Han Chi said, Where are you? That person said, turn around. She suddenly heard the voice coming from behind her. Han Chi turned around in consternation. Did you come here wearing that? The clown said, yes. Han Chi had thought that she could finally see the man's real face today and find out who he was. But she didn't expect that he would make his way here while wearing his mask. Are you ready, sir? I'm ready anytime. Han Chi coughed. Teacher Clown, are you a senior of the music industry? She began trying to sound him out. Guess. You must surely be quite the big shot. Not necessarily. What's your actual occupation, sir? I'm a worker. Han Chi was speechless. You're still saying you're a worker? Can you stop pretending, please? She knew that it was impossible to find out anything. This person was much too evasive and obviously did not want to disclose any information. He clearly did not want anyone to find out his identity. But you still shouldn't say that you are a worker just because of that. The two of them went into the waiting room and sat facing each other. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The clown did not say a word. It seemed like he did not enjoy talking much. Meanwhile, Han Chi did not know what to say. But as she didn't want things to be so awkward, she attempted to make conversation. Your mask is really beautiful. Thank you. You're not too old, right? I'm not young. Last time you said you weren't old, sir. Really? Yes. Oh, then I'm not old. Han Chi was on the verge of tears. Talking to this guy was nothing but a goddamn exercise in smoke and mirrors. She couldn't tell which of the things the clown said were true and which were false. Most importantly, he was still speaking in a gravelly voice, so how could she possibly guess who it was? She simply could not make out who he was. This deadlock went on for a good half hour. Suddenly, someone knocked gingerly on the door. Dong dong. They heard an employee say, Han Chi, it's time for the teacher to go on stage. All right. Han Chi felt a great sense of relief. Teacher Clown, it's your turn. The clown nodded. Let's go. In the corridor. Zhang Yi was walking out as someone came in. Coming in the opposite direction was someone wearing a mask. The figure appeared to be a woman's. As Zhang Yi and she passed each other, the two of them gave each other a curious glance. There was a hint of scrutiny in their eyes. Those eyes, that figure. Zhang Yi felt a hint of familiarity. He believed he had probably seen this young woman before, and may even know her. But as for who she was, he could not tell. Upon further consideration, he realized that the stars he knew in the industry were not small-timers. It looked like this competition was truly going to be a tough battle. In his first foray into the music industry, it had better not end up with him getting crushed within the first 2 rounds. That would be really embarrassing. The two of them stopped in their tracks with unspoken agreement, and then looked at one another. Han Chi wiped her sweat away and introduced them to each other. This is Teacher Clown. And this is Teacher Sunset Glow. Wasn't she pretty young? So why did she call herself Sunset Glow? Zhang Yi nodded his head in greeting. Sunset Glow looked at him. Do we know each other? Zhang Yi spoke in a gravelly voice. I don't know. Sunset Glow smiled. How old are you? Zhang Yi lied without blinking. 50, and you? Sunset Glow said, I'm 15. Zhang Yi blinked. Your occupation? Sunset Glow said, I'm a student, and you? Zhang Yi replied, I'm a worker. Sunset Glow had no response. Though they tried to sound each other out with all those questions, neither managed to identify the other. Both Han Chi and Sunset Glow's Beijing television assistant didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why were all modern celebrities like this? A worker? A student? 50? 15? Would you two die if you ever stopped bullshitting? 983 As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. Chapter 983, As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. On the King of Masked Singers stage. The set was not fully constructed yet, but it was enough to accommodate the sound checks. There were many people seated in the audience, such as the station heads, channel directors, and Hoof, together with most of his program team. They had already auditioned 5 masked singers, and it was time for the 6th contestant. They had to take into consideration the live performances as well as other various factors to determine the order of appearances, to know which contestant would start in the first round or act as a replacement in the second round. All of this were not yet decided, So it was particularly important today as they needed to understand each of the contestants' strengths and characteristics in order to make a decision. Who flowered his head and jotted a few things down on his notepad. Contestant number 1, recommended as opener, has explosive high notes. Contestant number 2, recommended as opener, a big-name celebrity. How amazing. Yeah, these singers are way too impressive. I've got the goosebumps. This wasn't even rehearsed. If it were the day of recording, how much more shocking would it get? Our show is gonna get super popular. Who's the next contestant? Are they here yet? Yup. The next one is the clown. Who's the clown? It's that oil worker. As soon as those words were spoken, the program team staff all snickered. PFFT. So it's him. Why did he come up with that name? Now I'm even more interested in him. Me too. I can finally see him in person. Observe him, everyone. See if you can identify who he is. Figure out just which industry seasoned pro he is. During the past few days, I offer oil to my homeland had spread throughout the station. The program team staff would laugh until their stomachs hurt every time they listened to it. Even a few of the station heads didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing it. In the meantime, a few of the station heads started conversing. A deputy station head asked, "Is this the celebrity who claims to be a worker?" Hoof laughed and said, "Yes, that's him." Another station executive said, "He sings really well, but that song." Dong Shanshan was also seated with them. She smiled and said, "That was just an audition demo. He was just tricking us. I'm sure he'll sing a proper song for us today." The executive nodded. "Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it." Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell on a side door next to the stage. The door swung open and a white mask appeared before everyone's eyes. He had arrived. The clown had arrived. Some people even stopped blinking and tried to guess who he was from his shape, but drew a blank. Who could this be? He had a figure that was very common and could match too many celebrities. When Han Chi saw that so many executives were present, she got a little nervous. Teacher Clown is here. However, the clown did not seem to be the slightest bit nervous. He took to the stage very gracefully and stood there while looking at everyone in the audience. He gave them a slight nod, but did not say anything. The station heads, Hoof, and Dong Shanshan scrutinized him. He walked in with great confidence. He stood there with great confidence. The first thought that they had was, this is definitely not a newcomer. As Dong Shanshan was the host, she took charge of this segment. She raised the microphone in her hands and said with a smile, "Hello, teacher. Out of all the contestants, you're the only one we have zero information about. You don't need to tell us your name, but could you please briefly introduce yourself?" Zhang Yi felt very happy at seeing his old classmate speak to him in such a serious manner without recognizing him. Zhang Yi was smiling to himself. He purposely spoke in a gravelly voice, "I am the clown." He was especially cautious when speaking to Dong Shanshan. After all, they had been classmates for a long time and knew each other very well. If he accidentally revealed anything, Dong Shanshan might begin to suspect who he really was. However, Zhang Yi was still rather confident in his acting chops as he had previously received quite a few skill experience books related to acting. Dong Shanshan asked, "That's all?" Hoof asked, "How old are you?" Zhang Yi didn't even blink. 50. Hoof felt his legs give. "Are you also a worker then?" Zhang Yi said, "Hey, how did you know?" Davai wiped his sweat away. "Teacher, can you please stop teasing us?" Zhang Yi replied, "But I'm really a worker." The program team staff rolled their eyes in unison. "Pretend. Go on and keep pretending." A station head said with a wry smile, "Since he does not wish to tell us, let's not force him." A chairman looked at him, then commented, "He must be a big shot in the industry. Otherwise, why would he be so cautious as to not even reveal his age?" The channel's director nodded. "Makes sense." Dong Shanshan looked at Zhang Yi. "Then why don't we begin?" The band was ready. The Miracle Wheels keyboardist asked, "Teacher Clown, what song do you intend to perform? We need to do some tuning." Zhang Yi looked at him. "An original." "An original?" That keyboardist was taken aback, but nodded and said, "That's fine too." The drummer said, "Go ahead and sing. We can improvise." Zhang Yi said, "Are you sure?" The drummer smiled. "Of course, it's no problem. We're all professionals." There had just been two masked singers who had arranged their songs. Whether they'd sustained high notes or slowed down the song, even when it was performed differently from the original, the Miracle Wheels could still accompany the performers. They were one of the best bands around, so how could they not do that? It was just improvisation. What was so difficult about that? The guitarist said, "Let's hit it, teacher." In the audience, everyone was engrossed by the happenings on stage. Hoof's ears perked up. Dong Shanshan did not blink. Han Chi was also eyeing the stage, hoping to catch a glimpse of something that would reveal the clown's identity. A worker? You've been acting since the start. This time, I want to see how you can keep pretending. A love song? Or a rock song? Once you start singing, there will surely be something that gives you away. At that time, I will definitely be able to guess your true identity. A lot of people were thinking the same thing as Hanchi, as everyone wanted to guess the identity of this man. They couldn't have it such that not even their internal staff knew who this guy was, could they? However, when the clown started singing, they realized that they were too naive in their thinking. They finally realized just how much of a seasoned pro they had encountered. Zhang Yi lifted the microphone in his hands and started singing with enthusiasm. We workers have the strength and power. We workers have the strength and power. Working hard every single day. Building all these high-rise buildings. Laying railways for coal mining. Reforming the world, we've changed it. Two of Beijing television's heads were floored. The program team staff in the audience were all bowled over. Machines are started, rumbling loud. Raising our hammers, clink clank clunk. Making plows, the production's good. Forging guns, to send to the front. Heave ho, heave ho. A red glow shines on our faces. Our sweat drips down off our faces. For what? For the revolution. For what? For the revolution. The Miracle Wheels band members' jaws all dropped. Throughout, they could not even accompany him with a beat. They just stared in astonishment at the masked singer on stage, feeling as though 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping past. Improvisation? I'll improvise your sister. What the fuck is this song? How the fuck can we possibly improvise to that? But listening to that teacher clown's voice, they couldn't help but admit one thing: his singing was so fucking good. That voice was marvelous. The music stopped. Well, alright, there wasn't actually any music to begin with. The entire time, Zhang Yi had been singing a cappella. The Miracle Wheels, who had just bragged about their professionalism, ended up not even playing a melody. Zhang Yi finished performing. Everyone in the audience smiling wryly. It was another workers' song? Yesterday was oil workers. And today? Railroad workers? Coal miners? Geez, friend, can you stop being so inspirational? Can you please sing properly? How do you expect us to guess who you are this way? Hoof cleared his throat, looked at the clown, and said, Teacher, you sing great and very professionally. We all recognize your singing and strength, but about that, can you please switch to a different song? Can you sing something that is closer to your actual job? Are you a professional singer? Or an actor? Why don't you do another song? Zhang Yi nodded. Sure. Hoof said, thank you. Everyone was once again in full anticipation as they believed he would finally sing something proper. Something related to my job? Alright, then I have no choice but to reveal my real occupation to all of you. Without even skipping a beat, Zhang Yi sang the next song loudly. The moment he belted out the first line, he made the 50 to 60 people present in the studio so angry they wanted to vomit blood. As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. I tend to get long-winded when talking about trucks. PFFT. Dong Shanshan had her face in her hands and was laughing uncontrollably. Hanchi was floored. Hoof stared blankly. You've become a pro driver this time? And you're even a fucking 50-year-old pro driver? You even fucking all smiles about it? I'll smile at your second granny. However, Zhang Yi was very into the song and painted a vivid picture. Think you know when I was 18 and learned how to drive, fiddling with that foreign truck, I became an old hand. Since, of course, I have yet to see a Chinese truck. Praying to the moon and stars, praying for that truck to come. And, it did. Yo-oh-oh-ho hey. Our working class wins glory for our country, hey. Everyone felt numb and watched him in stupefaction. But the more Zhang Yi sang, the more enjoyment and excitement he got out of it. Full of pride, I have the power. Hey hey hey, hey hey hey. Hey 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 My YY country's law and spans far and wide. I drive my domestic truck merrily along. In the blink of an eye, I've traveled all across China. Load up all the construction material onto my truck, night and day, no stops, hey. Shipping grain, lugging steel, climbing mountains, crossing rivers, I will take it into my own hands to build our China. Yo-oh-oh-ho hey. Hey. Even with 50 or 60 more years, I shall never come to a stop. Hey hey hey. Hey 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 hey. Hey 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 yo. With one last deep breath, Zhang Yi sang in a sustained line in his head voice, I shall never come to a stop. He finished singing. The song ended. In the audience, very few people were left standing as everyone had been bowled over. Stop the truck. Hurry up and stop the truck, bro. Hats off to him. They truly commended him. Almost nobody could play dumb to his extent. Oil workers. Coal miners? Railroad workers? And this time, it was a truck driver? Even if you live for another 50-60 years, you shall never come to a stop? Aren't you going to drive yourself to death then? Truly, everybody was defeated by this masked singer who went by the name of the clown. I offer oil to my homeland 1. We workers have the strength and power too? Pro Driver 3? What the fuck are all these songs? Did you have to go that far to hide your identity? Just to unearth are you? 984 You have the cheek to call others weird? Chapter 984, You have the cheek to call others weird? Teacher Clown's audition was over. Every employee in the studio found it both funny and annoying. A lovely king of masked singers. A lovely variety show. A lovely stage meant for the performance of pop music. But good God. It was fucking turned into a retirees concert for old cadres of the working class, with songs talking about events before and after the revolution. Even if you sang a song from 10 to 20 years ago, we would still have considered it pop. But which era were your songs from? They were all songs from 50 to 60 years ago, perhaps even 60 to 70 years ago. Hanchi thought to herself how her dad had probably just been born when these songs hit the airwaves. How did you even come up with songs like that? You're too good at making things up. The performance had knocked most of the audience dead. The previous 5 masked singers had also purposely tried to hide and disguise their real voices. One of them even sang their song entirely in a falsetto. But even so, compared to those before him, the way that this masked singer named the clown had concealed his identity made the other 5 people's methods not even worth mentioning. In order to hide his identity, he went as far as composing these 3 revolutionary-style songs himself or with the help of someone else. He pretended to be a coal miner after pretending to be an oil worker. He pretended to be a trucker after pretending to be a coal miner. Would you be convinced by that? Would you? In any case, Hoof, Hooj, Hoodie, and the rest of the program team were all prostrating. They were convinced. A lot of them were actually kneeling in worship on the inside as they listened to the end of the song. Hoof looked behind him. Sirs, what about him? A deputy station head who was neither laughing nor crying said, why are there even such people? A station chief coughed and said, people involved in the performing arts are probably a little bit different, you know. There's a lot of people in the performing arts, the deputy station head said, but I've never seen one that takes it as far as him. In order to protect his identity, he pretended to be some retired old worker. And belt out revolutionary song after revolutionary song? Coming up with all sorts of tricks? He acted like he was a worker until it became a drama. He turned these working class songs into a series. When he gets onto the actual stage, he better not turn into a textile or subway worker. Who could bear that? Hoof was entertained. Sir, that definitely won't happen. When the day of recording arrives, he will definitely sing properly. I'm just curious as to who he really is. Another station head suddenly said, did you all forget? The contract. When everyone heard that, their eyes lit up. Right. The contract had yet to be signed. They still required him to sign it in person in order to participate. The clown had already gone off stage. Hoof asked, are there any more contestants lined up? Davey quickly answered, there are 2 more teachers who have just arrived, but they're both still getting ready. Alright, let them wait a bit. Hoof immediately called out to Zhang Yi, teacher clown, a word, please. The clown looked at him. Hoof held up the contract. You must be an industry insider, so you must surely know that there is a requirement to sign a contract before you can appear on the show. Please look over it. The clown acknowledged and walked over to them. He held the contract in his gloved hand and swept his eyes several times across the contract. Hoof said, it just outlines the duties of the artist, such as attending the show's recording on time. It's the same as any other contract. The contract period runs until the end of the show's broadcast. If you've verified that there are no problems, please sign your name here. Oh, by the way, it has to be your real name, else there's no legality, and that wouldn't do. Everyone was thinking that he would reject it. But this man wearing a clown mask did not even hesitate. He picked up a pen and signed his name in a few quick strokes. Hoof was taken aback. A few of the station heads were also taken aback. They grabbed the contract and squeezed together to look at it. Their jaws dropped. This is? What name is this? I can't read it. This is your real name? Although he did sign his real name, it was so flamboyant none of them could read it. The clown said, it's 100% my real name. He was not lying. He did indeed sign it as Zhang Yi, which was his real name. But of course, Zhang Yi was a calligrapher too. Regular script? Clerical script? Semi-cursive script? Cursive script? He knew all of those. As long as he didn't wish for anyone to read his handwriting, most ordinary folk would not be able to read it. And even if they wanted Zhang Yi to explain the characters he wrote down, He could easily tell them about the strokes that were written. His name and his signature would definitely match up. A deputy station head was flabbergasted. "Teacher, you're making things very difficult for us by doing this. If we don't even know who you are, how can we pay you your appearance fees?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "Just take care of my meals." Take care of his meals? No need for any appearance fees? Damn, aren't you too easy to fool? But it was true, the working class had always had low requirements. They had no other ideas left anyway. Having encountered such a stubborn veteran, what else could they do? They couldn't possibly deny him an appearance on the show, could they? With such good vocals, it would be a real pity not to have him. Besides, the man beneath the mask might really be some big-name celebrity, and that would mean viewership ratings. Who would willingly give that up? The clown walked off, leaving only the program team staff whispering to one another. Could he have really been a worker? The hell, you really believe that? How else could he have sung those songs with such enthusiasm? Who knows? I still can't figure it out. Yeah, those 3 songs have me befuddled. He's way too good at faking it. We might really have to wait until the start of the competition to find out what he's truly capable of. He hides himself really well. But is it worth it? He doesn't even want the appearance fees? Perhaps he's not actually a big-name celebrity? God only knows. However, when writing their evaluations, everyone still gave him very good reviews. Hoof wrote, "Bel Canto Maestro." Defy wrote, "Recommended as opener." Dong Shanshan wrote, "Able to sing old songs well, very unique." Backstage. In the clown's waiting room. Hanchi followed him back. "Teacher. There are a few more masked singer auditions taking place later. When everything is over, there will be an internal meeting." Meeting the other contestants? No, it's just showing everyone's singing to each other so that everyone can have a listen. Of course, it will only be a small portion of the actual singing, just a few lines. That's to allow the contestants to greet to each other with their vocals. Of course, if you don't wish to make yourself known to them in advance, you may decline to partake in this internal meeting. We are more lenient about that. But out of respect for everyone else, if you do not wish to take part, you won't be allowed to listen to their singing from the auditions. Okay. So your decision is? I'm fine with that. Okay. Zhang Yi was fine with the arrangement. He had already done so much to conceal his identity. If someone could still recognize him, he would have to hand it to them. In truth, even if he did not hide himself this way, people were not likely to identify him. That was because Zhang Yi had only sung officially in public once before, during Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala where he performed A Letter to Home. His singing then was done in a more recitative style and was considered casual, so the industry insiders all knew that he couldn't really sing and would therefore not likely associate him to this current identity. As such, Zhang Yi was not afraid to let others hear his singing. In fact, he wanted to listen to the other masked singers to find out their strengths. Half an hour. 1 hour. Finally, the auditions for the masked singers who came over today were finished. Shortly after, Han Chi knocked on the door and came in. "Teacher, we're ready." Zhang Yi said, "Okay." There was a television in the waiting room. Han Chi turned it on and changed some settings before an image appeared on the screen. This was clearly not a broadcast signal, but an internal one. Zhang Yi, with mask on, looked over. The first singer's voice came from the TV. The Niats cooled down. The Wayins died down. But where, oh where, are you? It was a woman's voice. All the notes were sung in a falsetto. It might look like very easy to sing in a falsetto, but it was particularly difficult to control. It required a lot of skill, yet this woman's falsetto was flawless and would make anyone who heard it shiver. Zhang Yi looked at her name. Stage name, Petal Shower. Who was it? He could not figure out who she was just from listening. Following her, the next voice sounded. The sun is my name. Heaven is my faith. The earth is my refuge, humanity is my enemy. It was a woman's voice again. It was a very gentle and soothing female voice. Upon hearing it for the first time, it didn't sound too special. But this voice was the type that became more pleasant the more you listened to it. It was the kind of voice that would slowly and lightly creep into your soul. It was wonderful. And who might this be? Looking at her stage name, it was Sunset Glow. So it was her. She had bumped into Zhang Yi earlier in the corridor. He felt that she should be someone he had come across before, although he could not recognize her. Next, a man's voice rang out. This was the voice of that man called Sunflower in the starlight. Oh. Yeah, oh. I don't believe that my life is worse than others. I don't believe that I have no talent. I don't believe that I'm destined to be a lowly person. I don't believe that my songs will be left unanswered forever. This was a song from this world, Zhang Yuanqi's old song, I Don't Believe, although he made several arrangements to the score. His voice had very strong carrying power, and his high notes were very powerful. He was certainly going to be a formidable adversary. Moreover, Zhang Yi was positive that this man was a professional singer. This was because if he were an actor or a host, even with great talent and singing, he couldn't possibly belt like that. This guy's voice was like a well-tempered and highly polished blade. Then the fourth contestant. Followed by the fifth. And the sixth. Zhang Yi was looking more and more helpless, thinking about how these contestants were much too fearsome. It wasn't until he heard the seventh person's voice that he felt a little relieved. This man's stage name was the Yak. Although he sang well, there were some flaws that could be heard in his singing. There were some articulation issues and other details of his singing that lacked quite a fair bit compared to the others, so he likely wasn't a professional singer. Or perhaps it was a newcomer to the music industry? But when it came down to the real competition, nothing was certain. The live studio atmosphere, the audience demographics, the choice of song, the order of appearances, the actual performance, all of these would affect the final results. Zhang Yi would not venture say that this guy would definitely get eliminated until the outcome was announced. Who knew? If he picked well and chose a song that resonated with the audience, then they might very well just vote for him. As a result, he knew not to disregard any of them. None of the competitors would be easy to deal with. Zhang Yi memorized all of their names by heart. He also knew they were not the only contestants. They were just the tip of the iceberg. After the clips were played, Hanchi looked at him with her beady eyes and blinked several times. "Teacher Clown, what do you think?" Zhang Yi stopped up his throat and commented in a gravelly voice, "They're all right. The Yak is average at singing, but for Petal Shower to sing entirely in falsetto, she's a little weird." Hanchi's vision swam. "Weird? You have the cheek to call others weird? Damn. Out of the entire group, you're the weirdest one, okay? Waiting room number 1. The voice of the clown was reverberating through the room. "How glorious it is to be an oil worker. Wear a hard hat and travel in the world." The masked man with the stage name, Sunflower in the Starlight, was staring, slack-jawed. Waiting room number 2. "We workers have the strength and power. We workers have the strength and power." Petal Shower nearly fell off the sofa. Waiting room number 4. "As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. I tend to get long-winded when talking about trucks. Think you know when I was 18 and learned how to drive, fiddling with that foreign truck, I became an old hand." Sunset Glow was wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The people in the other waiting rooms were also reacting similarly. All these masked singers were dumbfounded by what they heard. Fuck. What the fuck are these songs? Who the fuck is this guy? Did you come here to hold a union meeting or what? Could it be a veteran singer? Or an old performing artist who sang? But that voice did not sound like it. It didn't feel that old. Damn, just what kind of a person did King of Masked Singers invite this time? What a weirdo. This was the evaluation of the clown by all the other masked singers. They were also speculating about the identity of the clown. A bel canto singer. Did he sing opera? Just like how Zhang Yi was curious about who they were. They were also extremely curious as to who the clown was, as well as the identities of the other contestants. For this unprecedented variety show, no one knew their competitors, so maybe this was where the real fun lay. 985 A female celebrity in trouble. Chapter 985, A female celebrity in trouble. The next day. Early in the morning, his parents had gone out to buy groceries. After washing up, Zhang Yi closed his bedroom door and stayed inside to make a list of songs. Although it was still some days away until the official recording of King of Masked Singers, he definitely had to make some preparations beforehand. Frankly, with so many songs in his head, he did not know which song he'd pick to sing when he got on stage. This song? No, it was too normal. That song? That wouldn't do either, as it was unsuitable for him. Or that song? That song was alright, so he shortlisted it as a backup. After working at it for 1 full hour, Zhang Yi was still not finished with his song list and was forced to lay the thought to rest for the time being. Since he did not have any inspiration today, he would stop thinking about it for now. He would decide on which song to sing at a later time. As such, he chose to practice his singing, as it was going to be his prime weapon. If his voice was not good and he did not sing well, it would be pointless even if he chose the best songs, since he wouldn't be able to move the hearts of the audience. Together with his stage presence, the musical arrangement, and the control of the live studio atmosphere, all of those might affect the audience's auditory and visual perception, which would then be reflected in the final score. He still had many things that he needed to practice in the coming days. So it was better to take it slow. Woo. Yee, yeah. He began doing vocal cord warm-ups to train himself. This was the same as martial arts. Just learning wasn't enough, one would still have to practice diligently. Otherwise, though Zhang Yi had eaten 500 fruits of charm, voice, and 500 singing skill experience books, he could not wield them effectively. Coupled with the audition at Beijing television yesterday, he realized that there were many other masked singers with astonishing voices. The pressure on him was great, so naturally he would have to do more prep work. Zhang Yi knew that if he went on stage in his current shape, he would definitely not win. Those singers were the country's cream of the crop, surely consisting of some professional singers who might already have been singing for 10 or 20 years. This was something that Zhang Yi could not compare with. 1 day. 3 days. 5 days. He did not do anything other than practicing and refining his vocals every day during this period of time. The octave his high notes reached. How long his falsetto could last. What the auditory feedback of his low notes were. How to control his breathing and whether his modulations were mellow. He had to understand everything. Through experimentation, Zhang Yi gained a deeper understanding of his voice and singing techniques during these several days. Only by knowing his true skill could he exert his strength to the fullest. That would allow him to capitalize on his strong points and minimize his shortcomings. The promotions for King of Masked Singers were in full swing. On this day, a call from Huff arrived. Zanger, we're going to film the promo soon. Okay. Do you have any suggestions? Since you're the director, I shouldn't be making any suggestions. But if you need me to come up with a tagline or something, that's not a problem. As for how you want to film it, I'll leave it entirely to you. Are you really planning not to participate? Didn't I tell you already? I'd only be responsible for the pre-production. Brother Hu, I've been banned at long last, so why don't you let me rest a couple days? That won't do. Let's go together. You can give some advice while we're there. Where are you filming? Not too far away. Just around the Beijing area. Well, okay. This will only be a concept-based promo, so there's no need for the contestants to personally take part. We plan on creating an atmosphere like a martial arts conference, with masked experts from all walks of life facing off against each other in a battle to the death. We need the feel of experts fighting each other, so we've booked a training hall for the setting. The view over there is not bad, and the atmosphere is also suitable for what we want. We'll head there first to get a feel for the place and see if we can create the effect we want. A training hall? Yeah, that land is owned by the Lian family style school. They're a martial sect with a real martial arts lineage, unlike some training halls that hold deceptive recruitment drives and demand joining fees. They don't usually welcome outsiders. There's an old film called Death Battle, have you watched it before? The latter half of the movie was filmed there, so it's quite a famous place. The 2 houses that appeared in the movie became quite popular later on. Some tourists were even attracted by its fame to the point it nearly became a minor tourism spot. I heard that a film Ning Lan will be starring in will also be going there to do some on-location shooting in the next couple days. The Lian family style school? He didn't know about them as he was not very familiar with the martial sects and schools of the Chinese martial arts world. Forget it, Brother Hu. I think it's better that I don't go. What's the matter? If you're going to a training hall, I won't be joining you guys. But why? We're setting off tomorrow morning and can be back by evening at the earliest, so it wouldn't really delay anything for you. Hey, you're unemployed. What can be keeping you busy? It's better that I don't go. Didn't you just say that you would go? Man. Would he have to tell him that it was because he was a notorious figure in the Chinese martial arts world? Even if he told him that, Hu wouldn't believe it. Zhang Yi briefly discussed the concept for the promotional clip with Huff and brought up some of his ideas before hanging up. Regarding the Chinese martial arts world, Zhang Yi's current stand was, if you people do not provoke me, I will not provoke any of you. Let's just stay far away from each other so that we can save the trouble of finding each other an eyesore. He would not worry about the promotional video. Since the promo was getting produced, it meant the broadcast of the show was approaching. Zhang Yi had to make the best of it and practice his singing. He practiced his singing for yet another day, as well as wrote down a few concepts regarding some musical arrangements. He was certain he wanted to go on stage with original songs, so his workload was much greater than everyone else. He had to arrange many of the songs himself, or at least come up with some ideas so that he could communicate them to the band members and music director who were invited to King of Masked Singers. The next day, between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yi was still under the covers, sleeping, when he heard his cell phone beep non-stop. There were notifications from the chat app, with messages coming in one after another, waking him up. Who is it? Why would anyone send so many messages in a row? Groggy, Zhang Yi checked his cell phone. Oh, so the message notifications came from the Celebrity Goof Group, where almost all of the Heavenly Kings, Heavenly Queens, and A-list celebrities were members. Since he was already awake, he casually browsed through the messages. With over 100 messages, Zhang Yi became more startled the more he browsed. The first morning message was actually sent by Ninglan around 10 minutes ago. Ninglan, please help. Huo Dongfang, what happened? Xiaodong, what happened, Sister Ning? Fan Wenli, what's the matter? A lot of people appeared and responded. Ninglan sent a bitter smile emote and said, we came to Lianjiang for filming this morning. Due to a minor misunderstanding, someone in our filming team offended the Lian family style school. It blew up into a rather big affair and now our equipment has been withheld by them and they refuse to let us leave. Huo Dongfang, Lianjiang. Chen Guang said, Old Ning, are you alright? Ninglan, I'm alright for now. At this moment, Zhang Yuanqi appeared. Have you called the police yet? Ninglan, already done. The police are here and are talking with them. But it looks like it's gonna be pointless. We suggested compensating them monetarily but they wouldn't accept, so is there anyone here who can help us out? Please contact me, thanks. Zhang Yuanqi, I'll help you ask around. Ninglan, hurry up. Zhang Yuanqi, don't rush me. I'm already making some calls. Everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Zhang Yuanqi and Ninglan were close friends with a very good relationship. Although Zhang Yi had never met Ninglan, who was an A-list celebrity in the film industry, in person before, they had chatted together in the group quite often. Zhang Yi was still reading the chat history at the moment. Zhang Yuanqi, I've checked with a few people for you, but they can't do anything about it. The Lian family style school is a martial sect of the martial arts community whose unarmed fighting techniques are an intangible cultural asset. They don't have much interaction with the outside world, and the martial arts teachers that I approached were unqualified to talk to them. Old Zhang is in their circle, right? I'll help you him. He's a member of the martial arts community, so he should be able to help out. Zhang Hanwei. Then Zhang Yuanqi said, if he's not here, you can just call him. Xiaodong, who was on extremely good terms with Zhang Hanwei, added, Zhang Hanwei, Uncle Zhang, Sis Ning has met with some trouble. Zhang Hanwei was also one of the chat members in the group, though Zhang Yi had not seen him say anything yet. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that Zhang Yi had recently joined the group. After 7 or 8 messages, Zhang Hanwei's name finally came up. I just saw this. I don't really have any connections with the Lian family style and have not had any dealings with them before either. But I'll make a call to help you ask around and see if they're willing to give me some face. Ninglan, thank you so much, brother Zhang. Zhang Hanwei, don't mention it. Let me try making a call. Zhang Hanwei was extremely skilled in martial arts, though his status was a little bit more aloof in the entertainment industry due to his big brother status. But he knew many people and was highly respected by them. But in the Chinese martial arts world, Zhang Hanwei's reputation was not really that great as he did not belong to any martial sect or school. He was previously a disciple of the Huashan sect, but was later expelled for reasons unknown. At most, he could be considered a former disciple of the Huashan sect, although that wasn't exactly much of a good reputation either. In the Chinese martial arts world, seniority and pedigree were emphasized with even more importance than in the entertainment industry. Even if the Zhang Hanwei stunt team had a sparkling reputation in the entertainment industry and around the country, many people in the real martial arts community refused to acknowledge him. A few minutes later, sure enough, Zhang Hanwei said, I called them, but they aren't willing to give any face to me. Xiaodong was a warm-hearted girl. Uncle Zhang, you have such a high status, yet they won't even give you any face? What gives them the right to do that? Zhang Hanwei said helplessly, the Chinese martial arts world is different from the entertainment industry. The martial arts community is a more sealed-off place. There are more rules as well. Once you've violated their taboos, they might really take it to the bitter end with you. Ninglan, I heard about your people stepping on their heavenly rock that was passed down by their ancestral founder. No wonder they risked their lives. Ninglan sighed and said, it was because one of our cameramen wanted to find a better angle to shoot from. But he didn't know that the rock held significance, so he crossed the fence and stepped onto it. We apologized, but it was no use. Everyone is trapped here now. We can't even retrieve our equipment. Zhang Hanwei advised, try to think of another way. I have no means to handle this. I really can't do much to help you. Fan Wenli said, even reporting it to the police doesn't work? Chen Guang, but still, they can't detain you like this. Xiaodong, then what can we do? Ninglan, the police is afraid to lock horns with them too. More and more of their sect members are gathering around now. Things look bad. Brother Zhang, you used to be part of the martial arts community. What do you think we should do? Zhang Hanwei, even monetary compensation didn't work? Ninglan, it didn't work, they wouldn't accept. Zhang Hanwei, such a problem is not easy to handle. Xiaodong, everyone, does anyone have a solution? Please rescue Sister Ning. This was the latest message in the group chat. 986 Zhang Yi steps in. Chapter 986, Zhang Yi steps in. The Goof Group. This should be the coolest chat group that ever existed in the entertainment industry. Almost all of the big shot celebrities were in it, and any one of them could shake up the entertainment industry with just a stomp of their foot. This group was usually just a place for shooting the breeze, but if anyone encountered trouble, they could seek help from the group. Those who could help would definitely try their best as they were always looking out for one another. After all, who wouldn't have times of trouble themselves? These celebrities always seemed like they were doing well on the outside, but there were still times they were vulnerable and needed to band together. Does anyone have a solution? Old Ning, you guys must control yourselves, you can't clash with them. Those people from the martial arts world are not to be trifled with. Every single one of them is very skilled. Who here can speak with the Lian family? Is there anyone else online? Ninglan's social ties within the industry were very good. Whenever her friends approached her for a guest role as a supporting character, she would always agree without hesitation and help out wherever she could. So as she ran into today's problem, everyone was very concerned for her. Reading this, Zhang Yi could no longer play dead. He sat up in bed and typed, "Are Beijing TV's people there yet?" It was Zhang Yi. The people in the chat group were taken aback by his appearance. Everyone already knew about the conflict between Zhang Yi and Zhang Hanwei. But no one expected that the two of them would appear in the group chat at the same time. Ninglan immediately said, "Are you referring to the program team of King of Masked Singers? They're here too. They arrived shortly after us and got detained as well." Zhang Yi frowned. "They were detained too?" Ninglan said, "The Lian family styles people probably thought that they were also part of our group." Zhang Yi made a noise in understanding. "Then I'll make a trip there." "Ninglan, you're coming over right now?" "Zhang Yi, I'll head over straight away." Chen Guang asked, "Zanger, why are you going over there?" Xiaodong said in surprise, "You can help them out, Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Yi said, "We'll see when I get there." Then he said to Ninglan, "If that group of people tries to do anything to you guys, just mention my name." Ninglan was stunned. "Mentioning your name will work?" Zhang Yi said, "Probably." Ninglan, "Okay, I'll wait for you." "Thank you so much." Zhang Yuanqi reappeared and asked Zhang Yi, "You can resolve things?" Zhang Yi said, "More or less. I'm certain I can bring everyone and the equipment back safely." In truth, no one understood how Zhang Yi could have any influence over Lian Jie. Even for a martial artist like Zhang Hanwei, the Lian family style was not willing to give him any face at all. "And you're talking about mentioning your name?" Xiaodong was still quite worried, so she sent Zhang Hanwei a private message. "Xiaodong, Uncle Zhang, is there really no other way?" There was a moment of silence from the other side. Then Zhang Hanwei replied, "Didn't that Zhang guy say he was going?" "Xiaodong, what use would it be even if Teacher Zhang goes? With that bad temper of his, what if he ends up fighting with them when he gets there? That would blow things up even more. All of those people know martial arts, and if they really beat up Teacher Zhang to a pulp, then..." Zhang Hanwei said, "Beat him to a pulp? That would be so wonderful." Xiaodong didn't know how to react. "Uncle Zhang." Zhang Hanwei pondered for a moment. The problem is that they'd have to be willing to act." Xiaodong didn't understand. "Eh? What do you mean?" Zhang Hanwei did not bother explaining. "Nothing. At home." Zhang Yi immediately rose out of bed and got dressed. His mother asked, "You're up? Do you want breakfast?" "I can't eat now." Zhang Yi said helplessly, "My coworkers ran into some trouble, so I have to go take care of it." At this moment, a call from Beijing television arrived. It was Huge. "Teacher Zhang, we ran into some trouble at Lianjie." Zhang Yi grunted. "I heard about it." "You've already heard about it?" Huge was surprised. Zhang Yi asked, "Is Brother Hu there too?" Huge said, "Yeah, all of us have been detained here." Zhang Yi said, "Tell everyone to wait for me to get there." Hoof had asked him yesterday to go with him to film the promotional video for the show, but when Zhang Yi heard that they were going to one of the martial sex training halls, he turned him down. He didn't expect that he would still have to make a trip there in the end. Zhang Yi went out, got in his car, and drove straight for Lianjie. Later that morning, 10:30 a.m. Zhang Yi drove very fast at a high speed all the way and reached the location in no time at all. He got out of his car and asked for directions before striding off. Before he even got there, he could hear bickering. At the grounds, a film crew and a program team were surrounded by a group of people. Ninglan's film crew consisted of around 18 people, while there were less people from the Beijing television team, numbering only around 12 people. Actually, the Lian family styles people who had surrounded them numbered between 20 and 30 people and were roughly equal in numbers to them. They were all wielding club-type weapons. But Ninglan, Hoof, and the others did not risk leading everyone else to break through because they knew their opponents were all martial artists. The Lian family style was absolutely not a small sect in the Chinese martial arts world. Their master had appeared on a central TV science show several years ago, during which he performed his kung fu in the presence of an audience, and was recognized as a genuine martial arts master. Although their grounds and some of its facilities were made available for lease to the public in recent years to supplement their income, the Lian family style school was still the same old illustrious but reclusive sect of the Chinese martial arts world. Even if their opponents amounted to just 10 people, Ninglan and the others would still be unable to overpower them in a fight, much less force their way out. A person on the film crew said, "Return our equipment to us." Furious, a Lian family-style unarmed specialist said, "In your dreams." That person on the film crew fumed, "We've apologized to you guys already. We understand that we were in the wrong as we did not know about the history of the Heavenly Rock, so how can you guys handle things this way? Just what do you people want?" Ninglan tugged at that person on the film crew. "Director Wang, let's refrain from saying too much." Director Wang said angrily, "But they're really taking this too far." The Lian family-style disciple shouted, "We'll talk about this when our master gets here." One of the Lian family-style disciples said, "Before our master gets here, no one is to leave." Hoof was also getting irked. "Do you people know how to act reasonably?" Huj said in frustration, "What does any of this have to do with us? Why are you surrounding us as well?" The Beijing television team had really gotten themselves embroiled in an unfortunate series of events today. They had only just arrived and bumped into the film crew that was filming a movie here. As some of them knew each other, they went over to greet the film crew and chatted happily for a while. After all, they were by and large from the same industry, and it was only polite to greet each other when they met. But who could have known that something would happen right at the next moment? Hoof, Zhaolu, Dafei, and the others had all been surrounded from morning until now, deadlocked for the past few hours. The police were also here. Several of the local police officers were trying to smooth things over. "Forget about it and just let it slide, Master Chen. They've apologized to you all and even offered compensation. You can't keep them here forever, right? There has to be an end to all this." There was an unarmed specialist surnamed Chen who practiced the Lian family style. Master Chen seethed, "The Heavenly Rock was handed down by our Lian family style's ancestral founder. It's the symbol of our sect. It's just as important as our name. They should have just stuck to their filming. We leased the place to them, so we wouldn't have kicked up a fuss as long as they did not damage anything. Besides, we even fenced the area around the Heavenly Rock. There was also a warning sign in place. Yet they had to step on it. That's the same as stepping on our heads. Can we take that lying down? Huh? Senior bro, let's not wait for Master to get here. Right, let's beat them up before talking. This is so infuriating. Beat them up. Smash their equipment." The Lian family-style disciples were whipped into a frenzy. When the film crew heard that the disciples were going to smash the equipment, they got worried. "Don't you dare." The digital film was inside the cameras. If they got smashed, that would be a huge problem. Meanwhile, the Beijing television team was also having none of it as their equipment was also being confiscated. Hoof said, "What are you people trying to do? What are you doing?" Huj and Hudi each rushed to stand in front of a female colleague to protect them. The police officers started to look uneasy. "Calm down, everyone, calm down. Don't fight. Let's talk about this without resorting to violence." The Lian family styles people said angrily, "What's there to talk about? There's nothing to say." They tightened their grips on their weapons. When Ninglan realized that things were going badly, and was getting out hand, she remembered Zhang Yi's words. She had no choice but to use this as a last resort. She immediately shouted, "Zhang Yi is my friend." Zhang Yi? Why was Zhang Yi's name brought up? The film crew was shocked. The people from Beijing television were also staring at her in shock. However, they were made even more slack-jawed by what happened next. When the Lian family-style disciples heard those two words Zhang Yi, they looked shaken and were instantly silenced. Huh? What was going on? Ninglan also didn't expect for those two words to be so effective. She immediately pointed behind her. "These friends are from Beijing TV and are all Zhang Yi's co-workers. He'll be here shortly too." Some of the Lian family-style disciples looked at each other. Someone stuck their neck out suddenly and gritted their teeth. "So what if Zhang Yi is coming? It doesn't matter who comes. Right? Don't you people even think about leaving this place today? Even if Zhang Yi comes here in person, he'd still have to." Ninglan sighed. In the end, it didn't work. But the next second, a voice abruptly came from behind everyone. "Even if I come here in person, I'd still have to what?" Zhang Yi was here. Ninglan turned around and said, "Little Zhang." Zhao said in surprise, Teacher Zhang. When the Lian family-style disciples saw him, they all looked like they had just seen a ghost. 987 Why are they showing so much respect to Zhang Yi? Chapter 987, Why are they showing so much respect to Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi arrived. The Lian family-style disciples were cursing on the inside. Fuck. What is this plague god doing here? Shit. This is going to be bad. They were all in a subconscious state of panic. Although they had not participated in the recent Danshan martial arts conference, how could they not have heard of Zhang Yi's notoriety? Huj, Hudi, and the others immediately ran up to him. Teacher Zhang. You're here? They've confiscated all of our station's equipment. What is this? Tell me what this is. Han Qi and Zhao Lu stamped their feet angrily. Hoof also looked over. Zanger. Zhang Yi asked, is everyone alright? Hoof furrowed his brows as he looked at the martial artists. He said, we're alright for now, but they were planning to beat us up because of the argument we had. Even the police couldn't do anything when they got here. Zhang Yi said, I'll handle it. Hoof said, be careful. Zhang Yi nodded. Ninglan also came up to him. Zhang Yi locked eyes with her. As this was their first time meeting in person, they took the opportunity to size each other up. Ninglan was worthy of being an A-list movie star. She was elegant and looked very pretty as well. But at present, her clothing was a bit odd. She was wearing robes in the ancient style. Her sleeve was torn apart at the shoulder, and was even smeared with mud and some blood. This look was probably required for a scene in the movie. Ninglan stretched out her hand. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi shook her hand. Sister Ning. Ninglan had gone through all kinds of difficulties in the industry. Even though she and the film crew were trapped here and their equipment had been taken away, she did not make a fuss. Instead, she laughed. As per your instructions, I mentioned your name but it didn't seem to have worked. She turned around and looked at the Lian family-style disciples. Zhang Yi also looked at them. The Lian family-style? Master Chen, who was the group's leader, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, that's us. Zhang Yi said calmly, I think I heard someone say that even if I came here in person, I'd still have to do something? That thought wasn't finished, so please go on and finish it. When they heard that, the disciples immediately fell silent. The Lian family-style disciples were instantly dumbstruck and started sputtering. Zhang Yi stared at them. You don't even have that tiny ounce of respect for me, do you? Respect? What respect did Zhang Yi command here? The Lian family-style disciples had even ignored the police, while the calls from Zhang Hanwei and other people in the industry trying to clear up the misunderstanding went ignored as well. The Beijing television team could not understand. The film crew could not understand either. To them, Zhang Yi was just an A-list celebrity. But then again, Ninglan was an A-list celebrity too. She was even much more popular than him, yet what use was that? In the martial arts community, they did not care about how famous you were as the two fields were in different domains with basically nothing in common. However, the Lian family-style disciples' reaction confused everyone. There was a moment of silence from them. Eventually, Master Chen braced himself and stepped forward. He apologized, my deepest apologies, Master Zhang. My junior martial brothers don't know how to be polite. We didn't mean in that way. Zhang Yi regarded him. But it sounded to me like you really meant it that way. Master Chen gave him a nervous fist and palm salute. We wouldn't dare. Ninglan was stunned. Hoof was wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Dafei, Zhaolu, Han Qi, and the film crew were all dumbfounded. Damn. What was that supposed to mean? What was going on? The Lian family-style disciples had just been furiously calling to rough them up. But when Zhang Yi arrived, why did they suddenly turn into different people? Why was their attitude toward Zhang Yi completely different from their attitude toward them? Zhang Yi pointed to the people behind him and said, these are my co-workers, Ninglan's my friend. Before I came over, I told Sister Ning that I would be arriving very soon. I told her that if there was any trouble, she could just mention my name to you. Oh, but now I've realized that I don't even command that tiny ounce of respect. And you people were even planning to beat them up after they brought up my name? Alright then. He stepped aside to vacate the area, revealing the people behind him. Then he swept his arm toward the film crews. Make your move. Do whatever you wanted to do. Master Chen was sweating profusely, and was truly trembling. You must be kidding. Please don't joke around like this. Zhang Yi solemnly replied, I'm not kidding. Master Chen wiped at his sweat again. None of the Lian family-style disciples ventured out. Make our move? Rough them up while you're standing right here? Fuck, we haven't lived long enough yet. Before Zhang Yi's arrival, they could have done anything they wanted, such as scolding or beating them up, and no one could have said anything against that. That was because the Leon family style had the right to do as they wished since it was the film crew who offended them first. Even the police would not be able to interfere. This was similar to how the ethnic minorities had their own rules, culture, and traditions. You couldn't just go about doing whatever you wanted and not respect their rules while in their territory. But now that Zhang Yi had come personally, they knew that they couldn't back up their bluster. With Zhang Yi's status in the martial arts community, if they did not show him this basic respect, then it would be their Leon family style who did not observe the rules. Of course, the crux of the matter was that even if a few dozen of them combined their strength, they still wouldn't be a fucking match for him. Beat them up? That would be as good as digging their own graves. Zhang Yi said calmly, I already know the issue. Whatever my friends here were in the wrong about, they've apologized and offered compensation. Or maybe you people could request something you need since they were at fault. There would be no argument against that. Zhang Yi had always been a reasonable man. But wouldn't beating them up be going overboard? A bunch of martial artists bullying a group of powerless people? There are even women among them. Are you not ashamed of yourselves? The Leon family-style disciples were afraid to utter a word, but neither did they have an excuse. Zhang Yi immediately said, if you feel that their apology was not good enough, I will apologize to you all on their behalf since they are my friends. He then cupped his fists and bowed. Master Chen went to stop him, flustered. Please don't. Please don't. Another Leon family-style unarmed specialist hurriedly said, there's no need to do that. This isn't your fault, a female unarmed specialist also said hurriedly. Master Zhang, there's really no need for you to do that. They could not accept Zhang Yi's apology, nor did they deserve it. But with Zhang Yi showing his sincerity, much of their anger had dissipated. They suddenly felt that Zhang Yi was not as unreasonable as the rumors going around the martial arts community made him out to be. All of a sudden, they heard footfalls coming from behind them. Another person had arrived. It was a middle-aged man who was bald. He looked very tough but had quite a tender air about him. The Leon family-style disciples instantly extricated themselves. Master! 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 The man of the hour had arrived. It was the Leon family-style's master of the current generation. The film crew and the Beijing television team were subconsciously nervous. When the master arrived, they thought there would be another twist of events. If the other party decided to be unreasonable, they would still be unable to leave this place. Yet somehow, the next development made them once again unable to react. Zhang Yi looked at him and gave him a fist and palm salute. Master Leon. The master of the Leon family style also looked at Zhang Yi. He gave a fist and palm and salute and said, Master Zhang. A rare guest. Zhang Yi said, I am here to resolve things for my friends and co-workers. They are just common folk and do not know your rules. If they did anything wrong, let me apologize on their behalf. The master of the Leon family style refused to accept his apology as well and replied, there's no need, Master Zhang. I've already been informed about the matter. The heavenly rock was handed down by our Leon family style's ancestral founder, and holds a great deal of significance to our Leon family. But you are right, we cannot blame the ignorant. In reality, it's no big deal. Besides, how can we not show you respect, Master Zhang? Zhang Yi said, then allow me to thank you on behalf of my friends. They could refuse to give face to Zhang Hanwei. But they could not afford to snub Zhang Yi. In the martial arts community, Zhang Hanwei's status was on a completely different plane from Zhang Yi's. Zhang Hanwei was a former disciple of the Huashan sect, so even if he were an expert martial arts master, a former disciple was still a former disciple. His background was already tainted by that fact. Furthermore, some things that happened back at the Huashan sect all those years ago had given some people in the Chinese martial arts world a bad impression of Zhang Hanwei. But Zhang Yi was different. First, his kung fu skills were out in the open for all to see. He was someone who had previously forced a draw against a grandmaster. In the entire Chinese martial arts world, Zhang Yi was without doubt the strongest person below the grandmaster level. With his superb kung fu, even if those present today and the master of the Leon family style were to gang up on him, the few dozen of them would still not be a match for Zhang Yi. Second, Zhang Yi's identity as the successor to the Taiji fist that had been lost for over 100 years was held in very high esteem within the martial arts community. It had a whole other meaning altogether. Third, Zhang Yi had recently barged into the grounds of over a dozen large sects in succession and took them all down with astounding ease. Almost all of the sects of the Chinese martial arts world that could be counted as large had their plaques smashed by him. Even the Shelline Monastery and Huashan sect had suffered Zhang Yi's violent wrath. Other than him, there was no one in the martial arts community with such a reputation. Even today, his legend was spreading throughout the martial arts community. However, even though there were many people denouncing him, as long as they did not have a blood feud with Zhang Yi, they would still prefer to avoid someone like him as much as possible. Afterwards, the master of the Lian family style glanced at his disciples and reprimanded, "Master Zhang is a guest, but you're all holding clubs. Is this the way we treat our guests?" When the Lian family style disciples heard this, they hurriedly put down their weapons. "We're sorry, Master." "Huh. Our apologies, Master Zhang." Since they were being courteous with him, Zhang Yi also behaved politely. Zhang Yi said, "We should be the ones apologizing instead." An employee from the film crew was also quite enthusiastic to smooth things over. He came forward and said, "I'm sorry, Master Lian. We really didn't know the story behind the Heavenly Rock. We'll be sure to take note of it from now on. Tell us if you require anything for the training hall, or we could also fork out some money to help you renovate the place. It looks like quite a few of the structures are getting worn down." The master of the Lian family style waved it off and said, "There's no need for that. Since your side has apologized, consider things resolved. There's no need to bring it up again. Besides, Master Zhang has come all the way here, so how could I ask you all for compensation?" Then he turned around and said to his disciples, "What are you doing still standing there? Return their equipment." "Yes. Yes, Master." Master Lian beckoned to Zhang Yi and said, "Shall we have some tea inside, Master Zhang?" "This way, please." Zhang Yi also gesticulated. "You first." The two of them went inside to the innermost room. They left behind a group of dumbfounded people who were unable to accept what had just happened before their very eyes. "Master Zhang? When did Zhang Yi become a master? What the fuck was that salutation? In addition, why was the Lian family styles people willing to show this much respect to Zhang Yi?" 988 Martial Arts Master vs. Martial Arts Master. Chapter 988, Martial Arts Master vs. Martial Arts Master. In the compound. Inside the room, the tea had been brewed. Master Lian swept out his arm. "Please have a seat, Master Zhang." Zhang Yi said politely, "You first, Master Lian." "You are the guest, so you first," Master Lian said. Zhang Yi nodded and dispensed with the niceties. He sat down. Around them, a few of the Lian family style disciples were also present. But they looked quite nervous, or maybe they were being cautious, as they kept their eyes on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said helplessly, "Don't be so nervous. I'm just here to resolve things for my friends and coworkers. After I have my tea and finish filming the promo, I'll leave immediately." He knew what sort of reputation he had, so he made clear his intentions to put them at ease. And it was true he was not planning on causing any trouble today. The Lian family style disciples looked embarrassed. "It's not that. We aren't nervous." "Yeah, we're not. You're an honored guest, so we must show you hospitality." In truth, what they had just said was totally different from they were thinking. Not nervous? How can we not be fucking nervous? Over a dozen large sects such as the Shelline Monastery, Nudang sect, Huashan sect, Kunlun sect, Imai sect, Iron Palm sect, and the rest with a few centuries of history were all taken down by you. In the entire martial arts community, who would not be on tenterhooks around you? Whose hearts wouldn't tremble if they saw you? For you to appear at our Lian family styles grounds today, how can we not be nervous? How big-hearted would we have to be? Just hurry up and leave already. Leave once you're finished with your business. We are terrified into panic just at the sight of you." When a junior martial brother of the Lian family style was given a signal to leave by his senior brother, he stole a glance at Zhang Yi before quietly withdrawing from the room and going outside into the training hall. There were still several fellow disciples inside the training hall who did not know about the events that had occurred outside. "Eh? Little junior bro? How are things outside? Have those people been taught a lesson yet? Where's Master?" Those disciples all asked about it. Instead, they witnessed their junior martial brother wildly gesticulate while panting, "Quick, quick, quick. Don't say anything. Just hide our training hall's plaque." A senior brother was taken aback. "What for?" A senior sister said with wide eyes, "Why hide the plaque?" The junior martial brother gave a bitter smile and said something shocking. "Zhang Yi is here." Everyone in the training hall suddenly looked horrified. Holy fuck. Why is he here? Heavens. Quickly. Hide the plaque. Hide it. Hurry up and hide it. All hell broke loose as every one of them started panicking. This was what Zhang Yi represented. His name was dreaded in the martial arts community. Meanwhile, the people inside the room did not know what was going on outside. Actually, Zhang Yi's attitude was very clear and the issue was considered resolved. Both parties were very courteous to each other. There wasn't much conflict either. However, due to Zhang Yi's notoriety, several of those disciples took things into their own hands by hiding the plaque for safety's sake. Honestly, though, they couldn't be blamed for being overly cautious as it was always better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Yi's reputation was simply too notorious. As someone who could take the Huashan sex plaque and make it into beaded bracelets to give away, they couldn't be blamed no matter how nervous they got. After 3 cups of tea, Master Leon suddenly said, "Master Zhang, I've long heard of your great name." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "My name isn't all that great. It's just infamous." The Leon family-style disciples started sweating. "Oh, so you know that yourself too, eh?" Master Leon also smiled. "I've long admired the martial arts style of the Taiji Fist. We've heard a lot about the Taiji Fist since my master's generation, but we've never had the opportunity to see it for ourselves. Since you have graced us with your presence today, Master Zhang, and this is a rare opportunity, I wonder if we could exchange a few blows and learn from each other?" Zhang Yi said, "You're too polite, Master Leon. Of course I don't mind exchanging a few blows with you." Master Leon was delighted and rose to his feet. "Then, Master Zhang, I look forward to it." Zhang Yi also stood up. "As do I, Master Leon." Master Leon instructed, "Clear the room." They did not go outside as there were too many people out there. Instead, his disciples quickly shifted the teapot, tea table, and assorted aside, then left the room in understanding. They knew full well that they were not allowed to stay behind to view this exchange between the 2 martial arts masters. They withdrew. Inside the room, the cleared space was about 5 or 6 square meters. It wasn't big, but it was more than enough. Master Leon gave him a fist and palm salute. "Please, Master Zhang." "Please, Master Leon," Zhang Yi said. Outside, a lot of the Leon family-style disciples were getting very curious. Thud. Thump. They had started fighting, and sounds of their exchange constantly came from inside. "Who do you guys think will win?" "Our master will win, of course." "You really think so?" "Ahem, I guess our master will probably. There's nothing to guess. It's an 80% chance that our master won't be a match for Zhang Yi." "It's not an 80% chance, it's a 100% that he won't be a match for Zhang Yi." "Sixth junior bro, why are you praising the enemy and putting down our master? Do you guys really think that other than Grand Masters, there's someone who's a match for Zhang Yi?" 5 minutes later, the sounds of fighting stopped. When the door opened, Zhang Yi and Master Leon walked out one after the other. "Master! Master!" The Leon family-style disciples looked at them anxiously, wanting to know how it had turned out. Zhang Yi said, "I must take my leave and go to my co-workers, Master Leon." Master Leon said, "If there's any trouble, you can come look for me anytime." "Thank you. Take care, Master Zhang." "No need to see me out, Master Leon." "Goodbye." Zhang Yi left. Immediately, many of the Leon family-style disciples gathered around their master. "Master. How was it? Who won? Who was the victor?" Master Leon looked over them. "We drew." They were shocked when they heard that. "A draw? Master, you're that powerful? Even Zhang Yi was not your match?" However, Master Leon shook his head as he looked out at Zhang Yi's retreating, distant figure. He smiled and said, "He did not even use 20% of his strength, while I'd given it my all. He was just giving me face and being polite." He then sighed and said, "Taiji Fist is indeed worthy of its reputation." The Leon family-style disciples fell silent at once. 20% of his strength? Their master was not even a match for 20% of Zhang Yi's strength? It was no wonder that he could single-handedly challenge over a dozen large sects in succession. There were differences between the various grandmasters too. Rao Aizen, for example. She could face 2 grandmasters by herself for a short period of time without being disadvantaged. Naturally, there were differences between individual martial arts masters as well. Zhang Yi, Yang Shu and Master Leon were both martial arts masters. But even if Yang Shu and Master Leon were to team up to take on Zhang Yi, they might not be able to take more than 30 attacks from him. Whether it was their moves, physical attributes, or their concealed power, the gap was simply too great. All of a sudden, Master Leon spoke, "Master Zhang's associates are filming a promo today. Help them however you can. Sometimes, we only get to know certain people after we've met them. There's no need to believe the rumors floating around out there. At the very least, I dare say that Master Zhang is not that unreasonable man he was rumored to be." Was that so? Was he really? The Leon family-style disciples were still skeptical. 989 Why are you guys so afraid of him? Chapter 989, Why are you guys so afraid of him? Outside. The people from Beijing Television and the film crew were all busy working. Their equipment had been returned. Actually, there were not many scenes left for the film crew to shoot. After getting a few more takes, they were finished filming for the day. Cut. It's a wrap. Great work, Director Wang. You too, Sister Ning. The film crew started to pack up their equipment. Not too far away, Zhang Yi was strolling past at this moment. When the film crew saw him, The director and a few of the managers rushed up to him. Teacher Zhang. Thank you so much. It was all thanks to you. Thank you. Zhang Yi smiled and said, not at all. I had to answer Sister Ning's call for help. Besides, my coworkers were also trapped here. In the name of reason, I had to make a trip here today. Ninglan also smiled and said, if you hadn't come here today, Teacher Zhang, we really wouldn't have known what to do. It seems like only you can earn their respect. Others couldn't do a thing. Zhang Yi waved it off. The key is that they were willing to give me face. The truth is that we were in the wrong this time. The director said, it was due our crew's negligence. I'm quite sorry about that. We even caused trouble for you and your friends from Beijing television. Zhang Yi said, think nothing of it. Everything is fine now. The film crew shouldered their equipment and left one by one. Ninglan was the last person to leave. She looked at Zhang Yi. So it really did help to mention your name. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I just happened to have some influence here. They were also willing to give me face. Sure. Ninglan smiled a beautiful smile. When I encounter something like this in the future, I'll know what to do. Mentioning your name, Zhang Yi, will be sure to help. Zhang Yi started and quickly said, don't do that. You absolutely must not. Ninglan was curious. What's wrong? Zhang Yi said nervously, in any case, just don't mention my name. I don't have that great an influence. Mention my name? You need to know where you are first of all. It might be alright if it's at the Lian family style school or some of the other small sects in the martial arts community. Those places are more than likely willing to give me face. But if you went to the Shelline Monastery, Huashan sect, or Kunlun sect and mentioned my name, then you'd be trying to die. The issue might have started small, but if you mention my name, the small issue will most assuredly get blown out of proportion. After a while, Ninglan and the film crew left in a hurry to get to their next location. Zhang Yi then went to the Beijing television team. They had already begun filming the promotional video and were currently blocking out the scene. When Hoof saw that Zhang Yi had come over, he asked, you even have influence at this place? Zhang Yi gave a wry smile. More or less. Zhao Lu grinned and shouted, Teacher Zhang, you're so cool. Yeah. Dafei said, you didn't see what happened just then. It was so dangerous. But after you arrived, the Lian family-style disciples just stayed silent. What the hell happened? What sort of title is Master Zhang? Huge was extremely curious. Zhang Yi smiled and said, it's just a form of address, nothing more. Since Zhang Yi did not elaborate, no one could puzzle it out. Whatever it was, today's incident had astounded all of them. How could Zhang Yi have more influence than Zhang Hanwei in the domain of the Chinese martial arts world? When the police officers standing a distance away were finally certain that there wouldn't be any more trouble, they gave each other a look and had a quick word with the people from Beijing television before turning to leave. They didn't even greet Zhang Yi. Certainly, they knew who Zhang Yi was. But his reputation with the police was the same as it was in the Chinese martial arts world. It was very notorious. Those two verses of shut are the doors for humans, open is the entrance of a dog cage, and no matter how heavy the iron shackles clang at my feet, no matter how high you raise the whip, had pushed the police into the public eye a couple years ago. They had nearly drowned in the people's vitriol. Zhang Yi had gone in and out of the police station a few times himself, so he had dealt with the Public Security Bureau on many occasions. As such, whenever the cops saw Zhang Yi, their first reaction would be to stay as far away as possible, since they knew how awful this guy could be. The shooting for the promotional video began. Who fast, Zanger, what do you think about this? It's fine, Zhang Yi said. Who fast, do you have any suggestions? Zhang Yi smiled and said, I'm just a bystander, don't ask me. Who laughed and said, with you, the director of the #1 rated TV show in the country, standing here beside me, who else would I ask if not you? In the end, Zhang Yi had no choice but to offer some advice. He made a few filming suggestions, but did not say more than necessary. Zhang Yi had high expectations for the King of Masked Singers. After all, it was a show he would be competing in. But that was also why Zhang Yi did not want to get involved in the production too much. He wanted to give it some novelty since his upcoming battlefield wasn't going to be behind the scenes. Half an hour. An hour. The filming followed a packed schedule. Zhang Yi was observing things from a distance with folded arms. Some Lian family-style disciples were also nearby, stealing glances at Zhang Yi from time to time. Some of them looked at him curiously, while some of them glanced at him cautiously. But regardless of what their expressions were, there was always some fear in their eyes. Each one stayed as far away as they could. No one dared to get too near to him. Many of those from Beijing television noticed this, and it made them wonder even more. Zhao Lu could no longer hold it in. When she saw one of the Lian family-style disciples, she suddenly went up to him and said, Bro. Ah. The unarmed specialist was startled. Zhao Lu pointed in Zhang Yi's direction. Can I ask you something? Why are you guys so afraid of Teacher Zhang? The unarmed specialist said in embarrassment. We're not. Zhao Lu asked, really? The unarmed specialist wiped his sweat. We're not afraid of him. Zhao Lu said suspiciously, oh, is that so? Then I must have been wrong. The Lian family style's unarmed specialists could only smile bitterly in their minds. Not afraid? How could they not be afraid of him? In the Chinese martial arts world, who wouldn't tremble at the mere mention of Zhang Yi's name? Only people like you who did not know powerful Zhang Yi's would dare to speak to Zhang Yi in such a manner. If it were the Chinese martial arts world's people, how many would dare to act trashly in front of him? Even those large sects with a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Yi might not necessarily dare to do so. They were constantly saying they wanted to denounce Zhang Yi, but how long had it been? Had any of the large sects taken action yet? They only dared to talk big. Heading to the metropolitan area. On the road. In the bus, the director was cursing at the cameraman who had stepped on the Lian family style's heavenly rock. He had been scolding him the entire way back. What the hell were you thinking? Didn't you see that they'd fenced it? That cameraman looked down at the floor without speaking. He had been quite frightened. The director snapped, if Sister Ning had not asked Zhang Yi for help, all of our equipment would have been written off. Someone might have even gotten hurt. The cameraman said, it was my fault. Ning Lan said, it's over, so let's forget about it, Director Wang. The director said, frankly, however, although Teacher Zhang Yi's reputation in the industry is not too good, but his influence is quite wide. Ning Lan owed Zhang Yi a rather big favor this time, so she wanted to help him out. She smiled and said, why don't we add another character to our movie? And then invite Zhang Yi to play the part? The director gave her a wry smile. Do you think I don't want to? If Zhang Yi had joined the film a while back, the male lead's role would have belonged to him for certain. But ever since the air pollution documentary scandal, who has the courage invite him aboard? He has offended too many people, and those people he offended this time are all. Forget it, there's no point in talking about it. I'm actually quite impressed with Zhang Yi, but being impressed is just that. As a director, I have to be responsible to the company and investors who entrusted me with this movie. I must guarantee that the movie will get shown. If I ask Zhang Yi to join us in his current circumstances, who would be brave enough to show our movie? He wasn't some famous director. He was just a small-time director who hadn't debuted for too many years. He had to consider what others thought of him. Ning Lan asked, is it that serious? The director nodded. Why else do you think Zhang Yi still can't get any new work even though he's an A-list celebrity? It's because no one wants to risk inviting him. Well, whatever. It seemed like she couldn't help him out this time. And so, Ning Lan did not say more. DDD. Suddenly, the chat app on her cell phone beeped with a notification. When Ning Lan finally checked the messages, she discovered that there were quite a few new messages in the goof group. A lot of people had pinged her. Ziadong, Sister Ning, how are things now? Fan Wenli, they didn't hurt you, did they? Zhang Yuanqi, are you there? Huo Dongfang, old Ning? Why'd she go quiet? Might something have happened? Ning Lan quickly replied in the group, thanks so much for your concern, everyone. The problem has been successfully resolved. Everyone is fine, and the equipment was returned to us. Ziadong, that fast? Ning Lan sent a smiley face. Yep. When Zhang Yi came over, the Lian family actually gave him face and returned our equipment to us without another word. A movie star asked curiously, Zhang Yi? Chen Guang, Zhang Yi really went over? Ziadong, they really gave face to Teacher Zhang? Ning Lan laughed and said, not only that. When he first arrived, those people from the training hall immediately fell silent. Even the Lian family style's Master Lian treated him very politely. But as for why, I'm not quite sure either. Anyway, I owe Zhang Yi a favor now and have to find a way to repay him, her. A lot of the big-shot celebrities in the goof group had not expected this. Many of them wanted to ask Zhang Hanwei what exactly was going on. That was because, in the entertainment industry, it was Zhang Hanwei who probably had the most ties with the martial arts world, so he should know why. But when they remembered the conflict between Zhang Hanwei and Zhang Yi, they knew it wouldn't be right to ask him. Therefore, they could only assume that Zhang Yi knew someone in the Lian family since they couldn't think of any other possible reasons. 990 The name of Zhang Yi is worth a 150 million. Chapter 990, The name of Zhang Yi is worth a 150 million. A few days later, the promotional video for King of Masked Singers was aired. The premiere was scheduled for broadcast on Beijing television on Saturday at 8 p.m. When the promotional video was aired, it immediately took the internet by storm. A lot of the viewers had their appetites whetted again. Take off your halo. Put on a mask. Return to the battlefield newborn. A gathering of the strong, no need for names. Fight a fair contest through music. A legend needs to be witnessed. Perfection can only be achieved through conquest. Set off a musical storm with your true power. King of masked singers. I'm coming. Impressive imagery. A surge of visuals amid literature and art. And then there were the lines that set people's pulses racing. This promotional video that only lasted for around 40 seconds left everyone with a deep impression. Widespread discussions started on Weibo. It's finally beginning. Every show Zhang Yi produces makes people champ at the bit. The promo was really blood-pumping. Take off your halo and put on a mask? So who will appear on the show this time? No one knows. Beijing TV hasn't revealed any names this whole time. I heard that they'll all be A-list celebrities. Are you serious? Any celebrities in the A-list or above are the top names in the country. Will they really shed their identities and put on a mask to verse other competitors? Winning is deserved, but if they lose, that would be so embarrassing. And if they lose to some newbies in the music industry? Then it would look even worse for them. That's why I'm looking forward to it. Do you guys think there will be any movie stars joining? Yes, of course. A lot of movie stars can also sing great. Hahaha, they're crossing over to perform. That's what's most exciting about the show. I really can't wait for this show to start. I've been waiting for a month already. Hurry up and broadcast it. The only regrettable thing is that Zhang Yi is not the host. This is his show, but he ended up getting banned. He couldn't involve himself as the host and executive director. How damned maddening. Dong Shanshan is also pretty good. Yeah, I quite like Teacher Shanshan too. Soon after, a list was published. King of Masked Singers Crew, Executive Director, Hoof. Executive Producer, Zhang Yi. Music Director, Bei Yuanfei. House Band, Miracle Wheels. Host, Dong Shanshan. Guessing Panel Guest Judges, Chen Guang, Famous Domestic Singer, Zhang Ziya, Famous Songstress, Amy, Member of Popular Idol Group Spring Garden, Chen Yidong, Famous Variety Host, Yao Jiankei, Famous Crosstalk Comedian, Wang Zuishu, Famous Lyricist and Composer. The list was revealed. The viewers burst into an uproar. They already knew about some of the people on the list, such as Zhang Yi being the executive producer and Dong Shanshan being the host. But they had never heard any news of most of the other names on the list. Bei Yuanfei. Chen Guang. The Miracle Wheels. These were all famous people from the music industry. Even the Miracle Wheels were invited. How cool is that? They're one of the best bands in the country currently. The music director is Bei Yuanfei. Boss Bei received an Overseas Music Achievement Award just last year. Yeah, it was for his work in the development of our country's music industry. A lot of it was to the credit of Boss Bei. He also has very high artistic standards. For him to come and take the role of music director for King of Masked Singers, the show's professionalism and degree of excellence will be elevated to another level. Why did Chen Guang join as a guest judge? Damn, I was hoping to see old Chen wearing a mask. Hahaha, old Chen must be scared and unwilling to take the stage. Come on. In the music industry, among the male singers, how many people can compare with old Chen? In terms of singing and popularity, Chen Guang is top class. Would he even need to participate? Grandma Zhang Ziya will be there too. Yeah, there's definitely a need for the presence of a bel canto singer. I like Amy. The one that surprises me most is Yao Jiankai. Ha 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 ha, old Yao has actually come to do a TV show too. There's no doubt he did so because of Zhang Yi. It's not like anyone has been able to get him on their shows in the past. I adore old Yao so much. The crosstalks he did with Zhang Yi were all perfect. They're the perfect duo that appears only once in a century. With him as a guest, the studio atmosphere would surely be enlivened. Hi, if only Zhang Yi could also be on the guessing panel as a guest judge too. That would make things even more wonderful. They're all big names. This guest lineup is so cool. Wouldn't Beijing TV have spent a lot on this? I don't know, but isn't that to be expected? Has the title sponsorship been finalized yet? How much are they getting for it this time? Subsequently, just as the netizens were discussing this, news regarding the title sponsorship of King of Masked Singers was released. This announcement once again set everyone off talking. After several rounds of bidding, the title sponsorship of the show was won by a very large, domestic beverage corporation. The exclusive title sponsorship fee, 150 million RMB. What? How much? Holy crap, 150 million yuan? This is insane. This has broken another record. Heavens. It's even more than The Voice? The Voice only got 100 million for the title sponsorship fee. This title sponsorship fee was really too frightening. When the industry heard about this news, it also caused quite a sensation. Domestically, there had not been any variety shows that had ever sold a title sponsorship for such a terrifying figure. However, when they found out about the details, a lot of the industry insiders could only wryly smile without saying a word. They heard that in the bidding war for the title sponsorship of King of Masked Singers, it was a knockdown, drag-out fight with more than a dozen companies taking part at the beginning. They bidded until the end when the 3 remaining companies were unwilling to give up and nearly even came to blows. How did it end up like this? Why was it able to get such a high price? Even the other variety shows had a lot of big names on their shows. Although the guest lineup could not be compared to the King of Masked Singers guest lineup this time, they were still quite good. For example, a recent large-scale singing talent show broadcast on Dragon TV had a title sponsorship of merely 50 million RMB. And that was even with all of their invited guests being more popular than Dong Shanshan. But why was King of Masked Singers able to sell theirs for 150 million RMB? How could they do that? Some people could not understand. But some clearly understood. It was probably because of one name. Not the name of a guest. Not the name of the host. And not the name of a participating celebrity. It was the name of Zhang Yi. To many advertisers, Zhang Yi's name alone was worth the 150 million RMB. As long as Zhang Yi's name was in the executive producer's role in the crew, they would be willing to spend that much money. Since Lecture Room started, Zhang Yi's path in the television industry officially began. Then, he moved on to make Zhang Yi's talk show, The Voice, and A Bite of China, proving on more than one occasion his production skills. He was currently regarded by everyone as the best producer in the industry. The genre of show Zhang Yi worked with? It didn't matter. Who would be directing the show? It didn't matter. Who would be the host of the show? It didn't matter. As long as it was Zhang Yi who produced the show, that was all they needed. Even a food documentary like A Bite of China that did not have a host could go on to top the nationwide viewership ratings. Moreover, it topped those nationwide viewership ratings over a dozen times in a row, so what else could be more important than him? Zhang Yi's name was the greatest guarantee. Having gone through the days of not being shown any interest when the idea for The Voice was hatched, and the low regard for A Bite of China before its broadcast, Zhang Yi had shattered people's expectations over and over again. He had now came to this point in time when no one would ever doubt his production skills. To put it plainly, even if this fellow produced a shit show, there would still be someone willing to pay for the title sponsorship and believe that the show would become popular. This was what you called star power. Therefore, for them to have managed to secure this 150 million in title sponsorship money, other than the advertiser being optimistic about the show and their trust in the appointment of the celebrity guests, more of it was to the credit of Zhang Yi's name. As a show that had yet to be broadcast, it was getting hyped to a ridiculous extent and was being talked about non-stop by the viewers every single day. Together with Zhang Yi's name on it, there was almost no chance for the viewership ratings to do badly. The advertiser was not dumb. With such a channel publicizing their brands, they simply couldn't let such a good opportunity slip out of their hands without a fight. So the title sponsorship fee was naturally pushed even higher. It had broken all records. The record for the highest title sponsorship fee for a domestic variety show was once again broken. Importantly, this was just the exclusive title sponsorship fee. There were still many remaining advertisement spots, so with everything added together, it might even cross 300 million RMB in total. And this was not yet taking into account the exclusive online broadcast rights fee. After the announcements. At an industry dinner party. Did you hear about the title sponsorship fee for King of Masked Singers? Yes, I did. It's insane. This is a good thing. Zhang Yi has broken the record for the title sponsorship fee once again. With the standard raised, it will only get better for future shows, since the general title sponsorship fees across the industry should raise as well. Old Lee, you're overthinking things. No matter how many times the record is broken for the highest title sponsorship fee, it's got nothing to do with us. That's right. A show that our station just made went to lobby for title sponsors with heaps of confidence, but was only offered 10 million RMB in the end. The title sponsors even reeled off a long list of conditions. Yeah, it's the same for us too. It's not easy at all. Just look at King of Masked Singers. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous of them. There's no point in being jealous. There's only one Zhang Yi around. No one else is gonna get the same treatment as him. 991 The first song has been decided. Chapter 991, the first song has been decided. Under public attention. The countdown to the recording of King of Masked Singers begun. There were 3 more days. There were just 3 days remaining. At home. On this morning. Zhang Yi was feeling unwell after getting up from bed. He felt a little dizzy, but was more bothered by a tickle in his throat. However, he did not think much of it. It might have been due to the added pressure in recent days or the long duration that he'd spent practicing that led to him catching a slight cold. He believed that he would recover after taking some medicine. His mother, who had made prepared breakfast, suddenly said, "Son." Zhang Yi said, "Ah." His mother smiled and said, "I discussed things with your dad yesterday. We're planning to sightsee on vacation in Hainan for a while. The two of us haven't really traveled much all these years." His father, who wasn't too keen on going, asked, "Are we really going? Didn't we already agree to it?" His mother stared hard at his father. Zhang Yi found them funny and said, "Go on then. It's good to get out and have some fun." His mother made a noise in agreement as she looked at him. "Will you be paying for us?" Zhang Yi replied, "Of course. I must." His mother said, "Great, shall we book the tickets then?" Zhang Yi said, "Go ahead. Go and have fun with Dad. I'll take care of all the expenses. Will you be fine staying at home by yourself?" His father was a little worried. His mother sneered, "Our son is a grown-up. Does he still need you to worry about him?" Zhang Yi smiled. "Don't worry about me. If I get hungry, I'll order something to eat. I won't starve to death." His mother said, "We'll be back in a couple weeks. And you better find a job quickly." "Okay, I will," Zhang Yi responded. His mother was the impatient type, who would act as soon as she made a decision. In that sense, Zhang Yi had inherited a part of her character. After booking the airplane tickets and the hotel, his parents packed their luggage and headed for the capital's airport to catch their same-day, afternoon flight. They left just like that. At night, Zhang Yi cooked a packet of instant noodles for dinner, then took some medication for his cold before turning in early for the night. When Zhang Yi got up from bed the next day, he nearly fell down on the spot. He was feeling a bit dizzy, and his legs were a little wobbly. Only now did he realize that his cold had gotten worse, and that he even had a fever. Damn. No way, right? Why are you chaining me up at this key point in time? Zhang Yi didn't know what to do. He was scheduled for a rehearsal today at Beijing Television, where he was supposed to discuss the songs with the musicians and the arrangements. But Zhang Yi probably couldn't go anymore in his current condition. So he took the clown's cell phone and called Han Chi, his liaison, to apply for time off. Han Chi was very worried when she heard. "Teacher, are you alright?" "I'm fine. We start recording the show tomorrow." "This. I'll be able to make it tomorrow. You're one of the contestants scheduled for the first round, so it's too late to make any changes at this time." "I know that. Let me visit you." "Where do you live?" "There's no need." Then please get some bed rest. It won't make much of a difference to discuss tomorrow's rehearsal." "Okay." After hanging up, Zhang Yi struggled and crawled out of bed quick as he could. He ransacked the drawers and found a bunch of cold and fever medicine and popped them all in one go before lying back down to sleep. He was hoping to recover from the cold quickly. Otherwise, it would be really stupid if it affected tomorrow's competition. Many outstanding singers had come to compete on the stage of King of Masked Singers. Although Zhang Yi did not know their names, but when he saw their stage presence and heard their voices, he knew that every one of them was going to be a strong foe. Even if Zhang Yi faced the competition in his best condition, he might not necessarily win, much less if he had to perform when he was down with a cold. He could not even guarantee that he would not be eliminated in the first round, so he was feeling rather anxious. He had to recover as soon as possible. If he lost in the first round, and was forced to reveal his identity, how could he advance in this industry in the future? But things don't always go as planned. Sometimes, the more you hope something will get better, the more it gets worse. Friday. On the day of the recording, the interval between this world's recording of a television show and broadcast was much shorter than Zhang Yi's previous world. Due to having a live audience at the recording studio, it was impossible to keep a lot of news and competition results a secret. They would be leaked to the public. Therefore, in consideration of the possibility that, if the interval between recording and broadcast was dragged on for too long, the show's intended effect would be affected. As such, the King of Masked Singers program team compressed the interval even further by recording the show on Friday and then broadcasting at 8 p.m. on Saturday. The entire turnaround time was only a day, but even though there was enough time to do it this way, there was no allowance for any problems to arise. Everyone had to be extremely careful and focused, because if there were any recording accidents or problems, they would be unable to get the episode to air on the following day. That would then become a massive problem. Around 5 in the morning. It was still dark out. Beijing Television's King of Masked Singers program team had all arrived. Inside the recording studio, the entire place had been renovated. Anyone would be astonished once they saw the stage, lighting, studio, and heard the audio system, as they were all the best that anyone could get in the industry. The program team, which secured the 150 million RMB in title sponsorship, had also reinvested a lot of that money back into the show. They were essentially willing to dump any amount of money into it. They would either not make a splash, or they would amaze everyone with their show. Beijing Television's executives were also very cooperative on their part. This was the most important show for Beijing Television this year, without any other shows even coming close. So the stations and program team's efforts were fully concentrated on it. Brother Hu, Teacher Sunset Glow has arrived. This early? She wasn't too satisfied with the rehearsal yesterday, so she changed part of the arrangement and wanted to come rehearse with the band one more time. She's already in the second rehearsal room. That's fine. The official recording will begin at 1 p.m. Let's hurry and get our preparations done. Okay. Understood. Where's Teacher Zhang Yi? He didn't come? He's here. I just saw him come in after getting out of his car when I went downstairs. Is that so? But I didn't see him. I didn't see him either. Maybe you were mistaken? It was a BMW X5, the car that Teacher Zhang drives. Let's not worry about Teacher Zhang for now. The biggest variable right now is Teacher Clown. Where's Han Chi? Little Han. Has Teacher Clown arrived yet? He's here. Little Han went to bring him here. Has he recovered? I don't know. Go and check it out. If Teacher Clown does not make it for the recording, that'd be trouble. There's no way we could find someone to replace him at this time. Backstage. Outside the rehearsal room. The clown again arrived wearing his mask. No one saw when he came in either. When Han Chi came out to bring him in, the clown had already changed into his costume. His mask already covered his entire face. Han Chi said in surprise, Teacher Clown, you've recovered? The clown was silent for a moment before saying, I'm alright. The moment he spoke, that hoarse and broken voice was immediately unveiled. Han Chi was stunned. Sir, you're... A little while later, the rehearsal room door opened. When Sunset Glow emerged from inside and saw that man in the clown mask standing at the door, she was startled for a moment before giving him a smile with her eyes from under the mask. She had heard the clown singing those working-class songs in the video clips and was also extremely curious about his identity. She wondered what kind of wondrous song this 50-year-old driver with a beautiful voice would perform this time, so she tried to explore the enemy's plans. Teacher Clown, what song did you choose to perform? She said with a purposely disguised voice, as she did not wish for her true identity to be exposed. The moment the clown spoke, she also got stunned. The clown said in a hoarse voice, Haven''t thought of it yet. Sunset Glow said, your voice. The clown spread his hands. Serious. Cold. Sunset Glow immediately said, don't talk anymore. The less you can speak, the better. Have you gone to the hospital yet? Did you get a cortisone injection one yet? No, your case is too serious. Even a cortisone injection is useless. Han Chi stamped her feet in worry. What can we do now? Suddenly, Huj, Zhaolu, and the others rushed over. When they heard about the condition of the clown's voice, their expressions changed slightly for the worse, and everyone fell silent. Davai clenched his teeth and said, let's get a replacement, Brother Hu. Hoof said, how are we to make any changes? It's too late for that. Zhaolu exclaimed, this is bad. The show's gonna start recording this afternoon. Huj was getting anxious. However, the clown just looked at them and smiled. He was obviously very sick, but his mental state seemed to be much more better than theirs. Fine. I can still sing. Han Chi said anxiously, but how can you sing like that? The clown ignored her and went straight into the rehearsal room. Rehearse. A coughing fit consumed him. When he walked in, everyone looked at him and found that his footfalls were a little light and swaying. When the Miracle Wheels band members saw him, their hearts pounded. The music director, Bei Yuanfei, immediately came forward. Are you alright? The clown smiled. Yes. Bei Yuanfei nodded. Then, let's rehearse. The Miracle Wheels drummer said, how can you sing in that state? You'll definitely be eliminated even if you insist on singing. The guitarist sighed and said, you sing bel canto, the clown, but you can't possibly sing pop songs or rock. I can sing them all, the clown said. The guitarist said, you really can't sing like this. The clown said staunchly, even if I can I must. Lose? Elimination? Zhang Yi was not afraid to lose. If he really lost, so be it. He was not a sore loser. But what he couldn't accept was that he did not even have the courage to get on stage. Having worked for so long in the industry, what sort of difficulties had he not encountered? What calamities had he not been through? He could lose, but even if he lost, he still wanted to lose while standing on stage. This was who Zhang Yi was. He had a bit of the wolf in his bones. The word retreat didn't exist in his dictionary. When he thought of all this, Zhang Yi suddenly knew what song he was going to sing today. The melody and lyrics of his song naturally surfaced in his mind. He wanted to tell the audience who he was, where he came from, and where he wanted to go. Zhang Yi immediately picked up pen and paper and started to write out the song. When music director Bai Yuanfei and the musicians saw this, they were in disbelief. Bai Yuanfei gasped and said, "Why, you were even thinking of singing an original?" Zhang Yi nodded. The bassist face-bombed and really had to hand it to Zhang Yi. "You're still thinking of singing an original in your current state? This is too hard. Why don't we choose something simpler instead?" The guitarist also disagreed with Zhang Yi. Besides, the audience might not even be convinced by it. How many people would accept a song that they've never heard before? How many would accept it after only hearing it for the first time? That's still a question mark. Your voice is already not up to mark today, so if you still insist on taking such a risk, you'll definitely get eliminated. But Zhang Yi just looked at them with determination and handed them the score. My first song must be this one. 992 A Madman. Chapter 992, A Madman. At Beijing television. Behind the closed doors of the rehearsal room. Guitar strums. Bass strumming. A song's melody repeated over and over. Except there was no singing. That was because Zhang Yi was no longer able to sing. The condition of his voice had gotten so serious that he had almost lost his voice, though he could still speak. But when he sang, half of his vocalization could not be heard at all. Even so, he still hummed along and tried his best to coordinate with the band. They finished rehearsing the first song. Then followed up with rehearsing the second song. After 2 hours, the band members and program team staff felt sorry for the sight of the man wearing a clown mask standing on stage who looked like he was on the verge of collapsing. Bai Yuanfei couldn't bear it anymore. "Alright, that'll do." However, Zhang Yi said, "And, let's do it one more time." Bai Yuanfei was fretting over him. "You're already in this state, so don't push yourself. Go to the hospital." Zhang Yi waved it off. "I'm fine. Let's try again." He even got down from the stage to discuss things with the band's guitarist. He pointed out some issues. "I don't want cough guitar here I don't want other instruments." Then he pointed to another part and said with much difficulty, "I will sing a cappella here." The guitarist hurriedly said, I got it. Please don't speak anymore." Zhang Yi nodded. "Let's do it one more time. Sorry for the trouble." Once. Twice. And yet again. This had always been Zhang Yi's way. He set very high standards for himself and would never allow any shortcomings in his pursuit of the arts. Even in his current poor health, he still had to carry on to the best of his ability. Bluff his way through? Make do? Not pushing himself to the limit. That was not his style. Han Chi, who was seated in the audience, unwittingly started to tear up. The rehearsal ended. Han Chi quickly rushed on stage to help the clown down and quickly returned to the waiting room. The station called for a doctor, who's arrived. Zhang Yi nodded. "Thank you." Her heart aching, Han Chi said, please don't speak anymore." Right after they left, Hoof arrived with a group of people. Hoof said in worry, "How was it?" Bai Yuanfei forced a smile and said, "We're done rehearsing." The guitarist looked very touched. "I've never come across person as hardworking as him. The healthy competitors only rehearsed 2 songs 7 or 8 times yesterday, but he rehearsed 2 songs 23 times despite being sick. I've really never seen a person like him before. He's really risking his life that way." Who asked, "Can he sing? Will he be able to go on stage?" Dafei said anxiously, "We're going to start recording very soon." Bai Yuanfei pondered for a moment. "Don't worry. He can definitely take the stage. Even if the sky falls, with the type of person he is, he'll remain standing on stage to finish singing before collapsing." Besides the clown, the other 5 singers scheduled for the first round were ready to go. In the waiting room of Sunset Glow. Sunset Glow asked, "How's the clown doing?" Her liaison sighed and replied, "I heard that he just finished rehearsing, but that he just couldn't make a sound. That's such a shame." Her liaison said, "Yeah, he'll definitely get eliminated." In the waiting room of Petal Shower. Her liaison asked, "Teacher, how do you feel?" "I'm feeling great," Petal Shower smiled. "I can't wait to start." Her liaison said, "That's great then. We'll crush the other singers for sure this time." Petal Shower suddenly asked, "I heard that one of the masked singers has fallen sick?" Her liaison acknowledged, "That's right. It's so serious that he's having difficulty vocalizing. The rules state that 2 people will get eliminated in each round, so he'll definitely be one of the 2 today. He might not even be able to finish performing his first song, much less the second." The other competitors had also heard about the clown's health and felt that it was unfortunate. Even though they found the songs the man had sung a bit weird, his singing was still very strong. There was no one else who could sing better than him in Belcando. Ordinarily, he would be a very formidable competitor. But now that he had lost his voice after coming down with a serious cold, it was obvious that it would be a fatal blow to him. Whether or not the clown would be going on stage to perform, his chance at moving on to the next round was as good as gone. In the infirmary, Zhang Yi was waiting here. Han Chi said anxiously, "Doctor, please take a look at him, please." Zhang Yi was sweating profusely and beads of sweat were trickling down his forehead. No one could see his face underneath the mask, but it was obvious that he did not look good. The doctor frowned as he made his way over. "Open your mouth." Zhang Yi did as he was told. "Say ah. Ah. Push your tongue down." The doctor took out a thermometer and placed it into Zhang Yi's mouth. Then he wore his stethoscope and moved the chest piece around Zhang Yi's chest. At this moment, the thermometer beeped to signify it was done taking his temperature. The doctor retrieved it from his mouth to check. A fever of 40 degrees. The doctor looked alarmed. Han Chi paled a bit as well. Hoof and some others on the program team pushed the infirmary door open and came over. Even Dong Shanshan, who had just finished doing her makeup, rushed over in a hurry when she heard about the emergency over here. Dong Shanshan asked, "How is he?" "Doctor," Hoof asked, "is he going to be alright?" Without a second thought, the doctor suggested, "Get a substitute. It's impossible for him to go on stage in this state." Hoof gasped. "How serious is it?" The doctor showed the thermometer at them. "He has a fever of 40 degrees, a severe viral cold, inflammation of the tonsils, and even has pneumonia symptoms." "What say you?" "What? It's this serious?" "This. Then he really isn't going to be okay." The doctor looked at Zhang Yi and commanded, "The ambulance is just outside. You must immediately follow me to the hospital to get treatment. Don't even think of taking the stage. That is impossible." Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with me." The doctor said furiously, "You're in that state and you still say that there's nothing wrong with you? Anyone else who has a fever as bad as yours wouldn't even be able to get out the bed, yet you can still get here for the rehearsal? You even managed to rehearse for over 2 hours. You don't want to live anymore, do you?" Only now did everyone realize the shape the clown was in when rehearsing just now. They heard a determined voice come from behind the clown mask. "I'm fine." The doctor said angrily, "Follow me to the hospital right away." Hoof also knew that this couldn't continue, so he promptly said, "Teacher Clown, I can go on." "You don't have to say more," interrupted Zhang Yi. The doctor lost his temper and shouted, "You can't even stand straight right now. And you have nearly lost your voice. Go on stage?" "What stage?" Zhang Yi looked at him. "Give me a cortisone shot." The doctor said, "An injection probably won't improve your health." Zhang Yi said weakly, "Give me shot." He was frequently losing his voice when speaking now. As a result, there were some words that didn't even come out. It made his speech sound a bit broken, although everyone still understood what he was trying to say. "Teacher Clown. You." Zhang Yi waved his hands to stop them from talking. The doctor gazed into Zhang Yi's eyes. "Are you sure?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Do it." The doctor had no other choice. "Let me tell you this first. As you're in grave condition, if you're injected with corticosteroids, the damage and side effects will be much greater than on others." Zhang Yi said a single word, "Understood." The doctor grit his teeth. "All right." He then turned around. "Don't crowd around in here. Everyone, please go outside." Hoof and the others hesitated, wanting to speak, but eventually left the room. However, Han Chi did not depart. She stayed behind with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi loosened his collar some and exposed his neck. The doctor prepped the medicine and adjusted the dosage. Han Chi stood right next to him, biting her lip, not saying a word. 5 minutes later. "Are you ready?" "Yes. I'm going to inject you now." "Okay." The doctor pinched Zhang Yi's neck and soon started injecting the shot with care. Zhang Yi's eyelids twitched as he felt a sudden gush of intense pain. He was the type who was most afraid of going to the hospital. Ever since childhood, he would look scared whenever someone brought up the hospital. As such, he would self-medicate at home whenever he was sick. But this time, he couldn't do that. He needed to have a voice to sing. After the injection was administered, the doctor helped massage his muscles. A while later, the doctor asked, "Try to make a sound, please." Zhang Yi attempted to sing a line. "Land. As pretty as a picture." His voice was still not back. The doctor shook his head. It didn't work. Han Chi hurriedly said, "Forget it, teacher, just forget it." But Zhang Yi put forth, "It's slightly better. Give me another shot." The doctor said angrily, "You think this isn't for drip? We're talking about injecting you with steroids here. Do you know what side effects this could cause? Just one shot is enough to make you suffer. Shoot me up again." Zhang Yi yelled. The doctor clenched his teeth. It's none of my business if something happens to you. Zhang Yi said, do it. A second injection was administered to him. This injection was even more painful than the previous one. Zhang Yi's hands were even trembling. The pain did not come from being pinched, but rather spread from his throat to his chest. The injection was done. Zhang Yi was sweating even more profusely. After he rested for a while to let the steroids take effect, he tried to sing again, Land as Pretty as a Dot Picture. It was much better. But still not enough. He couldn't hit the higher registers. Zhang Yi closed his eyes. Another. Han Chi immediately deterred, no. You absolutely must not. Zhang Yi looked tranquil. Again. Han Chi shouted, teacher. Zhang Yi yelled without any explanation, do it. The doctor did not argue this time. In silence, he looked at the man in the clown mask, turned around, and picked up the syringe. Han Chi could not watch any longer. She turned around and ran out after opening the door. Hoof had already gone back to the stage to oversee things, but quite a few of the others had remained outside the infirmary. Huj, Jialu, Dafei, and the others were all waiting there. How are things? Can he sing? What are things like, little Han? Han Chi didn't utter a word. She just squatted down and started crying. Little Han. You. Everyone looked each other in the eye and suddenly felt their hearts grow heavy. A short while later, the doctor pushed open the infirmary door and came out. Everyone gathered around him in haste. Doctor. Is he better? How is Teacher Clown? The doctor scanned the group and proclaimed, if something happens to him in the future, don't call me. I've treated a lot of celebrities before, as well as given them cortisone shots, but this is the first time in my entire life that I've encountered a madman who's not afraid to die. Just what kind of person has your program team invited this time? 993 The show begins. Chapter 993, The show begins. In the King of Masked Singers recording studio. The audience was already seated, the recording was about to begin. Presently, the first judge walked onto the stage and took a seat, followed by the second one, then the third. Wow, it's Chen Guang. It's Chen Guang. Grandma Zhangzai is here too. Haha, old Yao. Why did old Yao style his hair into a pompadour one? Did he grow out his hair? Amy. Amy. I love you. I've finally seen her in person. The recording did not begin yet. Yao Jiankai and Chen Guang were both smiling and waving at the audience. Amy was chatting with Zhang Zai. The two other judges, Chen Yidong and Wang Zuishu, were also sharing a laugh, discussing the competition that would be taking place soon. It was not just the audience who was looking forward to the start of this show, even the judges were greatly anticipating it as they did not know who the participating masked singers were. Would any of their old friends be competing on the show? At this moment, Dong Shanshan, who was dressed in a women's suit, stepped onto the stage. Her fashion today was different from before. She not in her usual sexy short skirt or long dress. Instead, she was dressed in a more gender-neutral, more conventional petite suit today, with her hair up, and even wore a pair of golden-rimmed glasses. This style had completely changed her air, and was in consideration of the show having only one host, so it would be unsuitable if Dong Shanshan dressed in the way she used to. That wouldn't help her solidify her stage presence, as the clothes of a host had to befit the stage. All such details were carefully observed in their production. Quite a few of the male audience members started screaming. Shanshan. She's so beautiful. She looks really pretty in those clothes. Yeah, it really suits her nicely. She's got class. The atmosphere in the studio was heating up. The staff were doing their final preparation work in the recording studio. Hoof made last checks with his team. Lights? A lighting technician replied, okay. Hoof asked, cameras? Camera 1 okay. Camera 2 ready. All cameras on standby. Hoof said, Shanshan, do a mic test. Dong Shanshan blew into the microphone. Hello, hello, okay. The miracle wheels also went on stage. They had done their sound checks earlier and only needed a final confirmation check. Everything was ready. Hoof nodded and said, all right then. All departments, take note. The 1-minute countdown begins now. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. It was time. The recording began. A camera jib crane captured the panoramic view of the studio. The stage lights twinkled as countless spotlights suddenly focused simultaneously on a door. The door opened up and a woman in a suit, wearing a red mask, slowly walked out. Her high heels clicked with every step she took. In no time at all, she elegantly stood at center stage. The woman raised her microphone and spoke into it, and a very shrill voice came out. It was obvious that this was being resynthesized through a voice transformer. Welcome to Beijing Television's Mystery Music Show, brought to you exclusively by Bright Fruit Coco King of Masked Singers. The audience instantly rose from their seats with cheers and applause. After the advertising messages consisting of a few hundred words were read, the woman turned around all of a sudden and hooked her hand behind her head. By the time she turned around again, the mask she had been wearing was off. She gently put on a pair of golden-rimmed glasses and exposed her beautiful face to everyone. "I am your host, Dong Shanshan." Her voice was now back to normal. With this opener, the audience was instantly stoked. A mask. A synthesized voice. The reveal. This is what King of Masked Singers is about. At the guessing panel, Zhang Ziya smiled. Interesting. Amy clapped. This is fun. Chen Guang's heart was beating very fast. I'm anticipating this more and more. Wang Zuishu laughed. Old Chen, do you think we'll bump into any old friends here? Definitely, Chen Guang said, but we may not recognize them. Backstage. Zhang Yi was hooked up to an 4 drip in the waiting room. Han Chi stayed right beside him and helped him keep the bag aloft. The recording had already started. In the waiting room was a TV he could use to watch the entire recording. You can go back, little Han. No thanks. I'm fine, really. Can't you tell? Please stop talking. That's why I'm saying you can go back. Come back and call me when it's almost my turn. I would like to rest for a while by myself, that okay? Don't make me talk anymore. Alright. Han Chi had no choice but to leave for now. She went out and closed the door behind her. Only Zhang Yi was left in the waiting room. Now, he finally clutched his chest. He could feel a pain in his chest as he took several deep breaths and coughed. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself at his current situation. He knew that this was not pain from pneumonia but the acting up of his old injuries. He did not know if it was because of the cortisone shots, or if he had caught a cold this time because of a lowered immunity stemming from his old injuries, or if it was due to the inflammation of his wound, which in turn aggravated his old injuries, but he was feeling extremely uncomfortable right now. His lungs hurt even just breathing. In the end, he still could not escape from the injuries he'd received during the National Martial Arts Conference 2 months ago. Initially, he was quite alright. But as those injuries were internal and were received from Grandmaster Qin's eyes concealed power attacks on him, followed by the concealed power injuries that he suffered when he went on a consecutive rampage against a dozen over large sects, the injuries were there all the while. Injuries like these required time to heal, and they might even kill him if they were serious. Rao Aiman's younger sister and brother-in-law had died a year after suffering internal injuries caused by Zhu Tang's concealed power attacks on them. And it wasn't just him who was affected. Rao Aiman herself carried some internal injuries, while the Huashan sect leader, Qin Zai, was even worse off. It was rumored that he hadn't been seen in public for over 2 months. A lot of people had suffered rather serious injuries during that intense battle. Old injuries. A cold. A fever. This was Zhang Yi at his weakest. It was also the time when he was in the worst shape, yet he was immediately about to take part in the first competition round of King of Masked Singers. Having been thrown into such circumstances, Zhang Yi was forced to bite the bullet. Because he was the type of person who never believed in fate. He wanted to sing. So today, he wasn't going to let anyone stop him. In the studio, a smile hung from Dong Shanshan's face, and she said in a steady rhythm, "This singer, the first to make an appearance, has a very clean voice and wide vocal range. Let us welcome King of Oddity." King of Oddity? What kind of name was that? Everyone stared at the door curiously. At the guessing panel, the judges had already started to make guesses. Chen Guang smiled and said, "King of Oddity?" Yao Jiankai blinked and said, "Could this be Zhang Yi?" Zhang Ziya was tickled pink. Amy nearly burst out laughing. Zhang Yi? Just because there was the word oddity in the name, it has to be Zhang Yi? These two people were indeed long-time partners. All they did was mock each other. That remark was also picked up by the cameras, but everyone knew that old Yao was just kidding. Wow! He is coming out. That costume is so cool. Oh. Dong Shanshan walked away from center stage and stood in a corner of the wings. The first masked singer came out onto the stage. His mask was quite peculiar, with nearly every color of the rainbow, while the mesh he wore covered his entire head and even hid his neck. He took a few steps forward and stood in the middle of the stage. The famous variety host, Chen Yidong, said in shock, "How are we supposed to guess like this? We can't even see their hands since they're wearing gloves." Yao Jiankai said, "We can see their socks though." Wang Zuishu laughed and said, "Are you going to identify them from their socks?" Amy was already curiously leaning forward just to get a tad bit closer. Who could this be? There's not a single clue as to who it is. Zhang Ziya was also analyzing the singer. Are they tall? The lights abruptly dimmed. The entire studio quieted as everyone stared at the singer in anticipation. The music played. A very playful melody rang out. King of Oddity closed his eyes and started swaying his head. He wasn't nodding to the beat of the music, instead thrashing his head from left to right. Then, his legs started moving too. He was dancing to the music, except that this dance looked quite funny. His voice immediately came out the moment he opened his mouth to sing. "Ya ain't doing good. But ya ain't saying so. I think you're truly an idiot. Ya say, ya say. I say, I say." When everyone heard the short rap intro at the beginning of the song, they immediately knew what song this was. It was a relatively popular song in recent years, titled Idiot, and was originally performed by a female Taiwanese singer. However, King of Oddity's performance of this song differed from the original. The tempo was clearly faster, and there was more portamento to it. The first verse of the song finished. The audience immediately started applauding. Zhang Ziya concluded, "It's a young man." Chen Guang said, "Right, he's definitely not above 40. Amy solemnly stated, "It's a man." Wang Zuishu laughed and looked at her. "I can make that out too, you know." As King of Oddity sang faster, the studio's atmosphere became increasingly lively. The rhythm was great. It made everyone tempted to sing along. Chen Guang evaluated, "This guy is great at performing live. He's probably a professional singer." Zhang Ziya shook her head. "Not necessarily." Wang Zuishu sighed and said, "He sings really well, but who could it be?" Amy suddenly said with a start, "Ayo. Could it be that, what's his name again? Kiki? The Taiwan Music Awards winner?" Wang Zuishu denied her. "No. I've written songs for Kiki before, and this singer's figure does not look like his. I think. You are. Truly an idiot." The song ended. Everyone was applauding in the studio. Amy was also clapping in excitement. "Great. That was great." Zhang Ziya's evaluation was very high too. "Are there any singers in the industry whose portamento and sense of rhythm are so good?" Wang Zuishu said anxiously, "Who could this person be?" The audience was guessing as well. "I like him so much. That was really nice to listen to. Is this guy a singer? Or an actor? Are there any actors who can sing this well? I don't know anyone who can. He does sound a little familiar, but I can't remember who it is. Ayo, I'm so anxious. Please just reveal his face. When does the identity reveal happen? I really want to know who this guy is. He has to lose before he reveals his face. Then I guess I'd better forget about it. The first singer's this good? This is so exciting. This show's better than I'd imagined. Yeah, I initially thought that I could guess their identities as soon as I heard them. Cues, they're all famous, you know? Shouldn't this be super easy? It was only after I heard them that I realized it was completely fucking impossible to guess who it was. Who's the next singer? Who's next?" King of Oddity smiled and bowed before leaving the stage. Dong Shenshan returned to the stage and said, "The next contestant has a very beautiful sounding name and a very beautiful mask. Let us welcome Petal Shower." Backstage. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. "Come in." Han Chi came in. "Teacher, you can start prepping now. We're on the second contestant, while you're the fifth to go on. We have at most 15 minutes. Zhang Yi nodded. "Okay." Then he stood up and pulled out the intravenous needle from his arm. "Let's do this." 994 The Clown Takes the Stage. Chapter 994, The Clown Takes the Stage. In the studio. "When will the moon be clear and bright?" With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. "In the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be?" This was Petal Shower's performance of Zhang Yuanqi's song. To be exact, she was singing a song that was written for Zhang Yuanqi by Zhang Yi. As soon as she started singing, the entire studio audience was in shock. Zhang Yi could also hear her singing, from the TV in the waiting room. Petal Shower was still singing in falsetto for the entire song. Almost no one else would risk singing that way. This was because the pitch changes while singing in falsetto were 2 minute and would make it sound too monophonic. A lot of the syllable enunciations in falsetto were not easy to control, in addition. But Petal Shower's vocals and her handling of the technique were very special. Her falsetto was truly different from all others. This was her absolute killer move. A few of the guessing panel's judges were also shocked by her performance. When it was over, Dong Shenshan came on stage together with the first performer, King of Oddity. The three of them stood at center stage and faced the guessing panel. Dong Shenshan smiled and said, "Judges, what do you think?" Zhang Ziya praised, Petal Shower's rendition of the song was very good. Petal Shower bowed slightly and used the microphone fitted with the voice transformer to say, "Thank you, Grandma Zhang." Zhang Ziya blinked. "You're addressing me as Grandma, so does that mean you're quite young?" Petal Shower said, "Isn't Grandma your official title?" The audience laughed. Amy was startled and said, "Are you Sister Yuanki? You're using that falsetto on purpose to throw us off? So that we won't be able to recognize you?" When Petal Shower heard that, she immediately imitated Zhang Yuanqi's posture and physical mannerisms. The audience was tickled. Zhang Zai instantly laughed and said, "You're definitely not Yuanqi. Yuanqi isn't his playful." Chen Guang looked at King of Oddity. "Do we know each other?" King of Oddity looked back. "More or less." Chen Guang asked another question, "Do you have my cell phone number?" King of Oddity kept silent for a bit. "Yes." The audience burst into an uproar. Amy walked over to snatch Chen Guang's cell phone. "Give me your cell phone. I want to browse through your contacts." Chen Guang's hair stood on end. "I want to look through it, but I can't seem to recognize him. There are over 100 people involved with music in my contacts." Next, it was time for the live voting round. The competition format was divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, 6 contestants would face off in separate one-on-one singing duels, with the winners advancing to the next round to fight for the spot of Masked King. Of the 3 defeated contestants, 1 would be chosen to be placed on the safe list and remain in the competition while the other 2 would be eliminated. The eliminated contestants could then either choose to reveal their identities or not do so and just leave the stage. 2 contestants would be eliminated per episode. This was how cruel this competition format was. Dong Shanshan pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up and announced, "Can everyone please pick up their voting devices and vote for the contestant you like most?" The voting started. On the big screen behind them, both of the contestants' tallies rose. There were a total of 500 judges in the studio and a total of 500 votes to be cast. The audience voted excitedly, their eyes glued to the big screen. Finally, the tallies stopped. King of Oddity, 137 votes. Petal Shower, 362 votes. 1 voter abstained from voting. That vote was invalidated. Dong Shanshan said with a smile, "I hereby announce, the first contestant to advance is Petal Shower." Petal Shower bowed slightly and glanced in the direction of the judges. Chen Guang was looking right at her. Their eyes briefly met before both quickly looked away. Dong Shanshan said to King of Oddity, "Let's have King of Oddity proceed backstage to rest and prepare for the next round." King of Oddity did not show much of an expression. He nodded slightly to the judges and audience before leaving the stage. Some of the audience members were happy with the result while some were feeling regret. "I really like King of Oddity. I still think that Petal Shower sang better. Her singing was incredible. This is so fun. This show is much more interesting than The Voice." "Ha ha ha, you can't put it that way. Compared to The Voice, this is a different genre. But I agree that this is super exciting indeed. I'd also like to know where the fuck this group of people who can sing so well jumped out from. Which big names are behind the masks? Petal Shower has to be a big name." "That's right." On stage, the second group's singing duel began. Sunflower in the Starlight versus Sunset Glow. Piercing screams once again rang out in the studio. "The sun is my name. Heaven is my faith. The earth is my refuge. Humanity is my enemy." An amazing voice filled the studio. The clown was in the studio by now and was waiting behind the door. Hoof deliberately rushed over and asked, "How are you?" Hanchi hurriedly said, "Director Hu, don't make the teacher speak." Hoof nodded and looked at the clown. "Just do your best. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, that's not important anymore. That you've endured till now to go on stage is good enough, honestly." Davai also came over. "Yeah. If you can't continue singing, just walk off the stage. That'd be fine, no one would blame you." The clown smiled but did not speak. In truth, none of them knew that the clown's present health was far worse than they could imagine. It wasn't as simple an issue as a cold or a fever. He'd been injured by a Grandmaster's concealed power attacks, as well as the attacks by the martial arts masters and disciples from over a dozen large sects. Right now, Zhang Yi was very weak physically. He could hear the roar of the audience from here. The voting had begun. Sunset Glow. Sunset Glow. Sunflower. Sunflower. Everyone was shouting the names of the singers they supported. Zhang Yi, however, was not paying any attention to it. He did not have the energy left to care about the other contestants' results. Just trying to stay standing was already sapping him of all his strength. Finally, the voting ended. He heard Dong Shanshan announce, "Let us congratulate Sunflower in the Starlight." Sunset Glow had lost, and lost by a very small margin, only a mere dozen votes or so. At this moment, the recording inside the studio temporarily halted. Dong Shanshan verified something with Hoof through her earpiece. "Director." "Yes. Is the next contestant able to make an appearance?" "He is fine." "Okay, I understand." The audience and judges in the studio looked curiously at Dong Shanshan, unsure of what was happening. The recording continued. Dong Shanshan said, Our next contestant is feeling a little unwell today, but he still insists on coming out to perform. Let us welcome the clown. The clown? Zhang Ziya was taken aback. The audience turned to the direction of the door and clapped enthusiastically. Behind the door, Hoof said, "You can do it." Han Chi, who felt sorry for him, encouraged, "Teacher, you can do it." Davai clenched a fist and held it up. "Come on. Teacher Clown." A female employee added, "Hang in there and finish the song." "You can definitely do it," someone else said. Many people from the program team were moved by the clown's tenacity and unbending will. They knew deep down that someone who could take 3 cortisone shots would definitely not be a normal person. This was someone who wanted to get on stage even if it risked his life. They did not know why this person went so far to do this, why he was so hungry for the stage, why he did not fall even though it was clear that he was already on the verge of collapse. The light came on. The door opened. Zhang Yi touched his mask and then walked forward slowly, step by step. The closer he got to the stage, the more determined his steps became. Applause rang out again. "Wow. That's a really nice mask." "The clown? What's with the way he's walking? Is he really that sick? Why is he still pushing himself to go on stage then? Man, it seems like it's really quite serious. Can he even finish singing one song in that condition? I don't know." When the audience saw him, they started whispering. Some of them even pointed in the direction of the stage. The person wearing the mask of a clown was taking a long time to walk the 20-odd meters to the center of the stage. Zhang Ziya frowned. "Can he really do it?" Chen Guang said, "I heard that he has a fever and a very bad cold." Amy was taken aback. Ah. They were also singers and had encountered such situations themselves. They knew exactly what it felt like to sing in such a state, and judging from this person staggering onto the stage, it didn't look like it was just a simple case of a fever and bad cold. Chen Yidong said, "This is going to be difficult for him." Wang Zuishu said, "Let's hope he can persevere to the end of the song." In each of the waiting rooms, the other 5 contestants were watching him on TV. At the center of the stage, Zhang Yi finally reached it and stood there. He gently closed his eyes. The lights shut off. The studio quieted down instantaneously. The notes of a flute suddenly drifted across the studio. It was followed by a few notes from a piccolo. The music started, but Zhang Yi did not move nor did he open his eyes. Persevere to the end of the song? He had been hearing similar words countless times since he'd made his way here from backstage. Did you guys misunderstand something? Do you think that I took 3 cortisone shots and came here carrying my old injuries just because I wanted to finish singing the song regardless of whether it was good or bad? Not only will I finish singing it, I will sing it well too. So what if I lose my voice? So what if my old injuries have acted up? Those are not reasons. I won't look for any excuses, and I don't need anyone's pity. All this while, I've walked alone, by myself. So I cannot falter here. Because I know that if I did, no one would help me up. As such, I can only keep walking, onwards and onwards, to the place I want to reach. This is probably the reason why I am standing here. The dazzling lights were shining from every direction. The cameras were aimed at him. The audience was watching him. The guessing panel was watching him. The other 5 contestants were watching him. Beneath the mask of the clown, a pair of eyes opened without warning. That sorrowful and hoarse voice from under the mask suddenly resonated through the entire studio. "I am the wolf that comes from the north, padding through the boundless wilderness. The mournful northern wind blows by. The slow sand brushes by." Chen Guang was stunned. Amy froze. Zhang Ziya was shocked. What song was this? Why hadn't they heard this song before? A wolf? A wolf that comes from the north? Zhang Yi had already thrown him entire self into the song. He was not performing with the spirit of aloofness that the original version of Wolf had. He was using his imperfect voice to sing who he was right now. A wolf, an injured wolf. An injured wolf that still wanted to move forward. Zhang Yi raised the microphone. "I can only clench my cold teeth. Respond with 2 long howls. Not for anything else. But for the beautiful plains found in legends." This was the portrayal of him today. It was also the portrayal of him after several years in the entertainment industry. He was tired. He was scarred and wounded. But he had to keep walking. Amy was mesmerized. Zhang Ziya was dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Chen Guang had his eyes firmly fixed on him as though he wanted to rush onto the stage to take off the mask and find out who he was. Mournful. Wintry winds. Clench your cold teeth for the beautiful plains found in legends. The plains that you have in mind. What are they like? Is it worth pushing yourself to stand on stage in that condition and sing with that hoarse voice of yours? Even Yao Jiankei, a music industry layman, was moved. The judges all knew that this man must have a story to him. However, No one other than him would know what this story was or understand it. Zhang Yi sang on, his eyes drooping heavily. I am a wolf that comes from the north, padding through the boundless wilderness. The mournful northern wind blows by. The slow sand brushes by. I can only clench my cold teeth. Respond with 2 long howls. Not for anything else, but for the beautiful plains found in legends. All of a sudden, the clown faced the sky as he howled. A woo-oo-oo. He was mimicking the call of a wolf. This sustained howl lasted for a good 9 seconds. The studio atmosphere was instantly raised. Chen Guang stood up. This was the first time he'd done so today while listening to a song being performed. Amy did not stand up, though she did clutch her head and exclaim, "Oh my god." Zhang Zai was beyond curious. Who on earth is this? Zhang Yi simply stopped caring about the state of his voice. Cracking? Trembling? Unable to hit the high notes? Breaking? Loss of voice? He did not care about any of that. The thought of not being able to continue singing or his voice suddenly disappearing did not even enter his mind. Not for anything else, but for the beautiful plains found in legends. 995 The Clown Wins. Chapter 995, The Clown Wins. The music stopped. Applause rang out from everywhere. Many of the audience members were fired up. That song's unbeatable. It's too damn nice to listen to. Could that participant be Chen Guang? PFFT, old Chen is sitting right there at the judges panel. Then how can his singing be this good? And that song was so amazing. It sounded like it was specially written for the condition that he's currently in. Which entertainment company is this big shot from? I don't know. However, there were also those who were not convinced by his performance. The song was alright, but his voice is terrible. Yeah, his singing wasn't good. In any case, I don't feel it. Was his singing good? I don't think so. Maybe it's because it's my first time listening to the song, but I didn't feel anything special. I still think that the previous singers sang much better, and that this guy's singing isn't good enough. No single work could appeal to everyone. The audience had many differing opinions regarding the clown's performance. But there were only cheers from the judge panel. Chen Guang shouted, "Great." Amy clapped with all her might. "Fantastic. Is there such a person in the music scene?" Zhang Zai was also getting very excited. Yao Jiankai liked the song very much as well. "Who is it?" Chen Yidong glanced to his side. Even if Chen Guang went on stage with a serious cold, he wouldn't necessarily sing better than him, right? He was already greatly disadvantaged by losing his voice due to the cold, but the clown has infused that greatest flaw in his singing into the song. I must admit that it made the entire performance just spectacular. Chen Guang said frankly, "I definitely can't sing as well as him. At a concert 3 years ago, I sang while I was down with a cold and it turned into a hell of a mess." Wang Zuishu nodded and said, "Still being able to sing this well even after the voice has been affected by a cold, there shouldn't be too many people in the music industry who can achieve something like this." They were all left guessing. Yet they didn't even know where to start guessing from. Backstage. In King of Oddity's waiting room. King of Oddity looked at the producer in the room and pointed at the TV. He said, "Are you sure this guy was the one who sang that as a 50-year-old pro driver, I Am All Smiles song?" The producer gave a wry smile and nodded. King of Oddity was floored. "Damn. I really believe that you were a bel canto singer. How did I fall for your nonsense?" In Sunset Glow's waiting room. Sunset Glow got the goosebumps listening to the performance. That was a really good song. So this was who the real clown was. So this was what his true style of singing was. This fellow had indeed just been putting on an act back then. On stage. The man in the clown mask lowered the microphone, bowed slightly, and turned around before walking slowly off stage. Before he could leave the stage, Han Chi and 2 Beijing television employees were already running over to support him. But the clown waved them off by gesturing that he did not need any help. He had finished singing. This song was called Wolf One and was performed by Chai Chen-tu in his previous world. Zhang Yi felt very good and mustered up an exhausted smile. He felt that even if his voice was at its best, it wasn't likely that he could have performed the song better than he had. He did not know how the judges felt or how the audience would judge him, but he was very satisfied with it himself. In the wings. Han Chi was going crazy. "Teacher, you sang so well. It was so good." Zhang Yi said, "Thanks." Davai also came over after being astonished by what he heard. He even said with some disbelief, "You could still sing that well even with your voice in that state? If there weren't any problems with your voice, how well would you have sung?" On stage. Dong Shanshan spoke, "Next, let's invite today's last contestant, who has a very tough-sounding name. Let's welcome the Yak." Zhang Yi had seated himself near the stage. As he still needed to go on stage in a little while, he did not return to the waiting room. The yak appeared from the other side of the stage. The yak wore a cow mask, with horns, and looked very cute. This was Zhang Yi's opponent this round. The audience applauded. A while back, Zhang Yi had listened to the yak's performance on some video clips. His evaluation of him was that his singing was not bad, but it was only at an average level. He should be considered the one with the weakest singing among all the others in the first round. But since this was a competition, nothing was decided until the very end. No one knew who might suddenly decide to show their prowess and light up the venue. In the music industry, singing did not mean everything, as it was only a foundation for success. The stage lights shut off. The performance began. Deep emotions, as water, like smoke. Bring me before your very eyes. You are drifting between the clouds. Although the yak was named the yak, the song he performed was rather emotional and did not match the mask, which had a wild look with a hint of cuteness. I don't know where you came from. Nor am I clear about where you're headed. The flames of passions. Whoosh. Extinguished. The song he was singing wasn't incredibly mainstream, but it was still very nice to listen to and a treat to hear. An adult man in a yak mask singing a love song was a stark contrast and also quite eye-catching. All of the people's attention was on the yak. Even Han Chi and the program team staff watched with interest. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Zhang Yi was sweating even more profusely now. Even though he was sitting in a chair, he was already struggling hard to hold it together. He wasn't listening to the yak's performance anymore. He had opened up the game ring's inventory to retrieve a stamina potion instead. This was an item he had received a long time ago. There were still over a dozen bottles left in the inventory. Back when he was working overnight to help Beijing Television with their quit smoking PSA, he had depended on this potion to help him pull through the night. Now that Zhang Yi was unable to hold himself together for much longer, he had no choice but to chug a bottle of it. The potion took effect very quickly. Part of his stamina was immediately restored. He could sit straight at least. The yak was coming to the chorus of the song when a mistake was suddenly occurred. His falsetto cracked, but he recovered from it very quickly. What kind of singing performance was the most difficult? A live performance was the most difficult. Because you never knew what might happen, and you could never redo things. Be it good or bad, you only had one chance. The song ended. The performance finished. The audience members were still very absorbed in the performance and were applauding enthusiastically. Great. That was so touching. This guy has a very identifiable voice. Great song. It was really nice. Of course, there were also some in the audience who thought that it just an average performance. Dong Shanshan reappeared on stage. Alright, let's invite the clown back on stage. A moment later, the clown returned to the stage and stood with the yak, each on either side of Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Judges? If you were to vote, who would you vote for? Zhang Ziya grabbed the opportunity. Let me speak first. Needless to say, the yak sang quite well even though his falsetto cracked, right? But his overall performance was very good. The yak nodded. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Ziya said, on to the clown next. I don't really know what to say about him. I'm sure that he has a very high artistic level, and he's definitely a big shot judging from the way he moves, as well as his posture and on-stage presence. That might not be the case. I feel that he could be a newcomer, interrupted Wang Zuishu. Zhang Ziya asked, can a newcomer sing that well? Wang Zuishu replied, the newcomers these days are all really amazing. Chen Guai added, I think that he might not be a part of the music scene and could be a movie star instead. Because the other contestants have clues that we can make our guesses from, and there are still some possible candidates that come to mind. But as for this guy here, I simply have no memory of anyone like him. Famous variety show host Chen Yidong spoke up, if I voted, I would vote for the yak. The yak bowed ever so slightly to express his gratitude. The clown just stood there calmly. Chen Guang stayed silent for a second. From an artistic point of view, the clown's performance was absolutely wonderful and I would evaluate his rendition of the song to be perfect. On a personal level, I'm also fully in support of the clown. But from a professional point of view, my vote must still go to the yak even though there were some minor mistakes in his performance too. The yak bowed to show his thanks. Wang Zuishu gave it some thought. I'd vote for the yak. The yak bowed again. Thank you, teacher. Yao Jiankai declared, I don't understand what being professional or unprofessional is. All I know is that the clown's song touched me, so I'd certainly give him my vote. Zhang Ziya hesitated for a bit and sighed. I guess I'd vote for the yak. Han Chi was getting anxious in the wings. Have the judges gone blind? One of her colleagues said, yeah, I also think that the clown sang very well. A different colleague said, they're analyzing it from their professional point of view. The clown sang well and the song is good too, but there were too many mistakes in every line that he sang. Han Chi said angrily, but teacher clown has a cold. The colleague sighed, hi, but this is a competition. Han Chi could not accept this, she really could not accept it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, on stage, did not say anything. Dong Shanshan said, "Well then. Audience members, please pick up your voting devices and vote for the singer you like." The critical voting round began. But what made Han Chi's blood run even colder was that the clown's vote count immediately fell behind the moment the voting started. The yak, 20 votes. The clown, 11 votes. Their vote count kept rising. The audience members were exchanging words among themselves. Who should I vote for? The clown for sure. The clown's song was so touching. But he made singing mistakes, the judges said so. Yeah, the judges are still the professionals at the end of the day. I should just vote for the yak then. Although the yak's singing did not move me as much, his singing was still very good. At least there weren't as many issues with his singing. I don't think that the clown made any mistakes. I believe he used what's called artistic license. The yak, 70 votes. The clown, 61 votes. The yak was leading all the way. Han Chi urged, "Go up. Go up." Perhaps someone heard her pleas. The clown's tally actually started catching up bit by bit. The difference was only 8 votes. Then it became 5. Then 1. At the final moment, the voting ended. The yak, 217 votes. The clown, 219 votes. The remaining voters abstained from voting, several dozen votes had not been cast. That made it the biggest group of audience members to abstain from voting today. The clown won. A narrow victory of 2 votes. Han Chi was thrilled and heaved a sigh of relief. He won. He really won. At least there wouldn't be any more worry that he would get eliminated today, but as for becoming the masked king of this first episode? Judging from the audience's enthusiasm and the judge's emphasis on the professionalism of one singing, Han Chi and the program team staff knew that the clown would definitely not be able to compete for the position of the masked king in the first episode. Since the judges valued voice quality greatly and the audience also placed a great deal of importance on having a flawless voice, even if the clown still had stamina left to take the stage for his next song, it was impossible that he would clinch the round with his already badly strained voice. 996 A last-minute song changed by the clown. Chapter 996, A last-minute song changed by the clown. In the waiting room. Han Chi said, "We're already through to the next round." Zhang Yi nodded. "No matter how you perform the next song, we can still proceed to the second episode. Teacher, why not consider not performing the second song tonight since your health is?" Zhang Yi smiled at her. Han Chi said, "The second round battle for the crown of the Masked King will be taking place immediately. According to the broadcast order, the elimination round for the 3 singers who were defeated will take place first. However, today's recording order was changed, so we'll record the Battle of the Masked King round first. You're slated as the last of the 3 to appear on stage, but if you really can't bear it anymore, let's just give this round up. I'll communicate this to the production team since we won't get eliminated even if we withdraw now." Zhang Yi did not say anything. Han Chi's earpiece crackled. "Ah, it has already started." Petal Shower's figure appeared on the TV as Dong Shanshan handed her the stage. The moment Petal Shower appeared, the audience suddenly rippled with excitement. This was because her previous performance left a deep impression on them and they liked her very much. Hence, the atmosphere exploded right as she took the stage. Han Chi sighed and said, "It definitely wouldn't be a problem with your skill. We'll battle them after you've recovered from your cold." She took a pause. "So rest a little longer. I'm gonna head out." Zhang Yi gave a noise of acknowledgement. The doors closed. No one else was left in the room. Zhang Yi weakly propped himself up and watched the TV. When did we start putting on a facade? When did we start forgetting to tell the truth? When did we start forgetting how to love someone? When did we start forgetting how to admit we were wrong? Petal Shower was performing a rock song that required her to sustain her falsetto. The range on her falsetto was simply extraordinary, and her technique was well honed too. Her voice was completely different from Zhang Yi's voice that scattered through the registers. It was a very clear tone, and she could hit her falsetto range as and when she wanted to. The audience had truly never heard someone sing in such a way. It was quite refreshing. Waving hands. Screaming. The atmosphere in the studio was heating up. Next, it was Sunflower in the Starlight's turn to take the stage. Bomb. 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 It was a fast-paced English song. The high notes were very strong. It was highly lethal. The moment he opened his mouth, he sang in a high pitch and with great explosiveness throughout his performance. Watching the TV, Zhang Yi could see that a lot of the audience members were so pumped that they stood from their seats. From inside the waiting room he even seemed to hear the faint sound of screaming coming from the studio. Then Zhang Yi looked away and turned off the TV. The room suddenly became quiet, similar to what Zhang Yi was feeling at the moment. When Zhang Yi stood on stage after his performance and faced the judges' comments about the weaknesses in his singing, he did not say anything. Right now, he did not want to say anything either. After he drank another stamina potion, he finally mustered up enough strength to open the game ring interface. He activated the lucky halo, upgraded, with much difficulty. His reputation points were starting to decrease rapidly. -100,000. -100,000. He tapped on the lottery draw, 1. He straightaway added 500 additional stakes to the 100,000 reputation points per spin of the lottery draw. The wheel began to move. The needle started spinning. 1 revolution. 3 revolutions. 5 revolutions. Zhang Yi looked calmly at the wheel as the needle came to a rest in the skills category region. When he opened the golden treasure chest, the item majestically appeared from within. Piano Skill Experience Book, times 501, increases player's piano skill experience. It turned out otherwise indeed. Zhang Yi laughed at himself, a self-deprecating chuckle. The lottery was not omnipotent and the lucky halo did not necessarily help him achieve whatever results he wanted as it did not have sapience. It was only a tool that could help increase his luck stat. Zhang Yi was thinking of getting some sort of medicine to treat his cold or an item to treat his injuries from the lucky draw. However, Zhang Yi was not even sure if the lottery draw system had anything similar to the items he wanted, so he did not hold out hope that he would really win them so coincidentally. He had only intended to give it a try so that he could stop wondering if it would happen at all. This wasn't too bad. This was a rather good outcome. Actually, Zhang Yi consumed all the experience books. The door opened. Han Chi and the program team producer walked in. Teacher Clown, it's almost your turn to go on stage. Can you hold together? If not, then this round. Zhang Yi stood up. I'm fine, let's go. Han Chi quickly said, let me help you. There's no need. Zhang Yi shook his head. On the way to the studio, he reached into the game ring's inventory once again. This time, he took out 5 stamina potions and gulped them all down. Very good. He could still hang in there. Zhang Yi smiled. He was suddenly full of fighting spirit. Along the way, he saw a lot of the program team staff. Hoof was being astonished by petal showers and Sunflower's passionate singing. When he saw the clown, he immediately turned around and asked with concern, are you going to be alright? Han Chi answered for him, the teacher will be fine. Hoof nodded. Just try your best. Hood said, you already performed amazingly. Daifei added, don't force yourself. The outcome isn't that important anymore. In reality, it was not that the outcome was unimportant, but that there was no suspense. Han Chi had listened to the 2 contestants' performances, as had Hoof, Hooge, and the others. Judging from the audience's expressions and outpouring, it was quite clear that today's Masked King would definitely be either one of them. As for whether Petal Shower or Sunflower was better, that was still hard to say. Anyway, it definitely wouldn't be the clown. Be it his health, voice, or the audience and judges' judgment, it was unlikely that they would let him, a singer whose voice was not in a good state, take the throne of the Masked King in this first episode. It was already made clear in the previous round between the Yak and him. Although the clown's performance had moved many of the audience members and judges, he still just barely won and nearly got eliminated. Hoof reported the time, get ready. There's only a minute left. Music director Bayu Onfai also came over, wishing to have a last-minute discussion with Zhang Yi. Since your body can't handle it, lower the song by an octave and don't sing the high notes. Just finish singing the song. That'll be enough. Zhang Yi smiled. Try my best. Don't force myself. Just finish singing the song. Zhang Yi suddenly said something in his hoarse voice that shocked the program team staff. I'm terribly sorry, but I'd like to switch songs. Everyone was stunned. Bayu Onfai exclaimed, what? Hooge nearly toppled over. Switch songs? Hoof was also panicking. Why would you switch songs at a time like this? You're about to go on stage. Teacher. Han Chi was also stunned. No one knew what the clown was thinking. Bayu Onfai said, it's too late for that. There isn't an arrangement, the band isn't prepared either. Who'll play your accompaniment if you take the stage like this? You didn't even rehearse it. Why, you are taking a huge risk. At this moment, the Miracle Wheels band members came over. The guitarist said, switch songs? The drummer said, that's not actually necessary, right? You stand no chance of becoming the Masked King now, so why would you do that? Your health and voice are in this state. Why are you still trying so hard? Zhang Yi bluntly asked, do you have a piano? Bayu Onfai was taken aback. We do. Zhang Yi nodded. That's enough. What's the meaning of this? You even know how to play the piano? 997 I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Chapter 997, I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. In the studio, host Dong Shanshan announced, "Let's welcome our next singer, the clown." Applause sounded. The clown came out on stage looking very lonely. Chen Guang sighed. "This is the worst time to come on stage." Wang Zuishu nodded. The two contestants before him should have squeezed the atmosphere dry. Amy asked, "Who do you guys think will be the masked king?" Zhang Zia pondered and said, "Petal Shower's chances of winning are the greatest." Chen Yidong disagreed, "Just based on the first round of songs alone, Sunflower is definitely going to be the masked king." Zhang Zia said, "Petal Shower handled some parts of her singing really well. Who can compare with Sunflower's tenor?" Chen Yidong said. The judges all had differing opinions and started disagreeing with each other, yet no one mentioned the clown. The audience did not keep him in mind either. The two contestants before him had both performed passionate, fast songs with high notes. They were songs that fired up the atmosphere, which was why many in the audience were still clinging to the earlier performances. Sunflower's singing was so intense. "I still like my Petal Shower." "Haha, when did she become yours?" "Anyway, I'm already a die-hard fan of Petal Shower." "Do you know who she is?" "I don't know. That's why I'm curious." The clown has already taken the stage? He won't be able to sustain his voice anymore, so he's more like a supporting act in the first battle to be Masked King. He only advanced because he got a lucky win. Yeah, the Masked King will definitely be either Petal Shower or Sunflower. Obviously. Must we spell it out? Seems like these two people have stage names related to flowers. All that's left to see now is which flower has the greater skill. The lights suddenly dimmed. When the audience and judges finally realized that the next performance was about to begin, they were surprised to discover that the house band had already left the stage. Where had the band gone? Where was everyone? All of a sudden, they realized the clown was sitting in front of a piano. Playing the piano and singing at the same time? Everyone froze. Chen Guang, Zhang Zia, and the others were also surprised. They had all seen the clown's state and knew that it couldn't have been faked. He was indeed quite sick and had to force himself to stay standing, but what was this? In that state of his, why would he still want to play the piano himself? Playing the piano was unlike playing a keyboard. It was pressure-sensitive one and required strength to play it properly. You already have no hopes of fighting for the throne of Masked King, so what are you trying to do? What are you thinking? No one in the crew or judging panel could understand. The audience was also unable to understand. You pushed so hard to finish your previous song. Why are you trying so hard for the second song as well? The judges and audience, and even the program team staff, knew one thing though. If you could get on this stage, you must at least have some level of fame. At the minimum, you had to be someone that a lot of people knew. To be able to get to that level, you couldn't possibly lack a stage to perform on. Even if you gave up today, there would still be other platforms and stages welcoming you with open arms, so why are you risking your life like this? Just why? However, no one knew this one thing. There were no other stages for the man under the clown's mask to perform on. Banned. Frozen. Suppressed in the news. Ostracized by industry peers. Jobless. Old injuries acting up. A serious cold. It was the worst period that he was going through, as well as the time he felt the most vulnerable. No one appreciated him. He had sunk to a supporting act. The piano sounded. A flowing, watery melody reverberated throughout the studio. The judges were stunned. The audience was stunned. The piano's melody carried sadness, a sorrow that silenced the entire studio. The spotlights shone down on him. Everyone's gaze fell to where he sat. Zhang Yi played the piano oblivious to all around him. The melody flowed from his fingertips ceaselessly with every note representing a part of his sadness. He should have been the most beautiful thing in this world, he should have been the most beautiful wild rose too in this world. But right now, he could only wear a mask and hide all of himself beneath it. In this place where no one appreciated him, he would sing a song that perhaps only he knew, with that hoarse voice of his. These days, seasons fly by, flowers bloom aplenty. Winds wander, clouds float by, nature shut behind the door. To be plucked uneasily, I slowly realize. Bloomed already, but no one coming is completely expected. Han Chi was stunned in the wings. Teacher. Music director Bayu Onfai was watching slack-jawed. Zhang Zia was stunned. Amy could feel herself getting the goosebumps all over her body. This. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and sang softly. In the night, I'll sway with the wind and rain. When I see the break of dawn, I'll shed some tears. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Not letting spring arrive in vain. Blossoming till it's dark, infatuating passers-by. As I calmly watch myself wither away. Wild rose? A withering but beautiful wild rose? Chen Guang stood up impassioned. Zhang Zia stood up. Amy and the other judges all stood up in a free zone of excitement. This song. Zhang Yi continued playing and singing with his eyes still closed. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Hating the heavens for being unfair. Plucked of my buds. Stripped of my heart. Sadly given away as just a rose. Plucked of his buds. Stripped of his heart? Sadly given away as just a rose? Han Chi stared blankly at the stage, not knowing when her tears had started falling. She tried to wipe them away but found that she couldn't stop them from flowing. Many of the audience members watched the stage, hypnotized, feeling felt like someone had pierced through their hearts. The figure sitting at the piano looked very sad and lonely. However, there was a hint of a smile on his face when he finally opened his eyes. His singing was still as rough and hoarse as before. But this time, he didn't even have the strength and voice to hit the high notes anymore, yet this represented the current Zhang Yi. Having had his hands and feet bound, getting his mouth muzzled, this was the current him. Ground's my bed, sky's my blanket, meteors are my tears. At times awake, at times drunk, the geese have made their return. In turn happy, in turn sad, the spring's light isn't bright. No regrets, no burdens, sweet dreams drift away like the stream. Willingness is a patch of color adorning the world. But unwilling to touch on what is right and wrong. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Not letting spring arrive in vain. Blossoming till it's dark, infatuating passers-by. As I calmly watch myself wither away. Blossoming till it's dark? Even if no one were to appreciate him? Even if no one found him? Even if he was withering away? Listening to this, Zhang Zi's eyes reddened. Why are you still smiling? Why are you still smiling at this time? Suddenly, the piano music stopped. The man sitting at the piano was out of strength. The hand he was using to play the piano was no longer able to play the complex melody as it became more and more sluggish. He was forced to simplify the melody and use the simplest combination of notes to accompany his singing. I am a beautiful, 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 beautiful wild rose. Hating the heavens for being unfair. Plucked of my buds. Stripped of my heart. Sadly given away as just a rose. There were no high notes, but those hoarse and sad vocals cut deep into everyone's hearts. Han Chi was crying. Zhao Lu was crying. A lot people were crying. The emotions of many of the audience members exploded at this moment. The entire audience stood up. The atmosphere had hit a fever pitch. Supporting act? No. No. You're the true lead. You're the most beautiful flower of all today. 998 Birth of the First Masked King. Chapter 998, Birth of the First Masked King. The music stopped. The performance ended. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted, "The clown! The clown!" Another person shouted along, "The clown!" Han Chi was wiping her tears away while shouting, "Teacher clown!" Amy raised her arms over her head and shouted, "The clown!" Zhao Lu screamed, "The clown!" Executive Director Huff clenched his fists tightly in the wings. It was fantastic. This song was fantastic. This guy was not fantastic. The clown! The clown! The clown! The clown! The shouting increased and slowly became more similar. Such a scene was nearly impossible to describe in words. Eyes now open, Zhang Yi was stunned for a bit. He stood up from the piano and struggled a little to bend forward slightly in the direction of the judges and audience. It was supposed to be a bow. Zhang Yi did not expect that his song would stir up such a huge clamor in the studio, as all he wanted was to express his inner feelings. He did not even expect that anyone would understand the things in the song because it was not a popular song with the masses in his previous world. Not everyone knew this song, and there were also some people who disliked it. The Midday Sun performed the original version. Wang Bao was the songwriter and wrote the piece with a piano accompaniment. The version that Zhang Yi sang was an adaptation from the original version with some modifications of his own. For example, the last verse with the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful repetition was implemented by Zhang Yi based on his understanding of the song. It was subsequently covered by Han Hong, and her version was the one that most people had probably heard. Zhang Yi liked this song greatly when he was still in his previous world. As he was neither handsome nor had great qualifications, those who knew that he wanted to join the entertainment industry were always persuading him to give up the thought. It was only when he had joined the entertainment industry that he had a much deeper sentiment for this song. Everyone liked garden roses and thought that they were the most beautiful flowers of all. However, he knew that he was not a garden rose. He was just a wild rose shrub that thought of itself as very beautiful, yet went unnoticed by all around him. So he wanted to switch songs for this performance. Even if he sang badly, he still wanted to change songs at the last minute. The crowd was very excited. They were shouting. They were screaming. Some of them were even crying. Applause thundered as everyone stood up. Are they applauding me? Are they crying for me? When Zhang Yi saw this, he suddenly felt quite touched. He wanted to use a poem to express himself like he used to, but knew that he couldn't do so. Dong Shanshan returned to the stage. Let's thank the clown for his performance. Zhang Yi glanced at her. Dong Shanshan's smile seemed a bit unnatural. Please welcome Sunflower in the Starlight and Petal Shower back to the stage. She then stopped. A lot of the audience members were momentarily stunned when they realized that the host was crying. Petal Shower was the first to get back on the stage. When she saw Dong Shanshan crying, she immediately went to pat her on the shoulder and gave her a quick hug. Dong Shanshan smiled while wiping away her tears as she said into the microphone, I'm sorry that I got a little emotional. She turned to look at Hoof, off in the wings, and said, Director, please edit this part out. Hoof raised his hand and gave her a thumbs up. He didn't blame her at all, instead comforting her. Dong Shanshan apologized, please pardon me for being unprofessional. By now, Sunflower in the Starlight had also come back onto the stage. He patted Dong Shanshan on the shoulder in encouragement like a senior would. Zhang Ziya spoke, It's alright, Shanshan, I cried too. There's only one thing that I want to know right now. She stared straight at that man in the clown mask and asked, Who are you? The clown did not say a word. Zhang Ziya fired off, for someone who's in such bad shape, with a fever and cold, you can still sing like that and put in so much feeling into it. If you told me that you weren't a professional singer, I certainly wouldn't believe it. But I really can't think of anyone who matches you in the entire music industry. Wang Zuishu said, maybe it's because of his cold that his voice changed. That's why we can't tell who it is. Or could he be a newcomer? But how can there be a newcomer who's like him? The judges' thoughts were scattered. Someone had previously thought that he was from the acting industry, but that thought wavered now. Another felt that he could be a big shot from the music industry, but they soon hesitated about that thought too. Who is it? Who the fuck was this guy? The audience also had an important question right now. They really wanted to find out the identity of the man underneath the mask. By this point, Dong Shanshan had recomposed herself. Before the final voting starts, would our panel of guest judges please cast their votes first? Who do you think should be crowned as the masked king tonight? Wang Zuishu gave it some thought and answered, I think I'll probably still vote for Petal Shower. Her singing was very good and her technique was wonderful. It's practically without any faults. Petal Shower bowed. Chen Yidong said, I'll vote for Sunflower in the Starlight. Combining the 2 rounds of singing, I feel that he truly deserves to be the first masked king. Sunflower nodded and said into the voice-transforming microphone, Thank you, Teacher Chen. Han Chi clenched her fists tightly in the wings. Why? Why is it not the clown? What the hell are you guys thinking? Before, Han Chi did not really like this clown person. Since their first interaction, the clown been constantly teasing her. Everyone thought that he was some experienced but very mischievous veteran of the music industry. But as she came to know more about the clown, she became completely moved by him. She felt that it was very fortunate for her to be the only liaison in the program team for the clown and was very honored by this as well. He was a wild rose. A flower that was different from everyone else. The audience also made some subtle criticism. What the heck? Are those 2 deaf? They should totally have voted for the clown. The clown's song was amazing. I think the same. It's so good that it's beyond description. You can't say that. Sunflower sang better. I still prefer to support Petal Shower. It was only normal to have differences in opinions. It was impossible for everyone to think the same. Music itself was perceived based on each individual's opinion and life experience. People who listened to the same song could not possibly have the same emotions about it at the end. Perhaps only those who have had similar experiences could understand Zhang Yi's Wild Rose. Then, Chen Guang spoke. Chen Guang looked at the 3 masked singers. On a professional basis, I would definitely choose between Sunflower and Petal Shower. Their voices, singing techniques, and appeal cannot be faulted, they're impeccable. In the first round, I made my decision following this set of standards even though I really liked the clown's first song, Wolf. But right now, I would like to apologize. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? The judges were taken aback. The audience were also startled. Chen Guang said loudly, to claim that I was judging on a professional basis was totally unprofessional of me. My decision might be a little willful and rash of me, but I can't not be rash. If I were to vote, I would definitely cast this vote for the clown and only the clown. There's no why. There isn't a need for a why either. Han Chi was pleasantly surprised. Someone was supporting him. Someone was finally supporting Teacher Clown. Yao Jiankai also spoke up, let me say this first, I do not fully know what being professional or unprofessional is, nor am I a person from the music industry, nor have I dabbled in music before. He smiled and said, If my longtime crosstalk partner were here, his evaluation would probably be more professional than mine. But I can only follow my heart, so if I chose, my choice would be the same as old Chen's. I would 100% cast my vote for the clown without any hesitation. I don't know how good his voice is, and I also don't know how well it was sung. All I know is that this song, Wild Rose, has moved me. This song has totally said what I wanted to say. Amy stood from her seat and cleared her throat. I hereby announce that from today onwards, I have become a fan of the clown. She looked at the clown and said anxiously, "Who are you?" "I really like you a lot." The clown gave her a slight bow. Zhang Ziya said, "I will also cast my vote for the clown this time. Singing well requires a good voice, good technique, and all kinds of other factors. But ultimately, music has to be able to move people, and feelings are above all that. Petal Shower and Sunflower have both achieved that, but the clown has undoubtedly done it best today with his song." His second performance essentially disregarded all the so-called technicalities and techniques of singing and was of such a high level as well. This sort of infusion and projection of emotions, this turning of the disadvantage of a bad vocal condition into something that helped make the song even better, it's absolutely not something that can be learned. This has surpassed any techniques around. The judges finished with their evaluations. Dong Shanshan said, "Well then, let the voting begin. Will the 500 audience members please consider who you think is best and cast your votes so that we may witness the crowning of our first masked king?" Han Chi felt extremely nervous. Many of the program team staff were debating. "I like the clown." "Me too. He tried so hard. I just wish that the voting would end quickly so that the clown can get off the stage and dressed." The audience had already picked up their voting devices and started to cast their votes. On the big screen, the tallies were being compiled in real time. Petal Shower was at 10 votes, 20 votes, 30 votes. Sunflower's votes were also increasing very quickly. 20 votes, 30 votes. Rise higher. Ah, Sunflower's votes went up. Oh, Petal Shower's in first place. The clown. The clown. The clown has taken the lead. He's in the lead. He got overtaken. The competition was very intense. The judges looked at the screen in astonishment. The audience was staring at the same thing, not blinking. A lot of them were chanting for their favorite singer's stage name. The three contestants' stage names in the standings kept switching positions, each replacing the others at the top. A lot of people expected this, but could not predict who would end up as the final winner of this round. The suspense was too great to bear. Finally, the voting phase ended. Dong Shanshan immediately said, "The voting stops now." On the big screen, the tallies suddenly stopped. Those who did not vote within the time limit were considered to have abstained. Everyone looked at the big screen. Sunflower turned around. Petal Shower leaned sideways and looked. Han Chi glanced at the big screen nervously. Only Zhang Yi did not turn around. He stood there very composed, or maybe he only had enough strength to remain standing. The results were out. The masked king was crowned. The crowd was instantly stoked. The clown. The clown. The clown. The clown. Han Chi was so emotional that she started crying again. She screamed and hugged a male colleague next to her. "He won. Teacher has won." Sobbing, she smiled through her tears. That male colleague on the program team coughed in embarrassment. "Congratulations." 999 A few words from the clown. Chapter 999, A few words from the clown. The clown won. Applause rang out in the studio. The judges were also cheering for him. The clown raised his voice transforming microphone to say a few words. His first words were, "Thank you." His next words came after some thought, "Thank you." Zhang Yi had braced himself and taken the stage to perform. He never considered singing just well enough, no, he wanted to do his best on every song he sang, to relate all that he wanted to say, and to finish doing the things that he wanted done. Just like the time he released the documentary Live at the Central TV press conference by himself, he did it to the best of his ability. Even if he landed himself in a tight spot because of his actions, he did not care as the consequences were unimportant to him. He was the same today, not thinking about winning some spot as the first masked king. He personally knew that he was in very bad shape too and that he was very lucky not to have been eliminated in the previous round. So when he saw some of the audience members crying, when he saw that many of them were moved by his song, and when he realized that he had actually been voted as the first masked king of the show, Zhang Yi honestly felt very good. His face was covered. His voice caught. But there were still people who understood him. His voice could still be heard by others. This was good. This was really very good. And so he wanted to thank them. As such, he said thank you twice. Applause thundered. "Great. You're the best. The clown. The clown. You sang so well." With that, Zhang Yi exited the stage. There was still another segment to be recorded, the elimination round to send away 2 contestants before the first episode's recording of King of Masked Singers could be concluded. In the next episode, the rules of the competition were different from the Chinese version of King of Masked Singers. The Masked King would not have to reveal their identity, but that position was also not going to be theirs forever. The Masked King from the previous episode would still have to participate in the next episode's competition and could even get eliminated from it. Meanwhile, the 2 contestants who were eliminated from the first episode would be replaced by new masked singers to compete in the show's new episode. However, Zhang Yi no longer had any strength to watch the rest of the recording. He was utterly exhausted after having spent all his energy on stage. Han Chi and many of the program team staff surrounded Zhang Yi to help him off the stage. Teacher Clown. How are you doing? You sang so wonderfully today. Will there be a vehicle coming to pick you up? Why don't you let little Han send you back instead? Zhang Yi thanked them for their kindness but did not let anyone see him off. After everyone left, he found a place to change out of his costume and even took off his socks. Then he took his bag with him before activating invisibility, upgraded, and departed from Beijing Television. In the vicinity of the parking lot. Hey, Teacher Zhang Yi? Teacher Zhang, you're here? Brother Hu and Teacher Shan Shan were looking for you earlier. Yeah, when they saw your car parked here they looked for you for a while, since you didn't answer your phone when they called. So you were here watching the recording all this time? Are you leaving now? A few of his former colleagues spotted him out here. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded at them but did not open his mouth and speak. He was afraid that he would give himself away. Those coworkers of his did not notice anything unusual about it. Back when they were working in the same office, Zhang Yi was not someone who really liked to talk much. It was only when the topic of work came up, or if there was a quarrel or fight with other people that he had no lack of words to say. So no one thought much of it nor was there anything for them to contemplate. Take care then. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi waved goodbye to them and caught his breath before struggling into his car. After fastening his seatbelt, he took out another stamina potion from the game ring's inventory and drank it. He managed to perk himself up and drove back home in a hurry. Back at home, Zhang Yi collapsed into his bed and coughed a couple times. He could feel his cold becoming less severe. It might have been due to the cortisone shots that he had received at the Beijing Television Infirmary taking effect, although his chest throbbed and he could feel slight shoulder and middle back pain in the places he had been injured. But Zhang Yi was smiling. He had been crowned Masked King. That was enough for him. It was worth all the pain and injuries he endured. Perhaps because Beijing Television had finished recording the show, Zhang Yi's cell phone suddenly started ringing. His cell phone was still in his pants pocket as he hadn't taken it out since he'd gotten back home. He had to prop himself up while he looked for his pants that he had changed out of. He retrieved the cell phone from them. He took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was Yao Jiankai calling. Zhang Yi cleared his throat to try to make himself sound as normal as possible. He answered the call. Yao Jiankai greeted, "Zanger, what's up?" Zhang Yi replied, "I'm lazing about." "What's with your voice? Why do you sound so sleepy? Are you in bed?" "Yeah, I just got back and hit the sack. I didn't see you at the recording studio today. Why didn't you come?" "Haha, I saw a really amazing singer today. He sang so wonderfully." Zhang Yi laughed. "Really? You're the executive producer, right? Come on, share with me, who's that guy? You must definitely know something. Don't try to fool me." Zhang Yi blinked. "I honestly don't know. I didn't follow up with or participate in the production work at all." "Hey, I thought that you'd know for sure. You didn't hear that guy's song, but it was so good that I can't describe it in words. Also, nobody had ever heard the songs he performed before. Perhaps his talent agency had them written specifically for him before the competition, so going along that line, a newcomer would definitely not enjoy such privileges. He must be a big name, and it's definitely a big name who's a supporting pillar of their agency. That's why he could enjoy such treatment from them. They're all good songs and I believe it would cost quite a bit to even buy the copyrights to them." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I guess so." Yao Jiankai said, "Oh well, I'll let you get back to sleep. I'll ask around some." He hung up. Soon after, Zhang Zai also called. The moment the call connected, Grandma Zhang said, "Little Zhang, I have just 2 questions for you. Who is Petal Shower? Who is the clown?" Zhang Yi chuckled and said, "Old Yao just called me as well to ask about this. I really don't know as I'm only in charge of the overall production. I did not oversee any other parts of the show and did not participate in those roles either." Zhang Zai did not believe him. "That's impossible. Even you do not know?" "I really do not know." Zhang Yi lied without blinking. "All right." Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Grandma Zhang. Did Sunset Glow get eliminated?" Zhang Yi felt that sunset glow was someone that he knew personally, and Petal Shower also felt somewhat familiar to him, although he couldn't be sure. As for Sunflower in the Starlight and the other contestants, Zhang Yi did not have any idea about them because he probably did not know them, but it could also turn out that he was familiar with them. Nothing was certain here. Zhang Ziya replied, Sunset Glow did not get eliminated. Thanks. Old Yao. Grandma Zhang. I'm sorry about this, but I really have to keep it from you two for now. I will apologize to you two at a later time. No one knew that Zhang Yi had anonymously joined the King of Masked Singers competition, not even his parents and Old Wu were informed about it, so he wasn't planning on telling anyone else. The main issue here was that he was afraid that if he lost, it would be too embarrassing for him. He had thought about it before, that if he were to lose, he wouldn't reveal himself and would just exit the stage. 1000 Hero and Zero. Chapter 1000, Hero and Zero. The next day. It was a Saturday. Early in the morning, the internet stirred with activity. It's going to be broadcast soon. My King of Masked Singers is coming. I wonder if Zhang Yi's new work will create yet another miracle in the viewership ratings. After all, the show isn't directed by Zhang Yi this time, so everything is still a big unknown. I'm just waiting for tonight. I'm so looking forward to it. Who are the first episode's contestants? Did anyone attend yesterday's live recording? I heard that the first episode's Masked King is someone called Petal Shower. Why did I hear that it was someone called Water Buffalo who became the first episode's Masked King instead? Is there even a contestant called Water Buffalo? Damn, are you people for real? Who's telling the truth and who's lying? Can someone please give it to me straight? In any case, those who went to the live recording said that the show is very, very good. Really? It shouldn't be too bad. It's Zhang Yi's creation after all. Will there really be big shots joining the show to sing? I don't know. Online news was always a mixture of truth and lie. Some people who had not even gone to the live recording would confidently tell others just who the Masked King was and who had been eliminated in this episode's recording. In the confusion, the netizens could not tell truth from fiction, so they had no choice but to wait until the night to find out during the premiere episode. Later that morning. Jiamen. Rao Aimen's house. Chenchen was doing her homework. Old Yang, how do you do this question? Yang Shu looked at her. Solve it yourself. Chenchen said unhappily, tell me how to do it. Yang Shu shook her head. Your aunt won't allow that. Chenchen said in annoyance, Zhang Yi always helps me do my homework. I can't control what senior bro does, Yang Shu said, but I can't help you do your homework because that's only going to do you harm. Chenchen. These days, all of Yang Shu's meals were taken care of by Rao Aimen. The only condition for this arrangement was that Yang Shu had to tutor Chenchen every day. Yang Shu was a very dedicated and serious person, and would carry out what she promised. She really was keeping her eyes on Chenchen to supervise her and tutor her, although she definitely would not help her do her homework. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Chenchen looked to the door and asked, who is it? Zhang Yi's weak voice came from outside. Open up. Yang Shu instantly became spirited and ran over. She opened the door and greeted him joyfully, Senior Bro. However, she was startled at the sight of her senior martial brother. Zhang Yi looked very pale and seemed like he was on the verge of collapsing. It was as though he would die the very next second. When Zhang Yi saw his junior martial sister, his legs turned even weaker as he wailed, help me stand. I can't stay upright anymore. Yang Shu was horrified. Senior Bro, what happened to you? Zhang Yi cried, I can't take it anymore. Quickly let me lie down. Yang Shu was extremely anxious. She quickly propped Zhang Yi up and led him carefully into the house. She hurriedly helped him to the sofa in front of them to lay him down. Stay strong. You must stay strong. Yang Shu was getting really anxious as she knelt down to remove Zhang Yi's shoes and quickly covered him with a blanket. Chenchen blinked several times as she looked over. Zhang Yi, what's with you? Lying on the sofa, Zhang Yi whined, I'm gonna die. I can't make it. Where's old Rao? Call old Rao out now. His breathing was very shallow and he seemed about to die. Chenchen. Yang Shu's eyes reddened, Senior Bro. Senior Bro, you must hold on. I'll go and get Master Rao immediately. Then she shouted upstairs in panic, Master Rao. Master Rao, come down quick. My senior bro isn't gonna make it. Quickly save my senior bro. She looked at Zhang Yi again and asked, who injured you? I will get revenge for you. Revenge? Avenge your sister. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and said, this bro isn't dead yet. Footfalls thudded from upstairs. Rao Aimen came trotting down the stairs. Why the shouting? Yang Shu cried, Master Rao, please come quick. My senior bro isn't gonna make it. When Rao Aimen saw Zhang Yi lying on the sofa wailing, she was amused. What is going on here? Who crushed you? Yang Shu did not know Zhang Yi that well, but how could Rao Aiman not know him? She and Zhang Yi had known each other for a very long time and she knew exactly what this fellow's style was. When she saw him behaving in that manner, she knew that he was definitely not in any serious trouble. She made her way over to him and nudged him with a foot. Stop playing dead. You a piece of broken porcelain? Zhang Yi groaned but did not move. Yang Shu said anxiously, please take a look at my senior bro. Rao Aiman shook her head as she sat down on the sofa and prodded him. Go on, scooch in. Zhang Yi obediently shifted closer to the backrest of the sofa. Rao Aiman reached out and took his pulse. 8 or so seconds later, she scanned Zhang Yi. Your old injuries, eh? I'm not going to make it. Zhang Yi groaned and whined still. Rao Aiman asked, didn't your injuries get better, kid? Who did you fight recently? Zhang Yi insisted, no one. Rao Aiman sneered. Impossible. Zhang Yi realized he might as well tell her. A few days ago, I sparred and exchanged several dozen moves with the master of the Lian family style. Rao Aiman looked at him. You haven't even fully recovered from your old injuries yet you still went to spar with a martial arts master? You even exchanged several dozen moves? You're suicidal. Serves you right. Zhang Yi was exasperated. My colleagues and friends had been detained by their people. When I went over to sort out the problem, they gave me face and immediately released them upon my request. After that, their master said that he would like to spar with me, so how could I turn him down? Where would I show my face if I did that? Hurry up, old Rao, get me treated quickly. Rao Aiman told him, go to the hospital and get a checkup first. However, the instant Zhang Yi heard the word hospital, he panicked. I'm not going there. I'm telling you this right now, I'm not going to the hospital. He lay there even deader than before. Yang Shu said anxiously, senior bro, just listen to Master Rao. I absolutely will not go. Zhang Yi said firmly. Chen pouted. Zhang Yi, you're such a coward. Zhang Yi stared at her and said, who's a coward? It's just that I'm too famous. If I go to the hospital, it would definitely cause a stir, understand? Forget it, a little kid like you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Chen smirked. Hurt her. No matter what anyone said, Zhang Yi would never go to the hospital. He'd slept from yesterday until today and had almost recovered from his cold and fever. The most serious issue he currently faced were his internal injuries. He would still face this situation again in next week's competition if his internal injuries were not properly treated, and everything would be in vain. As his parents were on vacation, there was no one at home to take care of him. Zhang Yi could no longer bear with it, so he decided to head straight to Rao Aiman's place, knowing that she knew traditional Chinese medicine and massage one. Rao Aiman said in a speechless manner, rascal, are you becoming completely dependent on me now? Yang Shu said anxiously, Master Rao. Alright, Rao Aiman said. I'll help you on account of you getting the injuries because of me. She then walked away and found pen and paper to write down a prescription for a traditional Chinese medicine. She handed it to Yang Shu. Little Yang, go and pick these herbs. I've already written down the items and quantities that I need. Yang Shu took it from her. Okay. She turned around and said, Senior bro, I'll be back immediately. You must hold on. Zhang Yi waved his hands. Hurry up. Take a taxi there and back. Don't go by the third ring road. I got caught in traffic there when I was coming here. Yang Shu ran out of the house. She slammed the door closed. Zhang Yi laid there and made yet another request. Old Rao, I'm hungry. Can you make some red braised pork for me? Oh yes, and chicken soup too. I must nourish myself a bit. Chen. Rao Aiman. Zhang Yi asked again, do you have any chicken wings? If you don't have any, can you go to the market to buy some and cook some red braised chicken wings for me? I haven't eaten those in a very long time. Chen said angrily, Zhang Yi, why are you so weak? These are internal injuries we're talking about. I can't move at all. Zhang Yi lamented, I haven't eaten anything in a day. There's no one to take care of my meals either. Chen. Rao Aiman. Zhang Yi was just going to impose himself here and lie on the sofa without moving. No matter who tried to pull him away, he would not get up. He just kept groaning and whining while asking for things to be done. This fellow acted completely differently on and off the stage. Sometimes, the difference between a hero and a zero was just down to a difference of circumstance. 1001 King of Masked Singers premieres. Chapter 1001, King of Masked Singers premieres. Noon. At Old Drow house, the place was full of the smell of medicinal herbs. Zhang Yi yelled while lying on the sofa, is it done yet? Yang Shu speedily answered, Senior bro, it's almost ready, it's almost ready. Zhang Yi howled, hurry up. I can't take it anymore. Master Rao, please hurry. Yang Shu urged from the kitchen. Rao Aizen shouted across the living room, "If you make another sound, trust me, I will throw you out. Concocting the medicine requires proper heat. What are you so anxious for? It's still being bubbled." Zhang Yi stopped pestering Rao Aizen out of fear and turned to Chen, who was doing her homework. "Chen, fetch me a glass of water. I'm thirsty, so be quick." Chen said, "Not gonna. In that case, I won't help you do your homework in the future." Zhang Yi harumphed. Chen became flustered. "Zhang Yi, are you really that weak?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "Get me some water." Chen begrudgingly went to get the water for him and nearly even had to feed it to him. Zhang Yi lay there all relaxed and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then he said, rather displeased, "Why is the water cold? Bring me warm water next time, understand?" Chen got annoyed and ran to the kitchen to complain. "Aunt, who does Zhang Yi think he is?" But Yang Shu said, "Senior bro's old injuries have relapsed and he's a sick person now. Why are you arguing with him?" Chen was exasperated. "But he's such a bully." From the living room, Zhang Yi shouted again. "The food isn't done either? Why is it taking so long? I've been hungry for a whole day. Does anyone care about me?" Yang Shu immediately replied, "Senior bro, I'll serve you the food." Only Zhang Yi's junior martial sister would readily be at his beck and call to take care of him. "Senior bro, sit up and eat." "I can't move." "I'll feed you then." "My junior martial sis is the best." "Open your mouth." The chicken wing is not too bad. Try some of the red braised pork." It's good too, but a bit salty." "Ah, a little salty? Then what should we do?" "Forget it, I'll make do with it." Rao Aizen could not stand watching this any further and took a few steps out of the kitchen and said to Yang Shu, "Ignore him. This fellow's just trying to score some pity points. Just place the food on the table. I'll see if he wants to eat or not." Chen added angrily, "Old Yang, don't care for him." But Yang Shu did not listen to them as she continued spoon-feeding Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi lay there comfortable as a lord, opening his mouth and swallowing the food, then opening his mouth again with the next spoonful already waiting for him. After they finished eating lunch, the medicinal herb concoction was ready. His junior martial sister spoon-fed him again. But after just 2 mouthfuls, Zhang Yi cried out that it was too bitter and refused to drink anymore. "Senior bro. This is not something a human can drink. If you don't drink it, how can you heal your injuries? What's inside this? A soil dragon. What's that? An earthworm? The hell? Are you guys trying to poison me?" With great difficulty, Zhang Yi finally finished drinking the medicine. Rao Aizen then began to treat him externally. She gave him a traditional Chinese massage to help with his qi and blood circulation. But with just 2 massage rubs, Zhang Yi cried out again. The entire time the sun was shining, there was not a moment of peace in the house as every one of them took care of Zhang Yi. It wasn't until evening that this fellow finally ceased his antics. This was because the King of Masked Singer's premiere episode was about to begin. Zhang Yi had taken over the whole sofa and occupied it by himself, lying there with his legs up. Be it Rao Aizen, Chen, or Yang Shu, they could only move some chairs over and sit beside him. On Beijing television, the commercials ended. Yang Shu said, "It's starting." Zhang Yi said, "Turn up the volume." His first uncle's house. His first uncle and aunt brought out a fruit platter. In the living room, Zhang Yi's 3 cousins were all sitting there watching the television. They had arranged to meet up to date to watch the King of Masked Singer's premiere episode together as it was a new show planned by their cousin. "Wow, it's starting, it's finally starting. The first contestant has appeared." "What? King of Oddity? What sort of name is this? Holy shit. Ah, he's saying so well. The pitch changes were really nice. Who is he? Greater China's Kui Long? It's not him, it's definitely not him. The figure doesn't look like him at all. Then could it be Kak? The voice sounds super similar." The 3 cousins were excited and astonished by what they were watching. His first uncle and aunt were seated near them and glanced at the screen. With this, they were immediately hooked on the show and joined in with their own guesses. Peking University. In one of the female dormitories, Yao Jiankai's daughter, Yao Mi, did not go home for the weekend, instead staying in her dorm together with a few of her roommates to watch the broadcast of the King of Masked Singers. The more the merrier, they thought. Somehow, they'd gotten a hold of a 29-inch LCD TV, and they'd even hooked it up to an antenna in their dorm. There were a total of 11 people in the room, and all were watching the television in excitement, some of them even singing along. "It's good. It's so good that I'm crying. I really love Pedal Shower. There isn't anyone else in the music industry with such a falsetto. Who exactly is she?" The panel of guest judges couldn't guess either. "Mimi, ha ha ha, your dad has spoken. Your dad sure is funny. He definitely deserves to be a big shot in the crosstalk world. It's sad that our Professor Zhang isn't around. It would be even more exciting to watch then. When will Teacher Zhang come back and teach us again? Has he really been banned? Did the air pollution documentary affect him that greatly? How could they ban Teacher Zhang? Media College. At the teaching staff's quarters. Su Hongyan, once Zhang Yi's student counselor, was also watching the show on Beijing television with some of her colleagues. This is really great. Their singing is much more professional than those on The Voice. It's gotta be. The selling point is different. The selling point of The Voice of China was its grassroots contestants, while for King of Masked Singers, the contestants are already famous singers, so of course their skills aren't the same. Frankly, the creativity of this show is great. Only someone like our media college's Professor Little Zhang can come up with a show like this. Sunflower sang well. He is quite good, but I still prefer Sunset Glow. How did she lose to the others? Will she get eliminated? Who's gonna be crowned Masked King at the end of this episode? It blew up on the internet as well. Overwhelming exclamations and responses started appearing all over Weibo. This is really worth goddamn waiting for. So this is King of Masked Singers. Damn, it's 10,000 times better than I expected. So this is what this show is all about. This group of people can really sing well, right? I bet they're all professional singers. And or B-list big name celebs? Who knows who King of Oddity is? I really like King of Oddity too. His voice is really pleasant and his singing is pretty good, but compared to Petal Shower and the others, he doesn't quite measure up. Petal Shower and Sunflower, on the other hand, are gods. 4 contestants have already appeared on stage. And each one is more amazing than the last. The next person is coming on right now. The clown? I heard a rumor that he was this episode's Masked King. That can't be. Probably a rumor? Right, someone even said that Water Buffalo was the Masked King. Your sister's the Water Buffalo. There's not even a fucking contestant named Water Buffalo. Look at how he's walking. He can't even stand straight. Is he sick? The broadcast now cut to a different scene at an earlier time. It was showing the moments in the infirmary. Zhang Yi probably did not even know that while he and the program team staff were in the infirmary, someone had actually logged a video camera in and recorded many of the scenes that had occurred inside. A fever of 40 degrees. A severe cold. Inflammation of the tonsils. Give me a cortisone shot. Are you sure? Do it. Give me another shot. Shoot me up again. Do it. 3 shots. A total of 3 shots. The man in the clown mask did not even make a sound. The scene cut again, back to the moment when the clown appeared on stage. At this moment, everyone who was watching the program in front of their televisions gasped in shock. Some of the music industry insiders were also surprised by this. A madman. This person must be insane. This. He's really risking his life. Why is he still singing when he's like that? How can he even sing? Yeah, he's definitely not going to be the Masked King. Those must have been rumors. True. It's hard to walk around or even speak with a voice like that, much less sing a song. Can he even make any noise? He won't finish singing, right? How could he possibly finish singing in that condition? It wasn't just the clown who had behind-the-scenes footage edited into the show. There was also behind-the-scenes footage for the other masked singers. For instance, Petal Shower when she was rehearsing her songs and Sunflower's comments on the other singers' performances while he was in his waiting room. But clearly, the clown's behind-the-scenes footage was more shocking than the others. The program team definitely knew this, so they purposely edited this scene in. However, when the clown took the stage and started singing, a lot of people got a great shock. Petal Shower's falsetto had shocked them. Sunflower in the Starlight's tenor had shocked them. Sunset Glow's gentle and soothing voice had shocked them. But those were completely different from the shock the clown thrust upon them. The clown's song shocked them because it was pure and resonated with their souls. I am the wolf that comes from the north. Padding through the boundless wilderness. The mournful northern wind blows by. The slow sand brushes by. Everyone's had a dream before. Everyone's pursued those dreams before. But for the sake of that grassland, that dream, a person like the clown faced the biting winds while wounded and continued limping forward. No one could say that they had gone that far themselves. So they were shocked. Touched. Who was he? This guy has such stage presence. A wolf that comes from the north? Doesn't that sound so cool? Does it sound that great? I think it's just average. Me too. I'm not really moved. And his voice is too hoarse. That's why it's good. What do you guys know? This singing is filled with so much emotion. The song itself is good too. What song is this, god damn it? Why haven't I heard before? At Old Rao's house. Zhang Yi watched his on-screen self and had mixed feelings about it. Yang Shu was fascinated by the song. This song is really good, really. Rao Aizen did not say anything. Actually, she seldom watched television shows, but ever since she became Zhang Yi's agent, she started paying attention to them. Chen Chun pointed at the television and said, "Just look at him." Rao Aizen said, "He insists on taking the stage while badly sick. This perseverance and resilience is not something that just any ordinary person possesses. This man's not bad." Zhang Yi was elated when he heard. He. Good enough. Yang Shu immediately said, "My senior bro is also someone with strong perseverance." Rao Aizen glanced at Yang Shu and pointed to Zhang Yi, who was lying crooked on the sofa like a slob. "You talking about this guy?" Yang Shu was stumped. She wanted to speak up but hesitated and hung her head in silence, apparently rather embarrassed by him. Zhang Yi couldn't defend himself. 1002 The King of Masked Singers is on fire. Chapter 1002, The King of Masked Singers is on fire. On TV. The clown had narrowly defeated the yak. The netizens started an endless debate. Was there even a need to think? Of course the vote goes to the clown. It actually got decided by just a few votes. This song that the yak performed was much worse than the clown's. Yeah, what were the live audience members thinking? Even a fool should be able to deduce which was the better song. How could the clown have nearly lost this round? Next up, the three defeated contestants proceeded to the elimination round and battled each other. The three contestants were King of Oddity, Sunset Glow, and the Yak. This segment was recorded after Zhang Yi had left the studio that day. He had not watched it yet and was naturally interested as he stared unblinkingly at the television. King of Oddity kicked off the elimination round of performances. He stuck to his beautiful portamento technique and rap, and he performed well. After him was Sunset Glow. Do you remember what we used to have? Holding hands and living simply. We weren't yet 18 then. But we'd still speak our minds to each other. It was a love song. A slow but tasteful love song. In this second round of performances, Sunset Glow performed rather stunningly. There were no higher pitches, none at all, but she still managed to capture the hearts of many in the audience. The three contestants took their turns and finished performing. Eventually, the results of the voting came out. Sunset Glow easily remained in the competition while the Yak and King of Oddity were both eliminated. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. The live audience all stood up and started shouting. Chen Guang also stood up. Amy also said excitedly, "Who are you?" Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "You can choose to reveal your identity, or you can choose to exit the stage with your mask on." King of Oddity laughed a little and thought for a moment. Then he grabbed his mask and took it off with everyone's attention on him. When the television audience saw the face beneath the mask, many of them were startled. Chen Guang was stunned. "Little Kai?" King of Oddity smiled and said, "Hello, senior bro." Amy also knew him personally. Oh my god. How could it be you? Kai Yi. It was Kai Yi, who was from the same agency as Chen Guang. The internet also blew up. Damn. It's our Kai Yi. Why is it him? Man, that's a C-list celebrity. In the music industry, Kai Yi was considered quite a big name some years ago. When he first debuted, he was known as a pretty boy to many and had also won an award for Best Song. He had a glorious past and surely counted as one of the top 30 people in the music industry at that time. But later, for reasons unknown, he stopped releasing albums and switched to acting in movies. Although he was also very popular in the film industry and is a C-list celebrity now, a lot of people still felt it sad that he did not continue his singing career. Why would he be participating in this show? Has Kai Yi gone back to singing? He sang really well. His singing is as good as before. My little Kai. This was an extremely popular celebrity idol. What's more, Kai Yi was a C-list celebrity as well. After the astonishment faded, everyone thought of something. For someone who is so popular and good at singing, and had been even a professional singer, if this was any other singing show, he definitely would have been saved for a much later appearance. But on the stage of King of Masked Singers, Kai Yi had actually been eliminated in the first episode? What the fuck? Then who the hell could the remaining masked singers be? Thinking of this, the audience's curiosity suddenly erupted. King of Oddity turned out to be Kai Yi. Then who was the other one? Who was the Yak? The camera cut to the Yak. Dong Shanshan asked, "You can choose to reveal your identity, or I choose not to reveal my identity," said the Yak before Dong Shanshan could finish. The audience was taken aback. Amy asked anxiously, "Why not?" Zhang Ziya persuaded, "I don't think it matters much as those who reveal their identities are definitely not considered losers. There aren't any losers at all here today. Also, we really wish to know who you are." Wang Zuishu added, "You sang really well." But the Yak did not say anything. Dong Shanshan nodded and said, "Okay, we respect your choice." The yak bowed to the audience and then mysteriously departed from the stage just like that, still wearing his mask. Perhaps no one in the audience would ever know who this man was. The netizens were all vexed. Reveal your identity, damn it. Faints, why didn't he reveal himself? How very suspenseful. Who could that guy be? Flips table, I'm so pissed. Everyone could only feel that way. If the contestant did not want to reveal their identity, there was nothing they could do about it. It's time for the next round. Right, it's time to battle for the first episode's Masked King. Who do you guys think has the best chance of winning? Sunflower, of course. Definitely Petal Shower. Right, it's basically just between these two. Although I also like the clown, his voice is really not in good shape. It sounds quite hoarse, and judging from the earlier voting by the live audience members, the clown stands no chance. But why are there people saying that the clown was crowned the first episode's Masked King? That's not possible. It's probably just a rumor. When he's like that, how can he fight for the throne of the Masked King? Yeah, whether he can even sing his next song at all is questionable. At Old Rao's house, Zhang Yi had been through the final round of this episode's competition and already knew the results, so he didn't have much interest in the latter part of the show. As he watched, his eyes began to droop and he fell asleep unknowingly. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He had fallen asleep on the sofa, and someone had covered him with a blanket. The sky was bright and the chirping of birds drifted in from outside. Zhang Yi got up from the sofa and went to the bathroom. He could feel that his body was in much better condition now. It seemed that Old Rao's medicinal herb concoction was actually quite effective, and he didn't drink it for nothing. The front door opened. Yang Shu came back carrying some things. Senior bro, you're up? Where'd you go? To buy breakfast for you. Oh. By the way, here's today's newspapers. Zhang Yi felt rather happy deep down inside. It was worth taking in this junior martial sister of his. Just look at all that she had done. Where's Old Rao and Chen? Master Rao took the kid out for morning exercises, Yang Shu replied. Zhang Yi nodded, then flipped open one of the newspapers. Kai Yi participates in King of Masked Singers. King of Masked Singers premiere episode. Kai Yi gets eliminated. The clown crowned first Masked King. Wild Rose search term trends to top spot. King of Masked Singers premiere episode a hit, trending #1 on Weibo. Who is the clown? Speculation on Petal Shower's identity. The newspapers were all full of news regarding King of Masked Singers. While eating breakfast, Zhang Yi browsed through Weibo and realized that there were also an overwhelming amount of discussions online. That was so fun. King of Masked Singers' first episode was so damn interesting. Much love to Petal Shower. Much love to the clown. I love him so much. The clown was so cool. That last song, Wild Rose, made me cry for real. Me too. I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. I was totally pulled in and have already listened to it more than 10 times. Each time I hear it, I shed some tears. Poor Kai Yi. Kai Yi is supposed to be a really good singer and very popular too. How did he get eliminated? The yak is such a coward. He was too scared to even show his face. Yeah, what a cheat. Even now, no one knows who he is. When will the next episode be broadcast? Hurry up. I can't wait. I want to continue listening to the clown sing. His songs are so amazingly touching. The next Masked King will definitely be Sunflower. Get lost. It'll definitely be our Petal Shower. Who's the most popular right now? A poll shows that most people are interested in the clown. The clown? He only won because of luck. Nonsense. Go and check out today's top Chinese music chart. Zhang Yi decided to do so. He found out that on the music industry's authoritative top Chinese music chart, 7 out of the top 10 spots were taken by songs that were performed on King of Masked Singers. Number 10, King of Oddities Idiot. Number 9, a new song by a big name of the music industry. Number 8, Sunflower in the Starlight's Like Smoke, as Water. Number 7, Sunset Glows My Past Lover. Number 5, The Clown's Wolf. Number 4, Petal Showers on a Little Night Like This. Number 3 was the song that Zhang Yi wrote and composed for Spring Garden Superstar. This song had already been charting for some time. Number 2 was also another song performed by Petal Shower. Then, impressively, at first place was Wild Rose. Even on the monthly rankings of the top Chinese music chart, although Wild Rose had only charted for a day since getting published last night, it had already shot up on the monthly chart to 11th. In only a single day. In the short span of barely a day. Wild Rose had been shared and recommended like crazy. Zhang Yi was sitting in the apartment and eating breakfast when he suddenly heard the tone-deaf singing of some men floating in from outside the windows. I'm a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Hating the heavens for being unfair. There were already people who knew how to sing the song. So you could imagine just how quickly the song had propagated through the masses. Even Zhang Yi himself had not expected this. A slightly more niche song from his previous world had such a great influence and spread so quickly over here. Such news was very encouraging to him. Together with the newspaper articles and looking at the heated discussions online, Zhang Yi could already feel it clearly. King of Masked Singers was on fire. 1003 Rankings and Viewership Ratings. Chapter 1003, Rankings and Viewership Ratings. Later that morning, his mother called him. Son, what are you up to? Oh, I'm at old Rao's place. How's your trip with Dad going? It's quite nice and cozy here in Hainan. Oh right, I watched that new show of yours. Haha, so how was it? It's fantastic. Your dad could not get enough and rewatched it. Which contestant do you like on the show? I like Sunflower in the Starlight. What about Dad? Your dad likes Petal Shower. Son, what's the matter? Ahem, nothing. Enjoy your vacation. After hanging up, Zhang Yi didn't know how to react. He initially thought that at least one of his parents would like the clown. But as it turned out, neither of them mentioned him. He did not even have a chance to brag a little. What a failure. But that was just the first episode. Besides, his physical and voice conditions were not optimal during the recording of the episode. Zhang Yi was not worried at all since there were still plenty of opportunities to showcase himself in the future. As long as he did not get eliminated from the show, he would be able to bring out the songs he wanted to sing one by one. Which song should he sing for the next episode? An emotional song? A happy song? A song using his head voice? Or something touching that would stir the hearts of the viewers? He had to prepare 2 songs. What a headache that was. Zhang Yi paced up and down old Rao's living room as he started thinking and planning for the next round of competition. Now that he did not have any work or activities to keep him busy, he focused all his effort and time on the King of Masked Singers because this was his only way out after much brooding. He was left with no choice but to hide behind a mask and use a different method to roam the world with his pride. Yang Shu looked at him and asked, "Senior bro, are you feeling better?" "I guess," Zhang Yi instinctively replied as he continued pacing. At this moment, keys jangled from outside. Old Rao was back. Yang Shu turned around and immediately opened the door. "Master Rao, Chenchen." Rao Aizen grunted. "Where's Zhang Yi?" Yang Shu said, "Senior bro? Isn't he right here?" She turned around to point, but he was not there anymore. Zhang Yi was no longer pacing around the dining table. He's not up yet? Rao Aizen looked to the sofa. She saw Zhang Yi lying on the sofa, groaning and whining like he was about to die. Zhang Yi pleaded, "Old Rao, get me a cup of water." Rao Aizen said, "Fuck off. But I'm thirsty." "Get it yourself. Chenchen, get it for me. I can't move." Yang Shu's jaw dropped. Within the industry. At a television station. If we had known even if we had to pay 30 million RMB for the breach of contract back then we should still have headhunted Zhang Yi from Central TV to join us. I'm sure that Central TV would have let him go for 30 million RMB. Hi, it's useless to say anything now. Zhang Yi's ideas are really creative. Yeah, just him alone would be enough to sweep aside all of the production teams in the industry. The King of Masked Singers is definitely gonna catch fire and will most likely subvert many of the things that we already know. Yeah, just look at today's top Chinese music chart. It's ludicrous. I have quite a few friends in the music industry and heard that there was an uproar there too. Songs performed on the show, which were broadcast just last night, actually charted on the top Chinese music chart today. And many of the songs were covers too? They even occupied 7 of the top 10 spots on the chart. This is simply unbelievable. In the past, we had to go everywhere just to promote a new song. The companies would even have to throw money around in order to get an interview or get on a variety show. But now, they've achieved the same thing with just a TV show? And it even went further than that? The ratings for Wild Rose are too scary. Who is this clown person? I don't know. Which big name in the music industry is he? He even managed to sing that well while sick? Wild Rose has already stormed through the charts. It's already number 1 on the daily top Chinese music chart today. In a few more days, I suppose the monthly number 1 spot is as good as theirs. How scary. This is insane. What a subversive variety show. Hi, Beijing TV has really gotten the most out of it this time. There's no helping it. Zhang Yi is a Beijing local, after all. Damn it. With him there, who the hell can still vie with Beijing TV? Has the viewership rating for their show been released yet? Not yet, but it should be out sometime soon. Let's see what their viewership turns out to be first. Surely it won't be breaking another historical record, right? At an entertainment company. Little Zhou. Director Zhu. Did you watch The King of Masked Singers? I did. What are your thoughts on it? The contestants on the show are indeed very strong. I think that I may have identified one of them, but I'm not very sure. As for the others, I don't know since I really couldn't guess who they were. You're our company's highly prized newcomer. I have quite a good relationship with the King of Masked Singers executive director Hoof and already communicated with him. You can go and try out for the show. Do you think I'm good enough? You're also a professional singer, so you need to have confidence in yourself. This show will definitely become popular, rather, it has already become very popular. Many companies are eyeing for a slice of this pie right now and they're all vying to send their celebrities to the show. If we don't act quickly, we likely wouldn't have another chance. Alright, I'll do as you say. At Beijing Television. In the King of Masked Singers program team office. A lot of people from the other program teams came by to visit. Old Who, you guys were really impressive this time. Hi, not really. Your show has already become so popular, yet you're still being so humble? Hurry up and treat us already. You must definitely do so. We won't show up if the restaurant is too low class. Let's wait until the viewership ratings are out. It looks like the show is very popular, but we still don't know how the results will turn out. Come on, you. The online discussions are already so overwhelming, and everyone in the industry is talking about your show. If your viewership rating is bad, I'll twist my head off and give it to you. Then I'll be hoping you're right. Previously, they were the program team for Do You Remember? Although that show was quite good too back then, but all it was quite good. Hoof and the program team staff had never enjoyed such treatment before. A deputy station head and a station executive even made a visit to their office and sat around for a while before heading back to their own office for the day. Quite a few of their Beijing television colleagues also came by to congratulate them, while a lot of media reporters bombarded the program team with calls. Huge said excitedly, "We're famous." Hudi proclaimed, "I can't believe we got to see a day like this. I feel like I'm living a dream." Zhaolu was still getting used to this. Did any of you receive any calls? I got 2 calls this morning from the other TV stations, looking to headhunt me. They offered me an annual package of 500,000 yuan. I was totally shocked. I've never even seen 500,000 yuan in my lifetime before. Dafei exclaimed, "Damn, why didn't anyone headhunt me?" Zhaolu laughed and quipped, "'Cause you're ugly." Dafei. Everyone laughed. Hoof smiled and said, "Actually, we shouldn't be getting so carried away. For those of us who are involved, we know that this is all to the credit of Teacher Zhang." Hanchi gave a wry smile and said, "Teacher Zhang is just too amazing." Hanchi was a newcomer who had just transferred to the current program team. During the few times that Zhang Yi had come over, she had only seen him from a distance and did not have an opportunity to speak with him. At her level, she felt that she was not qualified to speak with him yet. This was Zhang Yi they were talking about, a big-shot A-list celebrity and a very famous figure in the industry. As a result, she could only watch from afar even though she was a die-hard Zhang Yi fan. However, Hanchi did not know that she had already interacted with Zhang Yi many times. Suddenly, hasty footfalls came running. One of the program team employees rushed into the office and shouted excitedly, "It's here. The viewership ratings are out." Hoof quickly said, "How did we do?" Huge immediately tensed up. "How much did we get?" Zhaolu said anxiously, "What's our nationwide ranking?" When that person handed the viewership ratings chart to Hoof, everyone instantly gathered around him. "Let me take a look." "Don't block me." "How much did we get?" "Just how much is it?" Then, the numbers on the form appeared before everyone's eyes. When they saw the numbers, shock jumped onto the program team's faces. The nationwide viewership ratings for the King of Masked Singers premiere episode was 2.51%. They were the #1 show nationwide. They led by double the #2 show's viewership rating. The office fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, ear-piercing screams rang out. "#1. We're #1 nationwide. Holy shit. 2.51%. It's really become popular this time. Our show's really a hit. Heavens. This is ridiculous. It's even higher than The Voice's premiere episode rating? Oh my god." Hanchi jumped for joy. Zhaolu was shrieking with excitement. Cries of joy. Cheering. The office devolved into chaos. Hoof suddenly said, "Quick, inform little Zhang about this." Dafei quickly replied, "Let me do it. I'll give Teacher Zhang a call." Beijing Television burst into an uproar. The industry was shocked by the viewership ratings. This was just the premiere broadcast. The first episode of the show. But this episode has already fucking achieved a viewership rating of 2.51%. What does this mean? Do you all intend to fucking break the 4% mark? How can it possibly be so high? 1004 The Clown Gets Called Out? Chapter 1004, The Clown Gets Called Out? At Old Rao's house. Zhang Yi was still playing dead on the sofa when he received the call. Dayfi, it's out? Yeah. It's out. How much? 2.51%. How much again? The premiere episode's viewership was 2.51%. Is that figure from a draft report? It's not. This is the actual viewership rating. Teacher Zhang, we've gotten first nationwide. Our premiere episode has taken the #1 spot in the nationwide viewership ratings. You're so incredible. Dayfi called his coworkers over to the phone. Zhao Lu ran over and shouted into the phone, Teacher Zhang, you're so amazing. So amazing. Hurry over. Brother who says that he'll be treating us to a meal, and the station head has announced that they'll be holding a celebratory banquet just for our program team, right after they gave us a letter of commendation and published it to the entire station. We're just lacking your presence now. Zhang Yi laughed and said, I won't be joining you guys today. I still have some things to attend to. After hanging up, Zhang Yi kept quiet for a second before suddenly belly laughing. #1 nationwide? 2.51%. Another record has been broken. In fact, Zhang Yi wasn't too sure how the show would perform before it was broadcast. It wasn't because he was not confident, but just that he was unable to put his finger on it. After all, the king of masked singers back in his previous world did not have that great of a viewership rating. It only managed around 1 to 2% tops. Zhang Yi had studied the shortcomings of the show closely in order to make the changes to the version in this world. Thus, he could not predict the results until the final moment when the results were released. From the looks of it, the viewership this time really did not disappoint him. In fact, it even exceeded the expectations that Zhang Yi had set for it by a great deal. It looked like the king of masked singers that he had made revisions to had been accepted by everyone. This was no doubt a boost to Zhang Yi, as even though he was neither the executive director nor the host, he was still part of the show. If the show became popular, Zhang Yi's popularity would get higher as a result. He immediately went to check the celebrity rankings index, hoping to see how much his popularity score had gone up by. He felt that it would surely be a sizable amount. However, when he checked the list, he was shocked to discover that his popularity score was actually dropping, although it was still within the A-list. Damn. What was happening? Then, with a jolt, Zhang Yi face-palmed as he suddenly remembered that he was performing with a mask on, and no one knew that it was him who joined the competition. Therefore, it was impossible that he would be credited with any popularity as Zhang Yi. Having not been on screen for some time and without a job, the A-list celebrities ranked behind him had started catching up relentlessly while Zhang Yi's popularity score was sliding back. Zhang Yi could only smile helplessly at this. After his fever yesterday, he was probably feeling a little mixed up right now, but that didn't really matter. He would just have to leave this issue of his popularity score aside for now. He was sure that on the day that he revealed himself, all of that accumulated popularity would come back to him. Thinking of the arrival of such a day, Zhang Yi could no longer control his laughter as he wondered when he would achieve that explosion in popularity. But first, he would have to continue singing and not get eliminated midway through the show. Tired from laughing, Zhang Yi took a breather and suddenly realized that everyone in the apartment was looking at him. Rao Aizen was looking at him. Chen was also staring at him. Zhang Yi rubbed his face. Why you looking at me? Rao Aizen narrowed her eyes. Rascal, you're quite full of energy when you're laughing, aren't you? With that, Zhang Yi immediately collapsed back onto the sofa and said weakly, it's the last gasp. Rao Aizen sent a kick flying at him. So you were only pretending earlier? Ayo, what are you doing? Get up. Don't kick, don't kick. Chen shouted angrily, Zhang Yi, you're so shameless. I thought that you were actually seriously injured. I even went to get you a cup of water. Why are you not behaving like a proper adult? Zhang Yi got chased around the apartment. I'm always the one being ordered around. Can't I be the one to order you guys around for once? Ayo, old Rao, you're hitting me for real? Do you think I won't retaliate? Do you think that I can't beat you? You're more seriously injured than I am. However, the facts had already proved that even if Rao Aizen's injuries have not recovered, even if her injuries were more serious than Zhang Yi's, he still couldn't beat her. This fellow was actually much better, his injuries under control and regaining 40 to 50% of his stamina. He now had the foundation of a martial arts master, and his strength and stamina levels were maxed out after having eaten all those level 1 fruits from the lottery draw. Once his injuries were alleviated and did not affect him as much, Zhang Yi's resilience and recovery rate would naturally be different from normal people's. Medicinal herb concoction 3 times a day. Traditional Chinese massage twice daily. By the second day, Zhang Yi could already do some simple exercises. By the third day, the rasp in Zhang Yi's voice started to disappear, By the fourth day, Zhang Yi attempted singing 2 high notes and could practically hit them, except that he couldn't sustain them for long. If he did, his voice would end up trembling due to his vocal cords tightening. By the 5th day, the side effects from the cortisone shots had almost subsided. The doctor was right about the severe side effects of a cortisone shot, let alone the fact that he had received 3 shots. Even for someone with Zhang Yi's physique and condition, it still took him 5 days to recover from it. If it were a normal person, they would probably have taken more than a month to recover their voice. His body was back to normal for now. His voice had just about recovered. However, Zhang Yi was still undecided on what songs to sing, and with the second episode's recording of King of Masked Singers coming up, he was starting to panic, too. Everyone knew that he was someone who always set very high standards for himself, so he would be much more stringent when it came to choosing a song. He couldn't even be a little unsatisfied with it. Which songs should he choose? He had absolutely no idea whatsoever. Reuse the song he had rehearsed before he switched songs last time? No good. Or should he bring out a classic? At this moment, a heated discussion erupted online. It will be Saturday in another 2 days. They'll be recording tomorrow, right? I'm so looking forward to it. King of Masked Singers is so good. I love the clown the most. Who do you guys think will be crowned as the second episode's Masked King? Petal Shower. Sunset Glow sang really well too. It's just that a lot of the audience members could not understand. It's definitely going to be Sunflower, without a doubt. Why didn't anyone mention a clown? He's already been crowned as the first episode's Masked King. And besides, everyone knows that his crowning was not exactly well-deserved. He only got it because he was being opportunistic. What do you mean by that? Can't you tell? For someone as sick as him, everyone would surely pity him. A lot of people voted for him out of sympathy. Didn't any of you realize that? The clown's singing and voice were totally appealing, even though he was really suffering from a cold too, which we won't talk about. His technique actually laid in his lyrics, claiming he was some wolf from the north looking for some beautiful plains, or how he's a beautiful, beautiful wild rose but for the unfair heavens. He only won on the technicalities of his song lyrics which he used to apply to his circumstances at that moment. It's no surprise that he won the vote to become Masked King. But he definitely has no chance in the second episode. Finally. There's someone else who noticed it. I also noticed it. Yeah, those 2 songs by the clown were good, and I wondered who wrote them too, but I can't help but feel that it wasn't a proper victory. He only did it by gaining pity points. Is that so? I thought it was quite a proper win. That's because you're still too young to understand. That's quite true, to be honest. You can even say that the clown's performance that day was the worst of the 6 participants, but his lyrics were good and he totally took advantage of that. If he really were to sing another song, even if he didn't have a cold and his voice was in the best possible shape, he still couldn't compare to Petal Shower and Sunflower. He probably wouldn't even last in a competition against Sunset Glow and the Yak. That's what I think too. There are 2 possibilities now. One is that the clown's voice has not recovered yet and he'll continue playing the sympathy card but the audience does not get convinced. That would mean he is almost guaranteed to get eliminated. The second is that the clown's voice has recovered and he performs to his best. But without the sympathy card, how many people will actually like his songs and singing? Rather than talking about his chances of becoming the second episode's Masked King, I think the clown will find it hard to even stay in the competition. On the top Chinese music chart, Wild Rose was already sweeping aside every other song on the charts. Number 1 on the daily chart. Number 1 on the weekly chart. Number 3 on the monthly chart, but already making its way up to first place. The performance of Wolf was quite good and did well on the charts too. But what was surprising was that in the official poll created by Beijing Television's King of Masked Singers program team, the support for the clown was dipping. First, Petal Shower. Second, Sunflower in the Starlight. Third, Sunset Glow. The clown was ranked 4th. Followed by the eliminated King of Oddity, who wasn't too far behind the clown. A lot of people had been affected by the discussions, or rather a lot of them had the same opinions regarding the clown and felt that he had won the first episode only because he got lucky. Some negative news also sprung up after that. How far can the clown go just by relying on sympathy? Sources claim that replacement masked singers on the King of Masked Singers second episode will include a talented singer. The clown facing elimination? Wild Rose sweeps the charts, the clown sweeps the floor. A singing competition or a songwriting competition? Playing the sympathy card on King of Masked Singers gets called out by netizens. The clown, a flash in the pan? The clown revealed, might be an unknown rookie. When a person gets popular, gossip will fly. With the King of Masked Singers so popular now, it was difficult to avoid doubting voices. But these doubting voices from the media and people regarding the clown was something that was still rarely seen. In the era of speculation, lies, and sympathy cards, people were getting even more sensitive to it. Together with people fanning the flames behind these claims, everyone started believing it the more they heard them. They thought that it was rather true, since if it weren't for those lyrical verses that resonated with everyone's emotions at that time and gained their sympathy, who would have actually cast their vote for him? Perhaps the King of Masked Singers program team also had such thoughts. Frankly, a lot of people did not even bother listening to the clown's voice or heard anything special in his voice. Everyone was purely moved just by the lyrics of those two songs. I just dislike people who try to gain sympathy this way. Yeah, it's so disgusting to watch. Didn't he just get those good songs because of his company? It's not like he really has the talent to win. The opinions were getting more and more skewed. Zhang Yi found out about this news and these opinions the night before the recording was about to take place. Depending on lyrics? Trying to gain sympathy? He just smiled and did not get bothered by it. He settled his mind then continued to select songs. 1005 The Clown's Two Songs. Chapter 1005, The Clown's Two Songs. Friday. At around 8 in the morning. Near the side door of Beijing Television's main building, Han Chi was standing alone at a spot she felt would not be eye-catching. She looked around from time to time and seemed to be waiting for someone. Not too far away, Zhao Lu and Dai Fei were chatting and laughing as they walked over. "Hey, little Han?" Zhao Lu was surprised to see her here. Han Chi smiled and said, "Sister Lu, brother F, good morning." Dai Fei wondered, "What are you doing here?" Han Chi blushed and said, I'm waiting for Teacher Clown." Dai Fei asked, "The clown's rehearsal is scheduled for 9 a.m., right?" Han Chi nodded. "Yes." Zhao Lu smiled and said, "Then you better hurry. The other singers finished rehearsing yesterday except for Teacher Clown." Her smile then withdrew and she said with melancholy, "The public opinion during the past 2 days hasn't favored him much. A lot of people are already doubting the clown for not winning the competition properly, saying he relied on the lyrics to remedy his situation and even chastised him for trying to gain pity points. We will start recording the show in the afternoon. When he takes the stage later, he'll definitely face a great deal of pressure and the audience will probably be affected by public opinion during the voting." Han Chi said angrily, "What do they mean relying on lyrics? They don't know a thing. Just be a bit more attentive in regards to that. Also, the condition of Teacher Clown's voice is another problem, so follow up with him on that." Then Zhao Lu and Dai Fei went into the main building. Han Chi was left feeling both angry and worried. It was really infuriating. What would those media people know? What would those netizens know? How could they criticize Teacher Clown? Han Chi continued to look around as she waited for her target. She was here to intercept the clown today. He had always been either appearing at the station or in front of her without getting noticed every single time, so Han Chi decided that she would just come out to the entrance to wait for him. She really wanted to know who the man behind the clown's mask was. She was confident that with her past interactions with him, if the clown stood in front of her, she would be able to recognize him as quite a few of the clown's distinct traits came to her mind. Celebrity. Professional singer. Charming. Short-haired. Around 30 years of age. In front of her, a celebrity and 2 of his assistants were walking over. Han Chi immediately locked her eyes on him. No, not him. This man was invited to come for an interview today. Another person was coming, but it wasn't him either. He was a host at Beijing Television. In the end, she did not manage to spot the clown, but instead saw her idol. In the parking lot, Zhang Yi got out of his car and walked straight toward the building. On his way over, there were quite a few people who greeted him. Teacher Zhang. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Good morning, Director Zhang. Not only the King of Masked Singers program team, even the other departments and program team staff who saw Zhang Yi were friendly to him. The King of Masked Singers that Zhang Yi produced had allowed Beijing Television to achieve the top spot in the nationwide viewership ratings of television shows for the first time ever. Even if they were not staff from the King of Masked Singers program team, they still felt extremely excited. Due to the domino effect, the other program teams experienced a slight viewership increase for their shows. This proved that the King of Masked Singers was leading Beijing Television to move on to a bigger stage and journey to becoming a leading provincial satellite station. Naturally, a lot of the Beijing Television staff were willing to recognize Zhang Yi's merits because everyone knew that if it were not for Zhang Yi's contributions, even with the skill of all the program teams in Beijing Television combined, it was impossible that they could come up with a show that performed so outstandingly. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded at them. He arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Han Chi was already extremely nervous. She straightened instantly and mustered up her courage to greet him. She did not have any expectations that Zhang Yi would reply to her. Teacher Zhang, good morning. When Zhang Yi heard that, he was surprised for a moment. Only then did he see Han Chi, to whom he smiled and said, morning to you as well. Then he went upstairs without saying anything else. But Han Chi got very excited. Teacher Zhang spoke to me. He spoke to me. She was truly a die-hard Zhang Yi fan and was the type who would argue with anyone if they said bad things about him online. She was in a very terrible mood today due to Teacher Clown's situation, but when Zhang Yi greeted her with a morning to you as well, her mood immediately improved and she became much more spirited. So she continued waiting. Why hadn't Teacher Clown arrived yet? 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. It was almost 9 a.m. and time for the scheduled rehearsal, but the clown was still not here yet. Han Chi quickly called the clown, but no one answered the phone. As such, she had no choice but to call to music director Bai Yuanfei. She anxiously said, Teacher Bai, Teacher Clown has not arrived yet, and as he might not be feeling too well, do you think we can arrange something regarding the rehearsal? On the other end of the line, Bai Yuanfei said in surprise, the clown? But he's already here, isn't he? Han Chi exclaimed, ah. Bai Yuanfei said, we're already rehearsing. He already arrived? What the hell? When did you even arrive? Don't tell me you can teleport? Han Chi nearly fainted as her attempt to intercept the clown ended in vain. The clown was simply too mysterious. Could it be that he had entered from the back door or through the cafeteria's stairway entrance? Why are you doing things so randomly? Han Chi's curiosity almost exploded. Like a lot of the viewers in the country, she really wanted to know who the clown was. Why wouldn't he show his face? Why did he have to hide his identity so carefully? Was there any reason why he couldn't show his face? That not even the program team staff could know about it? Could it be that he was very ugly? She immediately set herself thinking. Who were the ugly celebrities in the entertainment industry? Crosstalk comedian Tang Dazhang? Korea's Lee Anson? Or those athletes from the sporting world? Whatever it was, in Han Chi's eyes, those who had scolded Zhang Yi were all ugly. See, this is what you call a die-hard fan. In the rehearsal room. This was a rather big set allocated to them by Beijing Television. Other than musical instruments, there were cameras set up around the place. Some rehearsal scenes would probably end up being edited and broadcast in the episode. The entire time after the masked singers arrived at Beijing Television would be fully recorded, unless the contestants personally requested for them not to do so. For example, not placing any cameras in the waiting room. If that happened, the program team would respect the singers' wishes like what the clown had just done. By the time Han Chi came over, the clown had indeed already arrived. Music director Bai Yuanfei said, let's rehearse once more. The Miracle Wheels nodded. The house band lineup for today was magnificent, with about 8 old folk music teachers invited as well. Han Chi did not go over to disturb them. She just found a seat in the audience and listened attentively. The music started playing. The band members looked at the score given to them by the clown and started playing the accompaniment. The clown was wearing his mask and standing on stage, humming softly along with the music. He practiced his song by humming in a nasally voice the entire process. Han Chi's heart skipped a beat. Shit. The teacher's voice had not recovered yet. They finally finished with the rehearsal of the first song after a long very time. The clown said, thanks for helping me, teachers. Han Chi was surprised. Listening to Teacher Clown speak, he sounded like he was in better shape than last week. He even spoke with his disguised voice? He was purposely hiding his voice? Or was it because his voice had not fully recovered yet? Bai Yuanfei said worriedly, is everything gonna be fine? The clown nodded. The song is a bit difficult, so I can't do a proper practice run. The band guitarist asked, was it because of the side effects from the cortisone shot? You really risked your life. With 3 shots, even the gods would not be able to bear with it. The drummer sighed while shaking his head. The clown said, that's why I have to save my voice for the actual performance. Alright. Bai Yuanfei said, we'll rehearse this way for now. You don't have to sing, it's fine to just hum along. Try our best to maintain your stamina. Let's start with the rehearsal of the second song. However, the second song went beyond their expectations as they spent almost 2 hours before just barely getting through the rehearsal. Every one of the band members were extremely tired from it. What song was this? Why was it so complex? Was this even necessary? Could it be that his voice was unable to recover in time, so he decided to use the accompaniment to make up for it? Using the music's charm to cover his mistakes? Hi. The band members no longer held much hope for the clown in this round of the competition. 1006 The Clown vs. Petal Shower. Chapter 1006, The Clown vs. Petal Shower. Later that afternoon. The recording was about to begin. Backstage, The contestants started to draw lots to decide the order of their appearances and opponents in the first round. There were 2 replacement masked singers here, whose names and strength were unknown. As such, everyone placed a great deal of importance on this draw due to their results being affected by who their opponent was and in which order they would appear on stage. This was in direct relation to whether they could still remain on this stage or if they would advance further. In the clown's waiting room, the door opened. Han-Chi and some of the program team staff came in. "Teacher, it's your turn," Han-Chi said nervously. She was hoping that the clown would draw a good lot, the best being number 6 and would mean that he would be the last to sing. The clown reached his hand into the box. The camera focused onto him immediately. At the same time, the other contestants could clearly observe the ongoings at the clown's waiting room in real time. Sunflower in the starlight had drawn number 3. Petal Shower was number 1. New replacement masked singer God of War had drawn number 4. These were the results of the draw so far. Sunflower's opponent was to be God of War. During the drawing process that was shown live from God of War's waiting room earlier, all the other contestants saw how God of War practically broke down. At first, the man's voice sounded rather cheerful, but he ended up exclaiming no, no, no for the longest time after the draw. This was because anyone who had watched the first episode of King of Masked Singers would know exactly how strong an opponent Sunflower was. One was Sunflower, the other was Petal Shower. They were both opponents that no one wanted to be matched against. It was now the clown's turn for the draw. Everyone was glued to their TV. The clown's hand withdrew from the box, holding a small ball in his hand. The numbered side of it was then turned to the camera. Number 2. He had drawn number 2. He would be the second one to appear on stage and his opponent was Petal Shower. Han-Chi similarly broke down as well. No. 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 He would be appearing at the beginning and his opponent was going to be Petal Shower. This was the worst lot that could be drawn. In the waiting room of the other replacement masked singer who had not drawn lots yet, he let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the clown get matched with Petal Shower. That would mean that Sunset Glow had been confirmed as his opponent. Petal Shower was currently the contestant with the most popularity in the prediction poll on the official website. Hundreds of thousands of people had voted that she would be crowned the second episode's Masked King, with Sunflower in second place with 110,000 votes. This was the reason why no one was willing to back off against these two in the first round. They had already gained a good standing in popularity. Even if they made some mistakes and did not perform up to their potential, the live audience voters might still cast their votes for them as there would be emotion involved in their decision. Competitions have always declared themselves to be fair, but how could there possibly be absolute fairness? The door closed. The program team staff left the waiting room. Han-Chi said in panic, "What should we do now?" But the clown did not say a single word. Petal Shower was indeed a strong opponent, and he honestly did not wish to face her for his first song today, yet this was exactly what happened. The studio issued an announcement to start the countdown to recording. Han-Chi was in despair. Petal Shower enjoyed a very good reputation while the clown was attracting doubt from too many people. They could not win this. There was no way they could win. When the house band and the program team staff found out about this matchup, they pitied the clown. They knew there was no chance he could fight for the throne of the Masked King now and thought that he should be thinking of how to remain in the competition instead. The studio was packed. The audience gazed at the stage in excitement as recording began. After Dong Shanshan took the stage and recited a string of advertising messages, she smiled at the guessing panel. "Judges, after the first episode, do you have any guesses on who the contestants are?" Zhang Zia smiled and said, "I have no idea who's who." Amy giggled and said, "Even at the moment when King of Oddity took off his mask, I still could not believe it. With the costumes wrapping them up so tightly and wearing a mask, who could guess who they are? But Sunset Glow's voice sounds a little familiar to me, so I'll just continue observing for now." Backstage, Sunset Glow was watching the television. When she heard that, she raised a half-smile. "This is not good. Did Amy really recognize me? I've already deliberately changed the tone of my vocal register." Chen Guang laughed and said, "I'll observe a bit more today." Dong Shanshan asked, "Judges, are there any contestants you have a good feeling about?" Wang Zuishu smiled and said, "I still have my money on Petal Shower." Chen Yidong said, "I think Sunflower is good. He has a great chance of becoming the Masked King today." Chen Guang added, "If we're talking about singing, Sunflower and Petal Shower really do have the greater chance of becoming the Masked King. But this is a competition after all, so it's hard to tell." Zhang Zia nodded. "Petal Shower is very good. I feel like I definitely know her." Yao Jiankai looked at Chen Guang and joked, "Old Chen, could your wife have come to join the competition?" Chen Guang's eyes twitched as he replied hurriedly with a smile, "I still believe that Petal Shower is Sister Zhang." Amy laughed. "That's possible too." Everyone was making wild guesses. In truth, A lot of people really weren't thinking about the contestants as any of those famous big names in the music industry. They were all still confused. After the atmosphere warmed up, the competition got underway. The audience was also getting more and more excited. Hurry up. Petal shower. Petal shower. I wonder what kind of song Sunflower will sing today. I like him so much. Why didn't any of the judges mention the clown? I guess the program team must have informed them before the recording started. Yeah, the voices of doubts are getting stronger and they're all about the validity of the clown winning Masked King on the last episode. No one really dares to bring up how he went on stage sick and could still sing in that way anymore. The judges probably know it themselves too that they were only moved by the clown songs last week out of sympathy due to how the lyrics were befitting of the circumstances. Didn't Grandma Zhongzai and Shenguang also say that if it were really down to singing technique, other than the two replacements today, the best would definitely be either Petal Shower or Sunflower? The clown was indeed just being opportunistic. The first episode's Masked King should have been Sunflower. Oh come on, it should have been Sunset Glow. Let's see how it goes this episode then. It's starting. People in the audience were debating endlessly about their favorite singer or who they supported. However, the clown's name was starting to get mentioned less and less. Dong Shenshan's voice reverberated through the studio. Let us welcome our first performer today, Petal Shower. Immediate applause rang out. Wow. She's the first one to perform. Petal Shower, I love you. This is great. The first one to sing is our Petal Shower. Quite a few people were shouting and screaming, raising the intensity in the studio. During the first episode when the contestants were underneath masks and had yet to sing a song, people had no idea how good they were. When the contestants first appeared on stage, the applause was lukewarm at best. However, this time was different as everyone had watched the show once. In fact, there were even some people in the audience who were attending the recording for the second time. The atmosphere was clearly different than last time. Under everyone's attention, Petal Shower walked on stage. Applause thundered once again. You got this. Come on. You're the true Masked King. Just from this reaction alone, it could obvious how popular Petal Shower was. Even the program team staff and the other contestants who were backstage and slated to appear later could only smile wryly to themselves. She was already this popular after singing just 2 songs in the first episode? How could they still compete with her? They should just crown her Masked King straight away. However, they were willing to admit that Petal Shower was indeed a strong foe. Thinking of this, all the other masked singers felt some sympathy for the clown for having drawn today's worst lot. The lights dimmed. The bowed notes of a violin floated through the air. The audience hushed, with some of them closing their eyes to listen. Petal Shower gripped the microphone and opened her mouth softly. A gentle falsetto drifted out. It was her signature technique on this stage, as well as the audience's familiar sense of shock. Lies repeated 100 times. In return, just a false promise. A mask that's been worn a lifetime. Why can't I become the person I want to be? The audience knew from the moment they heard it. This was Face. It was a very slow and touching song. Amy forced a smile and said, how nice. She's singing it better than me. Zhang Zia looked at her. It's not like you to sing endearing songs in the first place. Amy said to convince her, there's almost no one in the music industry who can sing like this. The range of her falsetto is enormous, so I'm a 100% sure that Petal Shower is a professional singer. She's most definitely a big name too. Wang Zuishu agreed, that's right. And I have a feeling that this woman must be such a big name in the music industry that we couldn't even start imagining it. But as long as she doesn't speak with her normal voice, there's no way that we can guess who she is. Yao Jiankai was enjoying the singing. Whoever faces her is really down on their luck. Chen Yidong said, as long as Petal Shower does not make any mistakes, it'll be difficult for anyone to beat her. Her falsetto is so amazing that I don't think there's anyone who has a better technique than hers. Petal Shower sang a cappella. Ugly. A pretense. This is what my face is. The performance ended. Petal Shower lowered her microphone and took a slight bow in thanks. Applause immediately rang out. Even the backstage contestants were clapping for her. The audience was screaming from every corner. It's so good. I used to not like this song, but Petal Shower sang it really well. That's what a charming singer can do. She's definitely going to win. Yeah, there's no need to listen to the next contestant. Right, it doesn't matter who comes next. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. Petal Shower's performance today was as good as her last one. There were no mistakes and no voice cracking, although it wasn't as stunning as her first performance in the last episode. Perhaps this was due to the choice and genre of the song, but she still managed to perform it up to her level and it was still as enjoyable to listen to. But the most crucial point was that the entire song was sung with a varied falsetto, which further increased the charm of the song. After all, none of them had ever heard of anyone who would dare to sing like this. Due to it being very difficult to sing in falsetto, not too many singers had the capability to do so, nor would they dare to do something like this live. Due to such curiosity, this rendition of Face by Petal Shower had once again infected the studio. Whether it was the audience, the judges, the backstage contestants, or the program team staff, none of them felt that she could lose. 1007 A Song Without Lyrics. Chapter 1007, A Song Without Lyrics. The studio was filled with the sound of applause. The first song had raised the atmosphere to the highest point. None of the other participating singers hoped that they would be the next to appear, but the clown was already standing at the door. Hanchi gave a bitter smile. "Teacher." The clown grunted in acknowledgement. Hanchi hesitated, then said, "Let's aim for the next song instead and focus on that. Don't try so hard on this song and preserve some of your stamina for later. After all, your voice has only recovered a little and you still can't perform to the best of your ability. We just need to ensure that you don't get eliminated." The clown smiled but did not speak. Davai came over. "It's your turn soon." The clown nodded. Executive Director Hoof took some time to go over. He was worried about the clown's voice and even more worried that the recent public opinion would strike a blow to him. "How do you feel?" The clown said, "Great." Hoof sighed. "Ignore what the media is saying." The clown said, "All right." Hoof said, "Ignore them and don't let it get to you. Just sing the best that you can." The clown shook his head. "I don't mind what they're saying on the internet and news." "Right, just sing as you would usually sing. Your lyrics are your greatest weapon, so you can't just toss them aside. It's also a part of your strength," Hoof comforted. The clown smiled and said, "I do understand that." When the program team staff heard this, they felt relieved. He was indeed worthy of being someone from the entertainment circle, as his mental fortitude seemed to be much stronger than most people. Even with so much pressure stemming from the public, he was able to easily brush it aside. This was something that most other people could do. "Good on you, Teacher Clown. Don't let the gossip get to you. Even if you lose today, no one will take you lightly." From the stage, Dong Shenshan filtered in. "Then, let's welcome our next contestant, the clown." The clown exhaled, took a step, and walked out onto the stage at his own pace. Hanchi felt a heavy sense of frustration as she watched the clown walk off toward the stage. He was doomed even before he could take the stage or utter any lyrics. This feeling deflated her. The audience was stunned. Right now, many people were watching in shock as the clown slowly walked onto the stage. What? The next one up is the clown? Damn, why is it him? Can he get any more unlucky than that? Yeah, if it were any other opponent, the clown might still somehow advance to the next round, especially if it was either of those two replacement masked singers, since no one knows how well they can sing yet. But now that his opponent is Petal Shower, what competition is left? His voice has not recovered yet, right? Even if he were to bring out another 2 sensational songs, or if his company wrote him another 2 songs with lyrics that could move the heavens, it's not likely that anyone would get convinced like last time. This round really boils down to their skills. It's no use even if the clown's voice has recovered. I really do like his lyrics, though. I was here for the last episode's recording and gave him my vote at that time, but if I were to disregard the meaning behind the lyrics, I doubt that the clown could even clinch 3rd place. He is even being called out in the media right now. The previous Masked King should not have been him. The audience was pointing at the stage and making lots of noise. However, Zhang Yi was seemingly unaware of the situation. He quietly walked to center stage and closed his eyes as though he did not hear anything. He had witnessed this sort of spectacle too many times before, so much that he could not even count the number of times it had happened. Chen Guang looked at him and sighed. Zhang Zia said, "Things are very disadvantageous for the clown." The pressure from public opinion was too great and was practically the death sentence for the clown. The lights dimmed. This was the signal that the next performance was about to begin. Petal Shower did not return to her waiting room. She watched him from the wings. Backstage, Sunset Glow, Sunflower, God of War, and the other contestants were also watching TVs without blinking. They were actually rather curious about what song the clown would be singing today. The music started. The notes of a piano played. But it wasn't Zhang Yi playing the piano today, because this song was too difficult and Zhang Yi would not be able to concentrate on playing and singing simultaneously. Even during the rehearsals, he did not practice the singing as he was afraid that his voice would be unable to hold up. Yes, he was really going to challenge such a difficult song today. The title of the song was displayed on the teleprompter overhead the stage. Opera, dedicated to love. The judges blinked. The audience could not understand either. Opera? What is this? Never heard of it. Are you going to sing another original? Do you intend to win us over with your lyrics again? All of a sudden, right as the piano played the melody, the clown opened his mouth. The judges were shocked. The audience was shocked. The other contestants were also shocked. When these vocals came out, a lot of people could feel themselves getting the goosebumps. It was falsetto. The clown was actually singing in falsetto too. Holy shit. Did the clown actually intend to compete against Petal Shower through the falsetto? No way. There was absolutely no way. He would definitely just be singing in falsetto for the first 2 verses before switching back to his normal voice. Petal Shower looked up to the stage at the clown in surprise and could not react. There were no signs of his normal voice at all. It was all in falsetto. The audience was dumbfounded from listening to this. Zhang Zai was also dumbfounded. This singing, this falsetto. Amy squealed, how is this possible? Wang Zuishu was also dumbfounded. Chen Guang was dumbfounded too. Right after Petal Shower finished performing, some people were saying that there wouldn't be another person who could sing in falsetto the way she did. But just a few minutes later, a great slap was buffeted across their faces with a loud smack. Another person had appeared. And it was even a person who could also wield his falsetto technique in such a superb manner. The best aspect of Petal Shower's varying falsetto range was its exquisiteness. But the clown's falsetto was better in terms of vocal weight. It won in terms of carrying power and emotion and carved into everyone's hearts like a sharp knife. It left everyone unprepared for the shock they were receiving. What was going on? Just what was happening? Han Chi and the program team staff were in similar states of disbelief. No one had expected that the clown would sing this way, nor could they have expected that he had such a good falsetto. This was terrifying. This singing technique was simply terrifying. Zhang Yi continued singing. All of a sudden, he raised the pitch of his falsetto so high that it felt like it had pierced through the roof. Hearing this, the audience found it hard to hold their feelings in any longer. Oh my god. This. Can it get any more amazing than this? Heavens. What about the lyrics? Where are the lyrics? Yeah, why are there no lyrics? How can there be no lyrics? Zhang Yi was still singing. There was only one word on a teleprompter. The audience was once again shocked by the clown's choice of song. There were no lyrics. This was a fucking song without any lyrics. The house band musicians were dumbstruck. Music director Bayu Onfai looked like he was at a total loss for words. They finally knew why the clown had not opened his mouth to sing during the rehearsal. They finally knew why the clown only hummed through the song when rehearsing. It was because this fucking song had no lyrics in the first place. Was there even a song like that? Could a song really have no lyrics? There wasn't any sort of a song in this world, not a single one. But in Zhang Yi's previous world, this song titled Opera, dedicated to love, truly did not have any lyrics. The original version was performed by famous Russian singer, Vitus I, and was simply known as Opera 2. Later, it was covered by Terry Lin 3 on the music show I Am a Singer. His performance shocked the entire audience and he got a very good result. And today, Zhang Yi had brought this famous song from his previous world and presented it here on this stage. It did not just shock the audience. It terrified everyone in the audience. Because no one in this world had ever before heard a song with no lyrics. Everyone knew current public opinion basically doubted the clown's win in the first episode, saying he used the meaning of his lyrics to win and that it was not a proper victory. But today, the clown had come on stage once more and actually sang an entire song with no lyrics. This was clearly a response to those people. This was clearly a face smacking. And it was even a very harsh slap. His singing was simply amazing. There were no lyrics in it whatsoever, but why? How could this singing floating through the studio stir up image after image in their minds? Why? Why did they get the goosebumps from listening to his singing? The audience was terribly shocked. Especially when the clown suddenly paused, then continued singing in a falsetto that increased in pitch for a good 5 to 6 seconds, even incorporating some portamento. With that, many in the audience could not longer hold it in and started to stand up while screaming. They were going crazy. The audience had gone crazy. Meanwhile, Hoof nearly passed out onto the floor. Before the clown went out on stage, Hoof tried to comfort him as he was afraid the clown would be affected negatively by public opinion on how he had used lyrics to win. The clown's response to Hoof and the program team was still very fresh in their minds. He had stated very firmly that he did not mind it at all. Everyone who heard him say that had believed him at the time. But now, the program team staff nearly vomited blood. Didn't mind? Didn't mind, your sister, fuck. You minded it a whole fucking lot, alright? 1008 Who on earth is this? Chapter 1008, Who on earth is this? There were two versions of this song that Zhang Yi was familiar with. One of them was the original sung by Vitus 1. The other was by Terry Lin 2, who made some changes to it. These two singers had a very wide falsetto range, although their singing styles were completely different. Today, Zhang Yi did not imitate either of their versions. This was because, similar to the differences between those two, Zhang Yi's falsetto was different from Vitus's and Terry Lin's. If he had purposely imitated their style, he would only be at a disadvantage and cause this song to lose its essence. Therefore, Zhang Yi also adapted it to suit himself and used his own style to interpret this song. His falsetto voice was even firmer and more carrying than Terry Lin's and Vitus's techniques, so he tightened the control of his high notes so that they would not sound too breathy. But he had to push his falsetto out and let it soar to the skies. This song was too difficult. Even for Zhang Yi, he had to expend all of his energy just to fully concentrate and focus on the singing. As a result, he had his eyes closed for the duration of his performance without even looking at the judges or audience once. He did not look at anyone. But everyone was watching him in utter shock. Zhang Zia saw an image of a dancer dancing and their sweat dripping on a stage that was within a grand and majestic palace. Amy also pictured an image. It was a forlorn, empty alleyway without any signs of people other than a person injured all over whose clothes were stained with fresh blood. That person had thrust their chest out and was gazing up at the moon and singing. In the audience, a female audience member felt like she was in an endless expanse of greenery, not knowing where to go or which direction to head toward. All of a sudden, singing drifted towards her from afar. She started running with all her might toward it. As she ran and ran, she saw her late mother waving at her while smiling and calling for her to return home. She suddenly started to cry and couldn't stop. The clown singing felt like it was saying something. It felt like it was stirring up all kinds of emotions about love onto this stage. Dedicated to love. This was exactly what the song was about. It was as though he was telling everyone that even if they were scolding him or if he didn't have an audience, he would still give his all and dedicate himself to the stage. All kinds of images were conjured up in the minds of many of the audience members. Han Chi saw it. Poof saw it. Yao Jiankai saw it. Petal Shower saw it. Sunflower saw it. Sunset Glow saw it. The audience also saw it. So they were shocked. So they were moved. There were no lyrics. Not a single verse. However, even though this song had no words, it felt like it said thousands of words. In fact, it conveyed more than what thousands of words could say. Several of the judges suddenly recalled the criticism in the news and online. They were suddenly very angered and felt that it was extremely insulting. Would a singer who could sing such a song need to rely on using lyrics to gain sympathy? How could that be? How could that be possible? So what if there weren't any lyrics? He could still shine in radiant splendor. That was the charm of music. That was this singer's charm. Backstage. In Sunflower in the Starlight's waiting room. Sunflower watched the television and did not say a word. In Sunset Glow's waiting room. Sunset Glow abruptly turned to the side and gave a wry smile to the camera inside the room. If he makes it to the next round, I wouldn't want to face him. In God of War's waiting room. God of War looked helpless. What sort of people were these? Who the fuck was this group of freaks? In the studio. The music stopped. In the middle of the clown's a cappella falsetto, he ended the song amid sorrow and love. He sustained the falsetto for a very long time and in a very high pitch. As it came to the end, it got lower and softer until there was no sound. Silence. It was so silent it was scary. It wasn't until the clown raised his head and bowed in thanks that the audience knew the performance had ended. Applause then seemingly thundered with a sudden explosion. The audience was shouting his name in a frenzy. The clown. The clown. The clown. The clown. This was a song that could move people. This was an unprecedented song. Other than shouting, they could not find another way to express their emotions. Dong Shanshan came on stage. Let's invite our previous singer, Petal Shower. Petal Shower walked slowly up onto the stage and nodded at the clown. Her eyes were locked on him as though she were hoping to discover a clue to find out who he was. The clown nodded back at her. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Well, the panel of judges, I don't know how to describe what I'm feeling right now." The clown, "You're so wonderful." Amy did not wait and stood up before Shanshan could finish speaking. The clown gave a slight bow and said, "Thank you, Teacher Amy." Amy quickly waved it off and said, "Don't you call me that. I don't deserve to be addressed as a teacher in front of you." Wang Zuishu was completely convinced. He definitely has to be a big shot in the industry. There's no doubt. The clown smiled but did not respond. Dong Shanshan said, "Oh, Teacher Wang, who do you think he is?" Wang Zuishu said dejectedly, the problem is I don't really know who this big shot is. I don't even have a potential candidate in mind. Chen Yidong said, when he sang Wolf and Wild Rose in the last episode, he was in very bad shape and had lost his voice. Still, he managed to sing those songs in such an astonishing way. At that time, I was already wondering how good this guy's singing would be if his voice had recovered. I finally heard it today. He's really amazing. Seriously. You've really shocked me today. The clown's voice came from underneath the mask and went through the voice-transforming microphone. Thank you. Zhang Ziya suddenly said, but there's no such person in the music industry. The judges looked to Zhang Ziya. Zhang Ziya analyzed, Petal Shower sang her female falsetto to a perfection. Although I can't guess who she is because she did not reveal any of her real voice, I at least have some candidates in mind and it's possible to make a guess. However, I really can't guess who the clown is. I've been in the music industry for a few decades now, yet I've never heard of any male singers who could sing in falsetto like this. There just isn't anyone I can think of. So I guess, yeah, I can only guess that this man is probably not part of the music industry. Yao Jiankai said in surprise, you mean to say that the clown is not a professional singer? Amy instantly shook her head. That's impossible. Can an amateur singer sing that well? If so, then professional singers would die out. This was how she was. She wasn't afraid to use whatever descriptions she liked. Zhang Ziya said, I can only guess. Wang Zuishu asked, just who are you? The clown smiled without saying a word. Wang Zuishu asked, can you tell us your age?